Because we have a Goonie who was child trafficked, and she doesn't actually know for sure what her real birthday is.
He doesn't follow the mainstream research only. He digs very deep.
Yeah, that's important. It's all comes down to awareness, because
it's like a sort of coalescent kind of.
That's really what I wanted to try to show you, is that it's not like that when you get it in the light. Anyway, it's not doing
science. The mainstream has to adjust.
the awareness we have to.
We gotta go, mate. No worries, no worries. Right? We've been going for 4 hours.
It's been a really good pleasure.
Wow. Yeah.
Who was it that was saying their TV got hit the other day, got struck by lightning?
The big speakers, and I messed my ears up. I feel like that could be connected to the science thing a little bit, but regardless, I'm over it.
My chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. When I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea.
Good day, grand risings, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time of day it is for you right at the moment. We are a little bit late. We do apologize, but welcome to the Wide Awake Sunday show. How's everybody doing? We've got Kevin, the Calistoga Refried, with us. We've got Mr. Kallum Wilkinson, the dude, with us. And you'll notice that we don't have Sarah with us right now. I'm going to hand over to Kevin, let him say hi quick, and he can say.
I'm having camera issues right now. My camera's like back off. All right. Good morning, everybody. How's it going? Just sort of waking up. It's like 5:38 a.m. Was up late last night doing some last minute adjustments on the website. I don't know if you've all been down there lately, but please give me some feedback today. If you've gone over, check it out on your phone. Richie's having problems seeing it on his phone, but I can see it, so give me a shout back.
Have I got a Richie at Magia, Sach'a, Wasi?
Yeah.
Have you done the emails?
Yeah, I just did it, so I'll send it to you. I was doing it, so I'll send it over to you today.
Cool.
You can set up your password and all that jazz.
Mr. Kallum Wilkinson.
Hello.
The hell's, oh no, yeah. Kevin was just going to say, actually, because he's in the same. He's staying with Sarah, so Sarah's not doing too good at the moment. She's not feeling so hot, so she is hopefully going to join us later, right?
It's sending healing up that way, upward. Yep,
that way.
That way.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've got to save some of that for Two Joy now, though, because she's not doing too hot at the moment.
Two Joy,
and so Two Joy, sending you our love. Right. Kallum
should get a big influx of energy.
I'm going to let Kallum introduce himself to anybody who doesn't know who he is. I think everybody in the room does kind of know, but
seen me here and there.
Anybody that's watching on a replay. Oh yeah, and by the way, to Roxanne as well, sending out massive healing, positive, everything's fixed vibes to Roxanne. There's so many people, man. There's so many people. It's everybody. We've got to send it out to everybody, really. People at different levels of you know, fucked. Different levels of fucked, but nobody's really in a maybe spiritually can be in a good place, but financially and all of that, everybody's facing the same problems.
You just can't go wrong with sending goodwill, good energy to people anyway. Like an influx of energy just works for everyone. You know, so if they are in humps, they have more energy to get through it easier, faster, you know.
I think it would be powerful.
Send it to everyone, and at all times anyway. You know,
and it's always the power of visualization. Actually, visualizing what you're doing gives it even more potency. It gives it more power if you visualize it. So you whatever the glow is that's coming off you, that's healing, positive energy, mixing and amalgamating and multiplying with all the other people that are doing it as well. So it just becomes this huge golden goop.
What I do,
like honey.
What I do, Richie,
spreading out over everyone. Yeah.
Talking about visualization, because what I do is I have a massive white dragon, and he's my white dragon of healing, and he comes to see me. But he splits himself. He can split himself. He can go big. He can go small. He can do whatever. And he flies as well. And so he splits himself and goes and flies off to that person I've mentioned, you know, and then he's with that person until he's not needed anymore. So it's like my little healing dragon, and I just send him off. And that's a big white, you know, light healing dragon that goes and does the work. You know, it's beautiful that way too, because it's all a spell anyway. But when you visualize it, you're activating it. You're activating all the parts necessary to make this work and to be strong as well. The better you are at the visualization, the more energy and focus you're actually putting into that energy that's being sent.
And if you can't visualize it, how could it be? If you can't see it.
If you can't see it, yeah.
So
everything is imagined first. Yeah.
Yeah. That's where it all begins. Or you could say it begins in our minds, but I think that's a misconcept. I think we're picking it up.
Consciousness sparks that.
It's in the ether. Ideas, I think, are in the ether. They're not, especially you know, these really good ideas. It's like for all kinds of creative things, like creativity is in the ether, isn't it?
This is my thing with water and stuff as well. Like pure water has all information. It is everything. Pure. It is the ether. And the way I see it very simply as well. I see air is water and water is air.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. I see that different density.
Different pressure, you know. And that's fire. That's the alchemy, which is the transformation between the different realms and stuff, different states, and the physical working exactly the same as the spiritual. You know, it's just levels and states of awareness.
As above, so below; as within, so without. So
that's why that's why we know everything as well. But knowing everything is not very helpful. You know, it's that focus that we put on it. Then now it's like a drop out of the ocean. But it's what's focus is put on that is what we're drawing from the ether, you know.
But also
so limitless possibility turns into a limited
but also
possibility.
Knowing something doesn't give you the wisdom. Like there's a difference between knowledge and wisdom. It's
wisdom then denotes experience, right?
But
putting knowledge into action.
Yeah.
Confirming that knowledge. Now it's wisdom.
It ends up with wisdom. Yeah. It's knowing, you know, that that a tomato is a fruit, but you have the wisdom to not put to put a tomato in a fruit salad.
So
You-
so
you
you
know,
could say
it's-
like, yeah, it's not good enough to just know.
No,
You know, it's the experience, and that's what this is. We're having the
to apply that
experience of
knowledge.
putting things into, yeah,
How
and
to
then
apply that.
it becomes wisdom. Then you are a wise man, or because it's
Wiser.
that experience that now it's not just a knowing, it's a knowing. I know. That's the
What are
same
you gonna
word,
say,
but
Kev?
it's completely different connotation on it.
I just said wiser, you know, because if I think about a wise man, I kind of think of sort of like an elder who basically
But it becomes a path. Yeah.
has learned to has practiced it to the point where he's or she's a teacher.
I
And
see.
so
I see. It's you know, in each moment, you know, you can become the wise man in the choice. You know?
right. And then
In
it's
each
time to
moment.
learn again.
But it's like we have a communication with our body, with the physical world. I am not this body. I'm having a communication. There's always a pupil and there's always a teacher. But it's contained right here. It's all contained into that one. And that's the being, right, who has the self. And then that's the communication that's happening.
That's in the moment. The being.
Yeah. Which is the biofeedback, in the moment biofeedback.
That's where premonition is, and yeah.
Which is just the simple nature of how the world interacts with itself. Biofeedback. Everything is biofeeding back. And it's that level of communication we have is awareness. You know, and if it's a deeper level of communication, it's a deeper level of knowing. You know, because there's a logic, you know, this is kind of where science goes complete, because it's the argument of it's all logic and no spirit. What we're talking about there is that spiritual knowledge where it's all there for you to realize with physical reality. Then it becomes something. Then it becomes, you know, science and this creative world, the spiritual world put together. It's the imagination, right? So it's that limit and that limitless coming together. But that's exactly the same as saying these are the two sides of the brain coming together for this beautiful resonance in the middle. So in terms of the argument's always this or that, but usually it's down that middle. It's that bit of both, which is the awareness of it all. So this doesn't know this and this doesn't know this when it's extremes. But in the middle, it's like I'm in the middle of that line when nature draws a line like that, and I see further. You know, I see the entire picture. And if we bring this down to the physical and stuff as well, that's just the middle of the torus. And we come back to that center all the time. We were talking about breathing to sort of start the show. And I think that's a beautiful sort of starting point for people to understand the physical and the spiritual. And that's usually what happens in meditation. It's always, you know, focus on your breathing. It's just shutting everything down. It's just having one thing to think about, you know, so it's an extremity. It's an extreme focus. But at some point you've put that much focus into that breaks. And then you're open to that wide world. You're open to its contrast. So you end up in the middle, which is all meditation is anyway, right? Medium, middle, which is part of life. It's that, you know, extreme between sleep and awake. There's a middle of rest and peace and relaxation. And this is what most people out there don't have the concept about, is this middle section. It's like it's missing like a whole 50% of life, because most people are going from one to another, an extreme to the opposite extreme. And it's this period in between, which happens very fast until you learn to slow it down, and you understand the transition, and you're mindful, right?
But this is what this is why they work so hard to polarize everybody, because the only way they can control everybody. Yeah, if everybody was balanced, had balanced views, and was taking the middle path, then they,
didn't shock at that, didn't get offended or jump into this.
Didn't react, didn't react, weren't able to be triggered. And this goes into every aspect of our lives. This goes into every aspect in of our lives, and why I think it's a really important thing with YouTubers, people that have decided to go onto YouTube and stick their head above the parapet and say, "Hey, wait, no, whoa, I think something different," and then get all the slings and arrows shot at them. The whole point of that is, for me, was to make me see how triggered I was, how easily triggered I was, and how dangerous that was, not just for me, but for for my reality, for everything. Because if I'm that easily triggered, somebody can just destroy you, or worse still, they make you destroy yourself by reacting in a bad way.
Who has control over that trigger? And if you learn, I don't have control.
So I want to bring
easily get triggered, then that's just saying that I have no control over this physical being. And most people don't go into psychedelics and stuff like this because they do not want to lose control.
So,
which is funny, because they'll then go out and drink. They'll then go out and drink a shitload of alcohol and lose control. Go on, Kev. Sorry, mate.
Yeah. So this brings me right to what I wanted to say, is that I believe through my study, that what used to happen in the Buddhist religion was a tea called Amrita. And the Amrita was psilocybin mushroom. So that was a part of the meditation process. So not only would you be sitting, you'd be sitting in lotus position or half lotus position, and you'd be keeping your spine upright, and you'd be focusing on the microcosmic breath. The whole time you just keep your focus on your breath. And now the mushrooms are coming on, and all these things, all these psychedelic visions, geometric patterns emerge, and your task is to just stay focused on your breath. And so what that training does for you then, when you go outside, and once you are familiar with that type of a situation, and you're in touch with your breath, and you're living in life, there is nothing that can upset you. When the lion jumps in your direction, you look for the perfect place to step, so it goes past you. And the whole time you're focused on your breath. That's kind of what you're doing. Exactly why it was taken away. Because when we train in that methodology, using all the tools, it empowers us. There's no
it's giving you control. Yeah. You're maintaining control. So then you have the power. So you literally, it is self-empowering.
It's like lifting weights. It's like you're lifting psychic weights.
What is control at the end of the day? It's responsibility, isn't it? It's responsibility.
Well, it's surrender. It's almost even more than responsibility, because you get in touch with the natural law. And so you surrender to natural law. And
but natural law,
that's literally ultimately the giving up. You know, what I talk about is there's two types of letting go we can see here. One type of letting go is letting go to the ego, right? Which is already what a lot of people have done and are doing, are going through experiencing the ego's view of reality, right? And then you're letting go of that, which is the psilocybin mushroom just cuts that and goes, yeah. Here's space and time without that. And so
now concentrate on your breath.
But you're letting go for more. If that, you know, you're letting go of a restriction to perceive more. Because this is it's just a perception, but it's like an iris. It's closing in on that. You let go of that to a greater understanding anyway. It's the same as how cults and stuff work as well, right? And how the world works in terms of how media and all of these, you know, nasty fuckers, how they want to and always do jump to fear and anxiety, or because it's shocking that. And what's the first thing that happens? It's that breath. You lose control over the breath. And that's the first.
And your breathing goes shallow. Shallow breathing. You're not. Yeah.
Automatically, like in the body, what happens is you cut to sympathetic mode, and which you're now not digesting. You're sending, you're not sending digestion juices or anything like that. No, so no eating. You can't eat at that point, because why would you eat something when you're supposed to be running or hiding?
And that's
when when these little things misstep, and people are in and out of these extremities throughout the day constantly, where it becomes then an underlying anxiety. So what we're talking about here is situational anxiety, and then there's a greater form which builds up in layers, which is our ongoing anxiety, right? Which even coming down off a situational anxiety happens in the moment, poof, and the fight and flight, and then you're supposed to come back to a norm. The ongoing anxiety is another type of anxiety that just keeps going and going and going, and gets worse and worse over time if nothing's done, if the environment is not changed, right? If the terrain is not changed. It's crazy, because that's kind of the cycle that people get into as well, and where illnesses or whatnot become chronic, where it's just like a forever detox because you're forever toxinated, So and it hasn't, you haven't clicked with it or something, so the realization hasn't occurred, and you can't change the terrain.
I'd be willing to put money on it as well, that at least 40 to 50% of people out there that consider themselves to be dealing with chronic pain, it's not. They're telling themselves they're feeling chronic pain.
I would estimate the to be much higher than that. It's because that's what we see rising, because it's the shorter ones that just get more and more. So I go through this detoxing process, and I go through this detoxing process, and I go through this detoxing process until there's like a full stop where the body can't process, and it goes, well, I'm just going to keep trying this and this and this. And at some point, this dummy's going to fucking get this, that something has to change. That something has to change. Can't keep throwing pills at it or something, because that's the only detox method I have left, right? It's this loop that happens. But that's the chronic, but it's like all of these smaller ones happening usually in this process of ending up with this chronic condition.
Yeah.
And that's where people state like, I have this and I have this and I have this.
I know that I spent
arthritis and like all these things. It's like, well, no, this is the end of a process that's can quite clearly be laid out, but it has to be like a realization moment that puts all this into perspective, and you go, oh, now I know exactly what it's just.
That's what happened for me, man. That's exactly what happened for me, right? my circumstances, my whole situation changed completely, and I was pushed, you know, I was sort of made to get up and start doing things and using, instead of just sitting down all day, you know, and using my crutches all the time. I was forced to start getting up and do it, and I was happy, you know, I wanted to. I couldn't just sit there moping and depressed in my cousin's when I moved in with her. It's when I left my wife. I found her in bed with another guy, and I huge war, and then left her, and yeah, and then I met this girl, and that was it. That was the realization, that moment when I was like, something has to change. Well, it's the only thing I can change right now. Like, and so I threw my crutch down and said, yeah, I'm gonna stop relying on it. It hurts a bit, but maybe that's just because I haven't done it for such a long time. I'll just,
the actual moment, the moment of healing, if we could just take that example, right? The moment of the healing, it was this spontaneous healing that happened to you in a change of thought, in a change of perspective, that then completely, like flipping a switch, just went bang, the change. That is the change. That's the realization.
Change of focus as well.
It can't happen. Yeah. That's changing reality right there. You know, that's not fake it till you make it. That's being it, doing it, making it. Right.
Yeah.
And that's how powerful our mind is in this whole process too, because that's the point that you started healing. Right? It was, the path was going in one direction until bang, and then it went in another direction. That didn't matter like what the symptoms looked and stuff as well, because we can still recognize that, you know, this is happening now, but this has to happen, and my mind's already set in a different perspective, so I'm going this way. So now you see this as a whole different thing, a whole different beast than what you would have in that other perspective, where this is now against me and it's taking control of me, of whatnot. And oh no, this is just something that needs to happen. Cool, bang. And that's in alignment with the body now. So then healing happens very quickly as well, and can happen extremely fast as well. And we can go through horrible things, but afterwards we understand, you know, what just happened there, and oh, that needed to happen. Yeah, I'm good now.
I'm really glad it happened, man. I kind of wish that it could have happened without you know, it needed someone else. It needed my focus changed because I was suddenly infatuated with this girl, you know, and that was my reason for it, was to become more of what I knew I was. Like, I went back to being the old me before I got married to this crazy lady. God bless her. I love her.
Sometimes, you know, the road backwards is the road to take. You know, never leave that out, because sometimes that going backwards is exactly what we need to do. I mean, a lot of the times it's exactly what we need to do. You know, and in terms of health, it's always like that too, where I'm stepping back to a natural, right? It feels like like things have gotten out of control, and you're stepping back into this solid, known nature, you know, understanding, which is confidence. That's what gives you confidence, you know, to do whatever you want to do as well. That's an automatic program now. So that, like, changing that ego, you change the ego, changing that whole template of the body and everything, the ego's template of the body, right? You've changed it all completely. So now it's rewritten in an instant, and then that is reality, and that manifests as well. Just knowing this too shows us how powerful the mind is, and how we can just cut straight to the chase. You know, normally it does take an understanding of this, of what we're talking about, and general health, to sort of get the benefits of this as well, because we're talking nocebo and placebo and everyone's beliefs and stuff as well. But if you wipe all that clean, which is someone putting themselves in an open state, and that's like, yeah, I'll give this a shot, can't hurt, whatever. Putting yourself in that open state where then things can happen, nature can happen if you're listening. And that's a listening state. That's a receptive, receiving mode that we put ourselves in, right? And nature sort of does this automatically, but we can just click and put ourselves into that receiving mode straight away to receive, because it is a receiving of energy as well. It's always give and take. But if we click ourselves into that receiving mode and we're listening, we've now activated all the things, aligned everything with nature, so that nature can just happen, which is how we always see it. It's homeostasis in the body and in nature. Things go to homeostasis. This balance, this equilibrium. If we let nature be nature, it has this balance. So it's stepping back. And what is stepping back? It's always the ego part of it. These rules, the expectations, giving ourselves these beliefs, all adding up to do worse when you'd be better off not knowing anything.
Yeah.
But not having the influence as well, because now it's built up a social influence, like building up all these doctors and PhDs and all of this sort of stuff. Now there's this influence more than anything, and this is like a placebo for the masses, just their understanding of what's happening. Like, I can talk about it in terms of hypnotism. When you put a white coat on, that changes. Like, I can just put a white coat on, and then that changes the experience. That person's already hypnotized anyway.
It's like
done.
It's like if you went out of the room, if you went out of the room and then came back in with a white coat on, that is going to have a very strong, profound effect on a lot of the people that are watching you. Because it's that programming that exists already being activated, isn't it?
Yeah, like say if you were to be like having a conversation with somebody that was sitting in the emergency room, like just in your street clothes, and then you walked away from them, and then you came out and you were wearing white coat, and you had a chart, and you were talking to some other people while looking at this person. Immediately they would fear you, mistrust you, wonder about what they had, revealed to you when they didn't know you were a doctor.
Or the opposite too. It's like,
or the opposite. But it's just,
trust. Yeah. I trust you with everything, my whole whatever. What pill do I take? Yeah.
But it's amazing how much of a part image plays in things. So it's like, in these situations where, like, when you got, they took hold of it with the protests in France, right? They actually, I think this is why they did it. The yellow vests, and everybody ended up putting yellow vests on, because there was a time during protests and stuff where yellow vests were actually people not of authority, but they were the people like the stewards and whatever, like at the funeral, the Queen's funeral, right? Everybody looks at anybody that's wearing a yellow vest, stood there on the side, and they're wearing a yellow vest. Oh, they must be part of the security, or or a steward or whatever. But that could be anyone. Anyone stood there.
High vis, yeah.
Almost. Just wearing a high vis vest. It's amazing what a high vis vest can do. If you just walked into a warehouse wearing a high vis vest with a clipboard, maybe wearing a shirt and tie underneath your high vis vest, proper shoes, and a clipboard, you walk in there and suddenly everybody in there is going to be fucking very wary of you. Like, oh shit, big wigs are down. or this is a inspector or something,
The clipboard gets you
just
in
a
anyway.
clipboard. And shoes as well. Important for you to be wearing, highly polished. You look like an office person. You don't look like a
Right,
fucking
highly
menial
polished
worker.
shoes.
You've got highly manicured hands, and you're wearing, handmade leather shoes, and you do that, and people just
perfectly
immediately make
pristine
an
white
assumption.
hard hat if it's a work
Oh
site.
yeah.
You're good to go. And the confidence that comes with it. Because it's really like I've worked on so many festivals and I've never really shown ID or any of these things. A lot of the time I just
Confidence, right?
purpose.
Confidence is key. Confidence
And
is
all
key.
black.
If you look around, if you look like you're meant to be there, and you've got no qualms about being there, and if anybody approaches you, you just you just dismiss them.
Yeah.
The key is in office size. You need a big office so that you can have your frames up behind your desk far enough away that nobody can actually get close enough to read them, So you have all of your PhDs and your certificates and then everybody comes and sits in front of your desk. And now
all your history behind you.
Now we can do business. Anyhow, we're talking about hacking here. If you just tuned in, hacking consciousness and bypassing programming and finding your true core. How you can find healing within yourself, wherever you are, whenever you are, whatever you are.
And how it's connected directly, inextricably to your health, to your physical health, your consciousness,
your natural healing
experience. Yeah,
there's natural healing inside of you, trying against all odds.
It all comes from inside anyway. Anyone I help with healing, it's always been a decision that they've made themselves eventually. Right. And it's just a persuasion. I'm persuading them to think differently and suggesting for them to think differently until they find that realization, that point where they decide exactly what you did, Richie, where they decide, now I'm doing this now. And that it's just the power. So it always comes from, it's just that decision made from within. Oh, now I'm going to heal. And if you can say that with confidence, in the knowing of confidence, that becomes the spell. Oh, now I can heal. Good. And you can feel that. Hopefully you can feel that because I just felt that too, as goosebumps, because that's the wave of truth as well. As soon as you say it and mean it to yourself, which is the genuine spell, right? Which is one of these things that people do a lot too, which I think mostly detrimental. It's just like the mantra thing of repeating, and it becomes that idea of fake it till you make it as well. But if you can say it once and meaningful, genuine, and that's like forgetting about it as well in that same moment, because it's done. That's now the demand. That's all it takes. It doesn't take a million times repeating it, but we can change a program that way. I'm not saying it's bad to do that. It's just there are different ways of doing a lot of things, fast or slow, depending on what you want. So you always have that choice as well in terms of, now I'm going to heal. Well, there's ways, like I can heal fast or slow. It's always within you and where you are, so you can always gauge it so it suits you exactly where you are, what's going on, because it could be quite physical, can go through all these chronic problems and stuff like this as well. But as soon as you've made that choice, then all of that's open to you now, where it wasn't before. But that's the most important thing is just people to make that. And when you see that moment, a lot of times you understand that is the moment. Now they've made the decision. Now they're going to do it themselves. Now I can step back and go, sweet, and knowing that that person's going to go, because they've set their mind to it. When they set their mind to something, bang, right? But they've set their mind to a state of being. It's not usually a specific task that has to happen. That means it could be symbolic, but more often than not, it's simple. It's very simple. It's just a state of being, which doesn't really, you don't have to do anything. The goal then is to be that state of being, not doubt yourself. So it's that confidence, and then doing it, like having that wisdom and that experience, or I've done this, I've tried this knowledge over and over, and it always happens this time. It gives you that confidence.
So my own testimony, my own, you know, I have my own testimony physically, but also with sickness, you know. So when was it? 2018, I think it was. 17, 18. That's when I took control of my perception of the physical body, of our own physical bodies, and I realized, or I accepted, that what we've been told about these, microscopic little living organisms that can cause us so many problems and lay you up in bed with, and all of this. When I accepted in myself that it wasn't that, it was something else, and what I was experiencing was the symptoms of my body just purging, getting rid of all the poisons that it was full of.
Accumulated.
I went through a period of a couple of months where I was purging, and I was just saying, yeah, I'm just purging, and that's what I was telling myself in my mind all the time. I'm just purging all this crap out, get it all out. And then once it was gone, I wasn't sick again until, I forget when it was. It was earlier this year, but I was really cooked for about 8 days. And I had a fever for a few days. I had a fever of about 102, 103. I
always ask people when they go through that, what was there, was it high stress or whatever before that?
Yeah,
did your body need to stop? Was that a part of it?
No, see, I actually saw it more. I saw it more of a healing upgrade. That's how I chose to perceive it. Was as more of because sometimes when you heal, it hurts. It isn't the nicest feeling, and to make things heal, sometimes they need to, like a bone. My bones in my legs were being kept from healing because they were pinned too far apart, and so they unscrewed they took out the screws at the bottom, stood me up on my feet. So that the idea was to push the bones together, to crunch them together, to then promote that healing. So sometimes it hurts to heal. Anybody that's done physiotherapy after a serious accident knows it hurts to heal. And like Pushkin says, no pain, no gain.
But I'll tell you what, if you stay away, if you stop putting the bloody toxins in, you don't go through healing. Like the last problem was I came up in itching hives because here at my mum's still too, and she had used this detergent that was just, it's crap, and now she has the sensitive stuff, which is just the one without a lot of poison added to it as well. But that was like a week of skin just getting that poison out, and that was crazy, scratching, which is, getting blood to that area to help it detox and stuff as well. So, it's good to scratch, just not scratch, but get blood there, But if you understand what's happening in the moment, then that's fine. It's not, it's like I understood exactly what went wrong. You put it together as like a realization. Then you go, oh, it's this shit. This is where the poisons come in. So it's like,
Well, that's the only poison. Like when I was sick earlier this year, I was thinking, well, nothing's changed in my diet. It's not. I've not taken any more toxins and like that. So it's either EMF or it's something else, something spiritual or whatever. It's like an upgrade or the back of my head. That's where I had a depressed fracture to the base of my skull. So I had a lot of problems with it since then. And it's just like, well, maybe that's just healing up. That's all that is. It's all that area, all the trauma, all the areas where I've suffered trauma, basically, all just fixing themselves somehow.
And like upgrading is sort of going into a higher vibration. Some things have to change physically in order for that process to happen a lot of the time. So,
and we've got documented evidence. So it's only documented because it is documented, but we can remember that the human body's changed. Call it Mandela effects or whatever you want to call it, but the kidneys have moved, the heart's moved, the skull's changed. Everything's changed. Like kidneys used to be down in the that's why kidney punches were illegal in boxing, and now kidneys are up behind the rib cage. They've moved quite considerably. They're protected now. They were never protected before. So I've not had pains. Well, no, I have had back pains. How have these changes happened? Have they been gradual and slowly happening? Just as we've been living, our kidneys have just very slowly moved up. But that doesn't explain why the literature has just changed. Because all the literature before
that would be a catch-up. Well, it depends on people's beliefs and stuff as well, because I have no beliefs in terms of evolution and stuff like this as well. So taking that out of it, where something, evolved, these processes of evolution. So if you do have that belief, then this is impossible, what you're talking about right there. That's impossible.
Yeah.
However, if you know that we adapt very quickly and adapt to that's what we do. We adapt. So
that's why
when a threat happens, our kidneys mean like it's connected to our psyche as well. There's a reason why things are placed where they're placed within the body as well. There's a meaning to that. So that so you could be just a threat, but now a common threat to everyone at the same sort of time will change the physical structure of our body. It'll move organs around and stuff, right? Time-wise, I don't know. I can't. But
does that mean that we're all gonna get into physical fisticuffs, and suddenly our kidneys need to be protected, because suddenly we're going to get in a situation where people are going to be throwing kidney punches,
or just the kidney becomes weaker and weaker and needs to protect itself. So over a large population, everyone's kidneys becoming weak because of so-and-so product being introduced or whatever. On a whole, and everything's happening, then the body overall, the template overall, all the information is wireless. Like it's all, it's all in the ether there. So all these changes happen instantly. Really, you don't need to pass it on, right? That's just an idea. That's a belief, right? But can we not? And we may be having evidence now that this is the case. Because that would be one way of explaining that. I've only just really read this comment here. Shari's comment. I've come to a new thought that maybe we're not supposed to walk away from everything that triggers us, but to put it in its place in the moment and let it go. Yeah, if you can. But it triggers the conscious awareness as well, so that it's there. I got triggered by that. That thing yesterday I got triggered by. I couldn't deal with it in the moment, but you can deal with it now because it's in your mind space again. And
Zelensky appeared on the TV again, and it triggered me.
Yeah.
Every time I see his face or hear his voice, it triggers me.
There's really easy methods to get rid of this shit too. There's really easy methods to do the work. If you're open, a lot of what's, it's coming to the understanding to be open. And then when you're really in that open space, you can allow healing to happen as opposed to blocking it. I'm not allowing this healing to happen because I believe this not to happen. It's a negative belief. It's a nocebo that stops healing from happening. So a lot of it's removing all that by being open. Oh, what happens. Be damned with the consequences, the expectations or whatever. It's like jumping into the abyss, free, happy, open. Not expecting death, this, that, whatever. You don't know. So jumping into that abyss open, so freeing them, opening the mind. And then a whole lot more modalities will open up to you. Everyone, so many people form their own ways of healing, own modalities that work on a lot of people because people give their control away to this person who has this modality or whatever. And it's because they believe that whole thing, then that modality then works for them. But say someone else gave them the modality that whole trust relationship or whatever wasn't built up, then that modality failed for them. Why? It's just the thought. It's those beliefs that we hold. So then when I understood that too, and that cracked open all of these modalities that now worked, just tuning forks, all the healing sort of technical things, magic wands as I call them, our practical tools, physical tools as well that can help us, but it's just the idea. So a lot of the times you're getting rid, by just understanding that, you're getting rid of all the ritual, all the bullshit, and all this time and effort that has to take place between you and the guru or whatever you're putting this control and trust into. But you take it back yourself and go, oh, no, I can just do that. They may have opened up, something's opened up for you now to understand the possibility that this can occur. Now you can go directly there. You don't need anyone else, right? So then anyone else's modality or whatever, because a lot of the times when people work out their own methods of doing things or methods of healing and stuff as well, oh, I did this and this happened, and then they work out their own methods of healing. That building that understanding and that knowledge of building that ritual that they've done or whatever as well has given them everything they need to be open and have things happen, right? To allow things to happen, give them permission to happen, but they've done it and built it themselves, so it's really strong for them. It's like building your own technique is much stronger than someone else's. But if you understand the reason why, you can take someone else's technique and use it yourself, but open up in new areas, new things. You haven't limited it to their idea of it, right? And that's always something to have in mind, to keep those possibilities open. So, because a lot of the times it's literally we're talking about that change of thought, that change of, or dropping a belief. That is because all the times these realizations happen, all you're doing is dropping a belief that has stopped you from healing. And so something's been able to open up and release and heal. And it was just, I
think that's a powerful and important part of meditation. If you're, or if you're making affirmations and stuff, do you remember last year, November last year, I did a meditation, and And the beginning of the meditation, it started by saying, something like, I give myself permission to accept this, you know, to accept this message, to accept this state of being or whatever, to accept and say, I deserve it. I deserve this. I deserve, and I accept it, and I welcome it, and you know, because and starting the meditation with that, to then it was an abundance meditation, to accept abundance, because
it's funny that like that's what I call sort of opening the door to healing. You know, and just a statement like that does it. So now I'm in a space of healing. It focuses you to a point of healing. Whereas before, it's funny how people just open the door to all the bad shit. You know, doors wide open for all of that. But when it comes to healing, they're like, oh no, close the door, close the door on that. Right? It's a you know, close that door, open that door, and then you're good to go. Right?
That's why there's
people are programmed
the same
for that.
with Reiki, with distance Reiki, or giving permission to the person that's doing the work. When I've had people, you know, like Sarah's asked my permission to do Reiki work on me, and Janine, you know, it's important to open yourself up. But then permission. I think people are, and that's about.
It's a requirement.
People are some people are afraid to open themselves up because they're worried about what might come in. If they're open to this, what might slip in the back door? Are they open to this? You know, and that's.
But you can see that as a good thing in certain areas. You know, it's that is control. But when it's control, you know, because if they don't have control over it, ultimately, then they'll always do that choice. They're programmed for that choice. I'll always block this or whatever. It's like a lot of people that can't be hypnotized sort of thing. Well, no, everyone can be hypnotized. Everyone hypnotizes themselves. Everyone's hypnotized all the time, pretty much, right? When you say you can't be hypnotized, that's a point where you've lost control. You know, it's you have control. You're not letting yourself. In essence, you're not letting yourself put yourself in a suggestion state. You're blocking it. But you can, if you want, you can be. Yeah, you just have to let go, and that is that's ultimately full control, where you're now choosing to let go and not let go. It's very important.
That's just an absolute. I don't know if it's subconscious or what, but an absolute objection to giving anybody else control of my vessel. It's my vessel. You know, and anything you can do, I can do better because it with me. You know, and it's the same with it's not just, I'm not just talking about me. I'm saying the royal we, all of us can sit there and say anything you can do, I can do better for myself. As far as I'm concerned, maybe you can play piano better than I can, but playing piano is not part of my world. So, you know, it's
interest. You know, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like anyone, what you know, I could do anything. That it is limitless. You can't do anything. It's just
my mum always used to say
you can put the focus there and do it or not.
That's one of the things I'm grateful for my parents for. You can do anything you put your mind to. Yeah. Except they still had their limitations, you know. They didn't seem to think that my mind was capable.
You can be whoever you want to be, so long as it's a lawyer, a doctor, right.
You can do whatever you put your mind to. I want to be a musician. Yeah, well, you can't do that. You've got to be a doctor.
School molds you to do.
You can be an astronaut, but you can't be a fine artist.
Well,
Yeah.
you could be an astronaut, but you're not going anywhere. So.
Hey, Mom, I found a different way to space. You want to try these mushrooms?
Exactly. I mean, that's kind of like the route I took. You know, I was being groomed to be an astronaut.
It's faster.
And I was like, and you can fly high as a kite if you want to, faster than light if you want to, beaming through the universe. Thinking is the best way to travel. Sorry.
I forget who it was. I forget who it was that was talking about it.
Science is just talking about other realms.
Right, but the speed of thought. The speed of thought has to be the fastest thing that exists.
It's before existence.
Say again?
It's before existence.
Yeah, but if you couldn't, like, if it's like,
Don't think, you know.
I think it was back in the days when I was entertaining, the Pleiades as a star system, millions, billions of miles away, and they were talking about the speed of thought. You like everything happening now.
Well, for them, isn't someone on another planet like back in time or something? They're in a different time.
Well,
period.
what we're seeing now,
not happening instantly.
No, but if this is what I was trying to get my head around, but imagine though, if now if I could just be there in that room at the speed of thought, I would be there. Boom! Now.
Hey, what if I had a big stick, right? And the big stick went from me to you, right? You got it there. You got it there.
Yeah.
And I go douche. What'll happen then?
Well,
screws with your mind, doesn't it?
Screws with your mind. It's material, isn't it? So if it was a physical big stick, then there would be a fraction of a second between you doing that and also how hard would you have to push it, because there would be a certain amount of elasticity between where you are and where I am.
Have you seen them discussing with the electricity in this very same scenario, where it's extend that distance? No. How is there a delay before you turn it on in the light switch? And then they're arguing there isn't a delay, or there wouldn't be a delay, because it's basically on paper, it's theory.
It depends, doesn't it? If the supply is cut, or if it's just interrupted. If it's cut and has to come from source, or if the flow is just interrupted, so the distance to reconnect is less. Do you see what I'm saying?
And now if you took magnetism, because every time there's an electric field, there's a magnetic field as well. And now take that bit of information and work that into your theory as well. Because all of these attributes then add another dimension to what's actually happening, which I can't tell you. I don't know. And I haven't seen it as well. I haven't seen like 10,000 feet or whatever, and someone doing the actual experiment as well. It's like some of these experiments, they're thought experiments. Like, until I see it, well, what are we discussing? Is there a delay or isn't there a delay? I don't know. Right at the start, the foundation of that discussion, right? That's the foundation. Everything's based on that. You go, well, why are we discussing this when we haven't even worked out that foundation? It's the same as like the virus stuff, and because
there's an element.
When you go back to the foundation, there is no fucking virus, so we can't be talking about variants and all this bullshit and getting confused about all this bullshit, because there isn't any.
It's like the tests, mate. It's like the tests. Well, if the tests are proven to be unreliable,
It's not tested for transmission. Yeah, the thing is not even isolated. They haven't even, you know, so
It's not in a
how do
petri
we
dish
get-
anywhere.
why are we talking about that?
Yeah, who was paid? No, they haven't. They don't have patient zero. They don't have anything in a petri dish to say this was the first. This was
got
the
a code.
first instance of it.
They
It's
got a
all
made up
theory.
bullshit computer code. That's what they've got. That's all they've got, and they haven't shown anything else. And of course, you can't test it for transmission because what do you test it against? Like, they haven't got anything. It's all quite hilarious. It's all quite hilarious too when you see what's happening, when you know what's going on. You know, because you can't be fooled. That's the control that you have as well in terms of knowledge as well, because they're all traps. People have set traps out there. I wish there wasn't traps going on, but there is. There's no traps in my life because I've opened them all. You know, I don't.
Well,
believe
you've got
shit.
people. No,
I don't
you've
believe
got
shit,
people.
You know,
You've got people trying to lay traps all the time.
all the
It's
time.
just
It's
your
way it is.
boundaries are quite
The
firmly
only thing
set.
that allows you to not step in the trap is knowledge, awareness, and knowledge.
And awareness,
Yep.
and focus.
See the trap. That's good. You know, do you know it's a trap, or are you just going to keep walking? Oh, ouch! I lost my foot.
Yeah.
That
Hang on a
hurt.
sec. And how big a trap is it? Is it a
Shit,
bear
I'm
trap or is it a
detoxing.
mouse trap? What sort of trap is it exactly? Is this just
Hmm.
going to pinch a little bit, or is it going to remove your foot at the
Oh,
ankle?
shit, I'm still in it. Every time I move, it hurts.
Yeah.
I'm still. How do I have to outsmart the trap. Ideally, what we're talking about, and what I like talking about too, is don't get yourself into the trap. I mean, that is, you know, staying in health is a different thing to becoming healthy or whatnot. Right? Staying in health is what I care about. That's what I do now. Like, I used to be that unhealthy person.
Yeah, instead of
Right.
treating
there's a
symptoms,
process.
you're preventing symptoms.
Exactly.
Instead of
I'm not
treating
going to get
illness,
them to start
you're
with.
preventing illness.
Yeah.
And that's what people still
no, they
need to
suck.
realize with the medical profession, maybe not with the medical profession, but with the pharmaceutical industry. The medical profession has been influenced so heavily by the pharmaceutical what?
Same
The
thing.
pharmaceutical
It is the same thing.
industry.
Doctors have a
Yeah.
contract.
Well, it's become
with
the
what
same
they
thing.
sell.
People go, but I do believe that people go into the field thinking that they're going in. You know, they're going in with the right
Yeah,
intentions.
people go into politics
They're
that
going
way
in
too.
thinking
It's like
they're going in to help.
throwing a spanner into this massive machine. Like throw this little spanner in there, and the spanner just gets churned up into the machine. What inevitably happens, unless they've come to a realization and get themselves out of the machine,
Like
and
Dr.
work
Bear
out
Lando,
what's going wrong with the machine that
Like-
put them in that.
like
Then
Dr.
they
Bear
become good
Lando.
doctors. Then they become good doctors, but they've gotten rid of that whole illusion.
So
they were conning.
Amanda Vollmer, Dr. Bear Lando. There's
Went
there are
through the
more examples,
system
I'm sure.
and made that choice and went, that is not what's happening. That's the hardest place to come from.
I know we've got
That's
one of our
like being a
Goonies.
cult member and becoming clean, right?
One of the
That's
Goonies
huge.
is a registered nurse. Oh God, what's it called?
Nurses usually know more than all the fucking doctors combined. Or they just don't know how powerful what they know is. But you know.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Yeah,
They have
they're
all
a
the
lot
answers
smarter.
there. They have all the observations. They observe what's going on.
Well, because
You
they're
know,
working practically.
when it's not
They're
too
not sat
crazy.
there They're not sat there peering through books. They're actually applying. They're applying themselves practically, and it's different. It's like field medicine, isn't it? You know, at the on the battle triage on the battlefield is completely different.
This is like Florence
to,
Nightingale and all of this too. Like she was the nurse, you know. Or it's like she
So-
saw what happened. Like open the windows, and everyone got better. Oh, that's it. We need to airflow. That's good.
Yeah, let's not
The
have
simple
everybody
things,
breathing
simple
the
things.
same stale, poisoned air. Let's get some fresh
Yeah.
air in here. Fantastically
know-
novel idea.
Nurses know bedridden, right? They have to move. They go in and they physically move patients and come on, get up, force
And what's
yourself
that
up.
from? That's
force
from
yourself to
experience
heal.
of
Yeah.
that's experience of patients
They know.
not being moved and developing huge
They're the
gaping
ones
bed
that die.
sores.
They've seen
You know?
all of that. They know which ones die and which ones. The ones that get out and have that they're going to heal themselves. They have that determination and mental clarity to get bang. They've made the decision to heal. They heal. Those ones that are victims, it's just it's up to the doctors what how they feel and what's going on in their body. It's up to the doctors. They've given control over.
All I remember
ones
is the
that take
doctors.
control.
Everything the doctor said to me sitting there and thinking, that's bullshit. Like, what you're telling me is bullshit. Why are you telling me this? But you're like, Matt Letizia will break his leg and he'll get told something completely different to what I'm told. You know, I remember thinking that back then. And a sportsman, you know, thinking, hang on, how is it that sportsmen and women can have horrific injuries and be back? You know, maybe not playing at competition level, but playing within 6 months. But you're telling me I'm never going to walk properly again.
It gets very interesting in that field. It gets extremely interesting in that field because we're taking a lot of beliefs away as well. And people make extraordinary miracle heal, like really. And then because there's one guy I sort of follow as well, which is, I can't remember his name, but it's a funny name, you know, Dr. Young or something. But he's a physical kind of therapist, and he worked doing physical therapy on athletes and stuff. But he changed his way of thinking completely. He was running a clinic and everything. Changed his way, and you know, it was a change in thinking basically on the philosophy of what's going on there in terms of you're telling your body what to do. So you tell your body to heal. So you're actually working through a healing. You're not just letting it happen. You're actually pushing it and developing it in certain ways. And healing occurred, like healing after injury occurred so much faster, right? But not only faster, because normally people that heal from an injury the standard traditional way end up worse than what they were. But his patients ended up better than what, you know, stronger, right? Because that's part of the healing process if you're looking at it in the correct manner, which is you're telling your body that this, whatever happened here, we need to be stronger. We have to be stronger than what we were. So your body is putting building cells.
It's not necessarily that you have to be, it's that you can be. You will be. You will be stronger afterwards. And like,
you don't want this to happen again.
I remember being told that bones were weaker after they'd been broken. They were weaker and more susceptible to be broken again. But I've seen the X-rays of my legs. There's absolutely no way they're weaker now. They're twice as thick.
But
they've
look at the belief structure of that too, because if every doctor's saying that because of however some bullshit test, right? You know, if every doctor's saying that, then that's the way it is. Then if that's people's beliefs. But
then that keeps you more. That keeps you more dependent. That just keeps you more dependent on. Let's just do. Let's keep them churning away in the system.
You need to keep taking.
You're going to need these. Yeah, you're going to need these. You're going to need painkillers. Everything.
You're on our subscription list now. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. You're a silver member. Yep.
Yeah.
You're a gold member. Cancer gold member. Gold member. Chemo, radiation, expensive stuff.
Oh, anything, cancer, Parkinson's, MS, all of the things that they know how to treat. They know how to treat MS. They know how to cure it, man.
You'll find many things that help it. Many things that help it. And that's the thing too. Like if you have these conditions, or if you are going through a bit of a healing crisis or whatever, it's up to you to look through it and find out all these things too, because you can look varied and wide and vast and see all the different things that help and piece together a pattern that's happening, because there usually always is a pattern that you can see, you know, which will make it very simple for you. Usually that's a realization. The pattern shows itself. And that's what makes everything simple, because you can see the pattern throughout various bits of knowledge that you thought were separate. But when they come together and you, that's now I can see the pattern. I know what's happening. There's that knowing and that confidence, which is the body doing what it's doing now too, being free to do what it can, as opposed to a struggle or a fight going on as well, which is a fight against nature. You know, that's the problem of it, and that's what prolongs healing and makes it worse, and all of this too, is that mind before. Because, you know, if we're at the space of knowing that I'm going through this healing thing and that's fine, well, I don't need anything else as well. I'm having understanding of what's going on. I might want to help what's happening, right? Which is always the case. So the flu, or I think it was whoever, you know that you're detoxing. So then you may want to help that along faster. Do detox methods that you know. It's like I just do water, but I haven't had that for a very long time. I used to years ago, so I'd use MMS, you know, because I know it's an extremely fast, quick detox. Right? Your body will put it to work. But then I realized that distilled water is more powerful, let's say, and especially for me, the understanding that I got, it's like,
I just used water and it wasn't even distilled because my distillers are not working.
The importance of distilled water has neutral pH, so your body doesn't struggle
pure.
With it.
There's no contaminants in it. It's nothing.
It's also
empty water. You're putting it into
deionized as well,
which is collect stuff. Water collects stuff, and so it's a great detoxer. But it's also good at donating as well. Right.
If you drink the alkalized water, it's actually hard on your system, because your pH is at one level and you drink the alkalized water, so your body's like it now it's like stressing to try to find the balance between those. The change in your pH should really come through your diet. You know, it's like what you eat all day long every day.
Well, your diet's what gives you stores. Your diet gives you stores of what so sodium, bicarb or soda. You know, that's what your body uses to change its own pH. It needs stores of that. It can't, you know, and allow it to do its thing naturally.
That's why it doesn't hurt to drink a bit of bicarb.
A very simple guide is the pH of your urine. So you can kind of see.
Now we go. And here we are back at urine therapy again.
Well, I'm not telling them to drink it. I'm saying all you have to do is dip a little pH paper in the urine. Nobody needs to get their hands wet on this experiment.
And it wouldn't matter even if you did.
But it's okay.
Pee. You can fucking drink it.
If you want.
And if you've been out drinking the night before, you'll just get drunk.
Good to know about it. It's very interesting to research anyway. Even if you're disgusted by it or whatever, there's a lot of interesting research into it. Even if you're not going to do it, fine. Whatever, you know. That's
just be grateful you don't have to test the pH of 100 people's pee today.
But there's a lot of good knowledge.
Just be grateful it's your own pee. You're not testing somebody else. It's not anybody else's pee. Right. It's your pee. It came out of your body. It's like your little baby. You know. It's come out of the inside of you.
Right.
There's a lot of those beliefs and fear beliefs about what it is to start with as well. I mean, it's a waste product, and then it's just sort of labeled as that, and that's that. But there's a small attribute of being maybe a waste product, but it's also something that's already been processed through the body. So if you put it back through the body, it already knows exactly where to go. It'll just be waste again. but it does go through a process.
If it's waste,
You
it
know.
will just be waste again. And if there's anything
Yeah.
good in there that's just like slipped out, that will be reabsorbed. You got more chance.
And
of
there is a
absorbing.
lot of good that goes. It is only the tiniest bit of waste or whatever, but in terms of what it actually is usually stores of stuff you've died, you know, of all the minerals and,
if you're
everything
somebody-
that you actually need. It's just you've got too much of it, and you can't.
And if you're
hold
one of
on
these
to it.
people,
You have to release.
if you're taking synthetic vitamins and minerals, then it's going to be absolutely loaded with a lot of that, because your body's only absorbing 25% of what you've taken in.
Yeah.
So 75% of that you're peeing out.
It's pumping through the blood, but your body's only going to take up what it can take up.
I think maybe with all this pee talk, we should probably have a pee break.
Tea break and some coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to go to 1 hour 30, but yeah, we stop now and we can come back in like 10 or 15 minutes. We'll have a pee break and make coffee and whatever else and people want to do.
Awesome.
Yeah, don't go anywhere, guys. Or if you do, make sure you come back.
Come back, eh?
Time to get the music on.
We're gonna have a little boogie.
So you should actually, you know how you've got the elevator music.
Boogie
Yeah.
shoes. Put on your boogie shoes now.
Should just put it on a loop.
I'm gonna. Do you know what? I'm gonna do that
Just go light
until I've got that edited and sorted out. We're just gonna do this one.
Shit the fuck up. I ain't white and it's lost for that, so I use color safe bleach at the laundromat and deal with it. You see how my squad react, we keep our hands warm with the damn Patriot Act. We burn pages, matter of fact we burn back. It was written as an outward attack. See, you can't fight a feeling, I feel terrified. There's a war against me, my friends, my fam, my problem, my life, my job, my rights, and like-minded folks are like they just don't mind it. So cool, right? They wag the dog, we cast the lipstick. What kind of city plumber thought that he can make his own lucky place fit? Well, they don't. I'm casting the drip. I'll practice holding my breath and sink with the shit. It goes hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Stand up so we know who's here, who wanna open the machine and bridge against the gears. Come on, hands up if you're broken, but find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Stand up so we know who's here, finish with mine. I used to be mad at the government, redirected some of my anger towards the mothership, trying to guess which shell live in hell sleeps under when the grand scheme plan keeps all these people wondering why we still running in place, frustrated. Pride is mistaken for hate, it's upgraded. I got a little breath left, less suffocated. Pointed the epiphanies and call them all drug related. The time I spent with my life on bent, trying to find the friends inside my head. Must have disengaged every phase and stage of my I'm coming of age. My unofficial auto bio will be accompanied with tips on how to smile, cause I found that when they don't see you frown, they never know that you're a threat and they don't sweat you when you come around. So who's gonna be my next door savior? Step up to your neighbor and do me a favor. Take off the mask, let it all collapse. Empty the pack and watch your wings grow back. They want us to fight, they just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. They want us to fight, they just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. Society becomes jealousy, intimacy becomes intensity. Say it with a smile like it's meant to be, and all of a sudden, boom, American family. And I can tell when you're mad at your past, because you tend to take them turns just a little too fast. I can tell how you push your foot on the gas, that you already knew that you was gonna finish last. Slow it down and take a little time to look up at them clouds with the fake silver lining. Up in a tree knowing damn well you'll never reach the top, but you don't stop, you keep climbing. Well, okay, it's settled. No more nights in this weed and thorn infested metal. From this day forth, only forward I pedal. Get the memo, I'm cutting the strings to pedal. Shuffle the cards and let's argue. Rooted in between the computer games and cartoons. Stop and watch us all get lost between God and a shot of scotch. Let's get fly. They want us to fight, we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. They want us to fight, we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. You're right. It's just one ant. Yeah, boy.
Puny. Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant. Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one? Are you kidding? How about this?
You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line.
Resist. Are you an actor or an activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk. Raise your fist. Unite people, army enlist. Rebel music transmit like this. Proving that the movement exists. Realize you're the catalyst. Refuse. FBI. All across the line. Suspected spies. Clientele. Tomahawks. Scorch the sky. White collar crime. Immortalize Yusef. Careful what you rep of the new left. Only a few left. Got the bureau doing Mueller two-step. Fire trap. Warrants for the wiretaps. Equal employer op. Higher apps. Read between the lines. Redefine. The list people army marching across a hard march. Dollar scams. Saudi royal fam. Oil contraband. Fun off the Taliban. Atomic blue. Balmy move. Christian and Islamic fuse. Attend more funerals than barbecues. Niggas die to fill them all the shoes. Know your God. The con is on if you're confused. Resist. Are you an actor or an activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk. Raise your fist. Unite people, army enlist. Rebel music transmit like this. Proving that the movement exists. Realize you're the catalyst. Refuse the hate that hate made. Push the fear past tear gas. Flashbang grenades. Demonstrate. Awareness generate protest and Disregard the pepper spray, don't stop. Overthrow the legislature. Till they pay us reparations every day. Filthy pigs, murderers, they hate made. Maybe you heard of us. Revenge for the engineered virus. Slit their eyelids, carve an image in their iris. So slaughter, bloodshed, brutalizing, the truth rises. The CIA trained the crash test pilots. So feel wise, don't believe, cause they don't want you to see through the real eyes. So realize, don't accept the realize. Move, refuse, resist. Are you an actor or activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk, raise your fist. Unite people, army enlist. Rebel music transmit like this, proving that the movement exists. Realize you're the catalyst. Refuse, resist. Are you an actor or activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk, raise your fist. Unite people, army enlist. Rebel music transmit like this, proving that the movement exists. Realize you're the catalyst. Refuse. Yes.
drinks and smoke a joint, Bubbles? Yes. A few drinks and smoke a joint, Bubbles? Yes.
I used to be mad
mad at the government. Redirected some of my anger towards the mothership. Trying to guess which shell live in hell sleeps under when the grand scheme plan keeps all these people wondering why we still running in place, frustrated. Pride is mistaken for hate, it's upgraded. I got a little breath left, less suffocated. Pointed the epiphanies and call them all drug related. The time I spent with my life on bent, trying to find the friends inside my head. Must have disengaged every phase and stage of my I'm coming of age. My unofficial auto-bio will be accompanied with tips on how to smile. Cause I found that when they don't see you frown, they never know that you're a threat and they don't sweat you when you come around. So who's gonna be my next door savior? Step up to your neighbor and do me a favor. Take off the mask, let it all collapse. Empty the pack and watch your wings grow back. They want us to fight, they just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. They want us to fight, they just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. Society becomes jealousy, intimacy becomes intensity. Say it with a smile like it's meant to be, and all of a sudden, boom, American family. And I can tell when you're mad at your past, because you tend to take them turns just a little too fast. I can tell how you push your foot on the gas, that you already knew that you was gonna finish last. Slow it down and take a little time to look up at them clouds with the fake silver lining. Up in a tree knowing damn well you'll never reach the top, but you don't stop, you keep climbing. Well, okay, it's settled. No more nights in this weed and thorn infested metal. From this day forth, only forward I pedal. Get the memo, I'm cutting the strings to pedal. Shuffle the cards and let's argue. Rooted in between the computer games and cartoons. Stop and watch us all get lost between God and a shot of scotch. Let's get fly. They want us to fight, they just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. They want us to fight, they just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine.
Because we have a Goonie who was child trafficked and she doesn't actually know for sure what her real birthday is.
He doesn't follow the mainstream research only. He digs very deep.
Yeah, that's important. It's all comes down to awareness, because
it's like a sort of pearlescent kind of.
That's really what I wanted to try to show you is that it's not like that when you get it in the light. Anyway, it's not doing justice.
Science, the mainstream has to adjust.
The awareness we have to.
gotta go, mate. No worries, no worries.
Yeah,
Bro. We've been going for 4 hours.
Sorry, but it's been a really good pleasure.
Wow. Yeah.
Who was it who was saying their TV got hit the other day, got struck by lightning?
The big speakers, and yeah, I messed my ears up. I feel like I could be connected to the science thing a little bit, but regardless, I'm over it.
My chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. When I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea.
Boom! Here we are. I've just realised that my
there and say, get your stretching in. Stretch. That way.
I haven't done any stretching.
That way.
I'm just.
Oh, that's broken. There's overstretching. Just put that back. This is the dog tail technique. Wag your tail. If you wag your tail right at the bottom, right where the tail would start.
Don't forget that we do all actually have the tail. The coccyx is the tailbone of the spine. So we do all have a tail. I broke my coccyx. It was extremely painful.
Coccyx.
Wouldn't it be weird if you could actually wag your coccyx? You can imagine wagging your coccyx. You can visualize that your coccyx is moving, and you can make it feel. But imagine if it is actually going like this. Little tail trying to have a little go. Go on, son.
You see those dogs with those really tiny little tails and those little nub, and it's just going like that.
Oh yeah. Or even, I mean, little Canito and Alfie, when their tails go, their whole body goes, man. They're just like, wow, yeah, man, this is great.
You can look at it too. They go. It's instant happiness. They like I was. It was like the space of the heart for them anyway. It's them in the heart. And I was having a conversation to myself. I was meditating about that space, that heart space coming from that. And out of the blue, my previous dog who passed away popped up out of the blue and said, it's easy for us. We just wag our tail. And you instantly know that as well when you have that relationship with it, and they see you and it's and if we copy that behavior,
do you know it's funny because
it literally relaxes and loosens your spine as well, which is spine alignment is also a connection to your heart. You know, that's
and there's a very real it's like a release of endorphin or something when you do it, like. And when I did that, and then I thought about it. I thought about times when I've been really excited to see somebody, or to see something like
it's also now we've also changed it, right? I've associated it with you with your pet and stuff as well. So that in itself is an anchor and a trigger every time, because that bond just gets stronger every time that happens. You know, if you've left him for a little bit and come back and he's like, woo. And it's that motion that's happened. So that triggering, and you trigger yourself into that emotional state. So that's what makes this sort of stuff stronger.
So even sitting here, just doing that, right? Sitting and doing that and getting into an excited state has an effect. Even though there's nothing here specifically to get excited to, you know, it's not because I've just seen, so you know, it's I've willed the state.
You're coming on video.
Create that state. You actually create that state. We've got. It looks like there's some sort of troll going.
Hey, I think we've got a troll in the chat. A troll in the chat. Admins. Thank you, admins, for getting that troll out of here. Put her on a 5-minute timeout.
The little one wants to come say hello. Hello. You know where they are?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, you might not want to get dressed back there with the door open.
Yeah, you might want to close the door before you put any clothes, take any clothes off, put any on or anything, you know.
She's brushing the
like
puke
that.
off of her teeth.
There you go.
We went to Rocktoberfest last night.
I wasn't. Can you please clarify I didn't overdrink?
She did not
Now the
overdrink.
truth comes out.
There was a dog. We were playing ball with the dog. Maybe she got something off the toy. I don't know. The world may never know. But she's better now.
Excellent.
We're doing some detoxing. We've been talking about detoxing this morning. We are actually on a detoxing path. I studied. Have you ever heard of polarity diet, Kallum?
Polarity diet in terms of electrical charge.
Yeah, the guy that developed it was like Dr. Randolph Stone, and it's basically a regimen of a diet where you alkalize your system through your food intake, and over a period of time, the acids are being, consumed by your body, trying to balance, and it's like absolutely no sugar, not even honey. A lot of probiotics are in there, steamed vegetables, brown rice, very, very simplistic diet. And it is amazing. It's like in a week of that diet, you go through some heavy cleansing and you go through a whole shift of brain activity.
Just remember though too that any sharp change in your so when we talk about diet and stuff, we're thinking regimes and that sort of thing. But any sharp change will initiate a clear.
Right.
Whether it's best for you to stay with that new diet is still in question.
Well,
right?
I think it's more meant
for
for
process to go through as well, whether it's best for you to stay on that diet as well, or it was initiated clean, which is great and I feel better. Right. But then these are questions that you have to ask yourself as you're going through this as well. Is this, as a long-term thing as well? Because when we think about diet, we're committing ourselves to these diets and stuff as well. And remember that a lot of things change. pH is just one aspect of what's going on here as well. And if you think about how your body works and stuff as well, it controls so many different pH zones and levels throughout the entire body. So it's something you can't really control. To a degree you can. Like rules of thumb, like it's normally like acid on the outside of the body, alkaline in the body sort of thing. That's a rule of thumb. But I wouldn't go to the extreme of recording everything and going it that way. I want to keep it as much natural as possible when it comes to the diet with what's around us and stuff as well. Because sometimes we go into diets and stuff like this, which we're sourcing shit from all over the place, and we're getting away from that natural view of these things as well, where we're coming from a natural perspective. So, this is the information. What's the root, the foundation of the information that I can use practically within my area and stuff as well? Because a lot of these things, a lot of the problems that people have are nutrient deficiencies and stuff as well. So you see through a lot of these diets, so long as they
that's largely because they're buying all of their produce from big chain supermarkets that irradiate their food and everything.
I could buy this alkaline product. You know what I mean? When it comes to that, it's the quality of the product. So I can so like when I'm talking about allergies and stuff like this as well, it's like Why did all of a sudden everyone have allergies with peanuts all of a sudden, right? Remember that? Remember what happened? It was
right here. For me, it's Occam's razor. For me, it's
right
Occam's
here, yeah.
razor. It's because what they're eating isn't quite the same as what it was before, and they have they have an intolerance to it. Like with gluten, it's because because gluten has changed because of the like wheat has actually changed.
So now let's compare apples with fucking apples.
Mm.
Right, because this apple and this apple are two different things. This one that I grew myself in the yard, boom, boom, boom. That one's amazing. This one causes me problems.
Yeah.
And especially
one's a crab apple.
Yeah, every time I eat this certain whatever, I have reactions. So therefore I don't eat apples. But have you tested that this naturally grown beautiful apple is probably what you actually need? Is it a signal and a sign for your body to actually find the right, like it's I can take, I can go with my shopping list and find all these alkaline things, and how are you going to know without, so when we do that, you're coming from a point of view which is all organic, locally sourced this, and then we've got buckets of alkalinity. So you can see the spectrum of alkalinity there too. And from a lot of the pictures you see too, the things to be avoided, people understand to a degree that these are the things to be avoided, right? They understand why. They just need someone else to tell them, some system to tell them. Whereas if we're listening to our own body and stuff as well, all that knowledge is within you as well. So I'm very vague when I come to food and stuff as well, because I don't really want to be recommending something, because everyone's different when it comes to the food, and everyone's at a different stage of nutrition.
And people's bodies react. Everybody's body is different. So I saw Squirrel Sniper said, he can eat whatever he wants. Never been fat in his life. I'm exactly the same. I could just eat. I could do that thing where you eat McDonald's all day, every day for a month. Some people would put on tons of fat, but I wouldn't. I might put weight on.
Your mental level will degrade over time. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, mate, no. I like to think
because
that
there's a difference with people also with the mental and the physical as well. They might not show so much in the physical, and it's suppressed. They'll show more in their psyche, where more of the problem will be expressed. The problem being toxins there, or basically poisons. So your body will process it, but in that way, forcing your body to process it means your psyche will change, right, to go through it. It's the same energy. It's just been
my body would never let me eat
with different balances depending on people. Like everyone's in a different balance. My body would
tell me very quickly. It would tell me very quickly to stop eating McDonald's. Like it did it, and I stopped eating McDonald's, man. I can't imagine eating at McDonald's for a month now.
Go get my dog.
But yeah, I'm just reading through the comments. How's everybody's week been? Hope you've all had a good week, man. And we're all in completely different places, physically.
Hey, just want to mention that this coming weekend we're going to have a. You want to say it, Richie?
Yeah, we're going to have Sarah's called it a tubathon, isn't she? So it's going to be a 24-hour streamathon, tubathon, contentathon.
And
where we will be presenting content and leaving you content, hopefully. But it's going to be a 24-hour stream as a fundraiser, basically launching the fundraiser for Magia, Sach'a, Wasi. Should we take a look at the...
We've started lining up guests, and it's it's going to be great. We're going to have guests on throughout, introducing other people's work and having some panel discussions and Q&As with people you'd like to talk to. Paul from What the Flock is coming. Art of Dino is coming. And more.
Hopefully, yeah, and we've sent out invitations to many more, so hopefully
we'll fill you in. Yes.
Here's the website that Kev's been updating. He's building this, which is brilliant, man. I'm so glad we've got somebody that can build websites and we don't have to wait.
Like I said, please look at this on your phones and let me know if it's coming out on different platforms. I don't have an iPhone right now to look at it. So if somebody could look at it on an iPhone that's in chat and let me know they can see it, it's formatting okay. I think it's fine on Android. I do need to probably change the text size, things like that, but we're still working on it. There's a short introduction to the property there now, and I'll put more photos.
There's a link. Oh no, that's the wrong link.
Yeah, beautiful.
Just put the link in the comments.
The view from the roof is spectacular.
So this is the property that we're going to be buying, and what comes with it, basically, what we're going to be utilizing to create this community. Be it, it's, you know, we're not looking to build a little town or anything, just a little small community that can work alongside the foundation that's already established there. Basically maintaining and hopefully expanding their local culture and customs and keeping traditions alive and all of that. But this is going to be our base when we first get there, for the first, and until we're able to grow. Once we've got people, we're going to start building on the 35 acres. Well, actually, we can't do anything on is it 6 acres? 6 acres is protected, and aren't we going to look to expand that protection a little bit as well?
Yeah, well, I just don't, I'm not sure what the situation is there, and we'll see when we get there what we can do as far as even possibly in the future finding more property that Quechua would like preserved.
Hopefully what we're going to do is we're going to come across all these old ruins and stuff of the old.
There are lots of ruins. There's massive ruins in Ecuador. They're just, like everywhere. They don't talk a lot about megaliths, so you have to get boots on the ground.
And the thing is, the local people have probably learned not to talk about it to people from the outside, because they know all the people from the outside are interested in is where's the bloody gold.
Right.
Where's the gold? Where are the diamonds? Where are the gems? Where's all the stuff that we can
it better
loot
be
and
next to a
pillage?
McDonald's.
Yeah, where's all the stuff we can loot and pillage from your mountains? Who is it? There is actually the Inca. Is it Solomon's Gold? The Inca Golden City, or whatever it's supposed to be, in Ecuador, isn't it? Buried in Ecuador. Is it Solomon's Gold? I'm asking you, Kev.
Oh, yeah, Solomon's Gold.
Yeah. They used to be my favorite. Do you remember the cartoon back in the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah.
And I think it was called Solomon's Hidden. But it was all about the Incas and Solomon's Gold and this hidden golden city.
A hidden city.
Yeah.
El Dorado. That's it.
And then they go and make a stupid bloody
El Dorado.
They make a bloody stupid situation drama called El Dorado on English TV. It was called El Dorado, this series that was on. I don't know how many seasons they did of it, but this series that used to be on like soap. It was a soap.
King Solomon's Mines. That's Africa.
King Solomon's Mines, that's it.
There was a really good old movie about that.
With Charlton Heston.
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
Old timey.
Do you know, I love the old films.
Me too.
Even, you know, when they're badly acted, when they're completely overacted and the scenery's terrible and, you know, you can see it's a movie. But it's like now I really appreciate that. I really appreciate the fact that you can see it's just theatre. It's just basically a theatre. They're putting on a theatre.
See, back in those days, it was about the actor playing a believable, lifelike role, and now it's about delivering the message.
It's like
and very quick.
I remember,
like, look at the scene. Like, look at a movie now, and just the time before they're cutting to another scene. So it's boom, 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 boom. It's epilepsy. But when all the movies, you know, the scenes are lasting for long times where you're getting into conversations and understanding and knowing people and their relationships. Like, it's the story that's the most important thing, right? So the story writing was much better too. It may have been acted shit, it may have had shit, but the story was so much better. You know. Now, like,
that was
they're basically
JP.
expressing the same story over and over again anyway, you know. They know the formula for that.
Right, gents. Be upstanding for the lady. Please, welcome. Embers. Hats off to the ladies, gentlemen. Oh, we've got Auto here as well. Just seen him in the chat.
I see autodidactics here too.
Yeah, that's what
Cam.
Auto.
Cam, yep.
Yeah.
I can't. I've barely had like one cup of coffee. And it's so like rainy here. It's rainy. It's raining. It's depressing.
And just remind everybody what part of the US in. Oh,
good morning.
Thank you for gracing us up with your present, Sarah. Looking bright and bushy-tailed. How you doing, mate?
You know, you throw up what doesn't serve you, and then you feel a little better. I think one of the sausages I ate was a little funky or something.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people say you are what you eat, but you actually are what you don't throw up.
And, you know,
Nice.
sausages.
That's scary.
Sausages are notorious. But I can always taste it when the sausage is gone.
That's what she said.
There's always a risk, right?
I've been hanging
There's
out
always
with
a risk with
having too much.
You have, and it's showing very much so.
Hey guys,
that was awesome though. Without missing a beat. That's what she said. I was like,
my happy beads.
Right? That's right.
I'm so glad you got to join us, Sarah. I just showed up. You know me. I'm so late.
Oh, you're good.
I don't have an excuse.
This is early for you, isn't it?
Lizzo, how you doing, man?
Well, yeah, kind of.
Hey, Cam. Hey, Vividness.
Well, it's later. It's later for It's not as early for Em as it is for you.
Yeah, it's 10:30 here.
It's like 3 hours.
So
yeah,
it's Monday here.
Early there. It's early.
It's Monday.
It's early where Sarah's at. Yeah.
You're all
I
still
get
on
up
Sunday.
at 4:45.
This is late for me at this
Do I
point.
look like
I'm
I
usually
woke
up
up
about 3 hours
4:45?
earlier.
I should put on a clean shirt.
What time is
I
it?
did
Well,
go.
I
I
take that
did go
back.
to bed a little late last night, so I'm sure that didn't help either.
I went to bed at 5:30. I was back up at 7:30.
Hey, Leafy. And hey, what's up? Okay, I'm sorry. I like barely said hi to my friends, and I'm sorry, chat.
so
You guys gotta wait
rude.
a second. Well, wait. I'll just say hi to Mighty Adam really quick because he's saying hi to you too. Okay. Anyway, I forgot what I was gonna say, but other than making inappropriate jokes. How are you guys? I heard the first part of the show went really well, and I'm bummed that I missed it. But I will be going back and watching it this afternoon. So
I'm glad you feel better.
thank you. Kallum, how did it go?
Well, I think
Good.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I was talking now. It's hard to tell when you're just talking. But it was interesting. I always think, if we're talking about interesting things, it's got to be good.
Yeah, exactly. You don't really have to. Yeah, that's what I figured. But I don't know. I guess that was a silly question to some extent. How you doing, Richie?
I'm good. I'm just sending a link to Cam, just in case he wants to join us.
Cam did say
all morning.
Cam
Ever
did
since
say
yesterday,
that. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Ever since yesterday, and I found out what we were doing next weekend. I've been
That's what I was just about to say.
So pumped.
Right? It's gonna be way fun. That's what I was gonna say is that Cam said that he'll be available next weekend too. So it's gonna be like the whole family, man. Kallum, you're gonna be around too?
Think so, yeah.
Did you hear 24-hour stream? Did we talk about it already?
Whoa. Sorry. I'll make sure I got the coffee beans.
Yeah. Okay, and I think timing wise it'll work out, but maybe if we need like an hour to play an hour of an old show, we'll do that. And then we'll also take a little nap if we need to, but
Nap. No napping.
Went 20 minutes.
There won't be no napping. There will be shifts of napping. There'll be somebody at the helm at all times.
I can't
exactly.
We will helm this ride.
Somebody's got to be in charge of the younger one. That'd be me.
Okay.
I'm just so introverted.
We'll make sure. And I'll make sure you have my number.
Especially if Sherry's going to be there. We could really
Sherry
call
will
them
be
ruckus.
Right, Sherry? Sherry will be there.
Pants optional.
So
I mean,
make sure
she will be in the raw, but she'll be there. This we know.
She's director. She's director of inspections for in the raw operations.
Cacao in the raw.
That's good stuff. I love. Oh my god, chocolate.
That was what. Wait, what?
Where will I be? No pants. No pants. We knew that. We knew that, Sherry.
Right.
When's the last time you wore pants? Just
Tuesday.
Good night, Cam.
like, pants. What are pants? What are pants?
Depends what
Director
country you're in, isn't it?
In the raw inspections.
Director of
Sherry.
monkey business. Is she General Cheeky? She's General Cheeky.
Pants are a bit.
See, I told you she was general. Sarah.
Yeah, you did.
She's
did.
generally
Kevin,
naked. She's general naked.
Kevin was like, you think, like, because we were trying, okay, we were gonna, no, maybe I'm not gonna say what we were gonna do specifically.
I love that shirt.
I still want that to be a surprise. Kevin's shirt, his mushroom shirt, isn't that great? And he actually, it was hilarious. We were in town the other day, and he immediately was like asked about it. Okay, so what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, Kevin was we were coming up with like titles, you know, and so we were kind of being goofy, and I was like, because Sherry came up with In the Raw Cacao, which we feel would be an awesome name to have for our cacao field that we're going to have as an extension to our property, because like, why not? It has all these healing benefits, right? So Sherry can get her chocolate, and and I'm excited about the raw cacao part. But anyway, so
right, is cacao, is growing cacao, does that plant produce cocoa leaves?
No, that's a different. That's cocoa.
That's a dark chocolate. It's a different.
That's coca.
Right. That's right. Because we have. I think we have to be careful. I don't want to grow a field or something.
Kallum, put it back up. Sorry.
Oh, Kallum, do you ever put that on your body? The cacao butter?
Yeah.
Cacao
in the raw.
Nice. Is that
cacao
made
butter in the raw?
Is that made in Australia? Oh, here.
There's some Wizard made cream.
Nice.
And it's made with
So you
cacao
make
butter as opposed to
you make it out of the butter. Yeah.
Because like it's really good for moisture. It keeps moisture in really well for long times. It produces a film when you got it on yourself. That keeps your moisture in, which is I'm in a desert, so you know.
You can use is it cocoa butter you can use as a toothpaste?
Oh. Probably.
You can, if you're oil pulling as well, there's heaps of oils you can try and use. That like hemp seed oil.
Yeah.
Going through the oral health and all of that, but there's coconut oil is usually what people use a lot, but MCT, heaps of oils. Oils.
But coconut oil is actually not. Coconut oil is not always the best for your skin because it doesn't allow your pores to breathe as well.
But also, like there's many options. Why use one?
I actually use it to make
there's maybe some oils that you'll use more of, but using it different oils. It's the quality that's the hard thing to find really good quality oils, unless you're making them yourself.
That's why I say be mindful of your source. Be mindful of the source where you're getting the oil from. Like how is that virgin olive oil?
That's my mix. So I do a blend of oils, and so I'll use that and make this from my normal.
But is that for your skin? Is that for your skin or for throwing up your bacon in the morning? What's that for?
That's for my skin or ingesting it as well.
So you could sprinkle that. Is it like? So it's like. Has it got an olive, some sort of olive base or something to it?
There's olive oil in it. It's pretty much a triple. There's castor oil, olive oil, hemp seed oil, neem oil, terpenes. I've added extra terpenes in there.
I was going to say, is there any pine?
Alpha pinene, beta pinene, terpenes. There's
really
MCT
quick,
oil in there as well.
Can I just ask about you putting neem oil? Is that what you said?
So the neem is a very small amount.
Okay.
In terms of, you're kind of using this as a carrier oil for the neem.
Okay.
And I always put lavender in there as well because neem doesn't smell that good. But if you mix some lavender with it, you have this beautiful musk smell that I love. But doing the one with cacao butter, that with cacao butter, you smell like chocolate. It's just amazing. Like,
be
and
careful.
I've never been this moist, in a desert.
Be careful what you say around.
Be careful with the bicarb in your teeth. Right? I don't think you need to use bicarbonate of soda every day when you clean your teeth. You use the bicarb more to get stains off if you've got stains on your teeth. But you shouldn't really use it. I was using bicarb every day. I was using bicarb every day, and I think I took the enamel.
We are going to make that RSO mouthwash.
Oh yeah, we're gonna try to have some.
Because
made.
I mean, to be totally honest, I've kind of stepped back from the
maybe
dentist.
we could make a batch on the
and
live.
I need to. I've noticed like some plaque that I want to get off, and I would like to make this more of my regular routine and my own maintenance. And it doesn't mean dentists are totally irrelevant. It's just that I do feel like
oils are amazing detoxers, right? So oil pulling is like, and it's not even for that long. I mean, you're just swishing. It's like an oil. It's a rinse anyway. But that's so as soon as the oral health, and he was talking about the RSO I just went, oh, well, you just do that with, an MCT oil, mix it with the RSO, and you've got yourself an oil pull. That's an amazing oil pull. But you'll get a massive benefits from oil pulling anyway, because there's a lot of things that are happening there. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say that's a good situation to use. MCT isn't that in coconut?
Medium chain triglycerides. So these are the smaller fats that will get further into your system because they're smaller.
So where do you get that from? I thought you did get that from
There's
coconut.
a lot of places. Sorry? MCT?
Sorry. I thought you did get it from coconut. Am I just totally off on that?
Yeah, no, it's derived from coconut. It comes from coconut.
Okay.
But if you just had coconut oil, you're not getting that much of it. So because this is
Yeah. Because this is like refined and concentrated. That makes sense to me. Okay, and so because that's not something
capric acid and lauric acid. From the
Kallum, can you do that daily?
Yeah. Well, I can tell you that I've done it for over 15 years daily and taken quite a bit of MCT oil. You can build it up.
And you can swallow it afterwards?
Yeah, I swallow it.
Yep.
If I'm oil pulling, I'll usually spit out oil pulling because I don't need to go, like I will drink, or I drink oil anyway, So I'm putting in enough, like it's detoxing at that level, and I'm just exiting the body. It doesn't have to go through my body to process and waste. It's just get it out. But like I use MCT a lot for tinctures and stuff because it helps whatever you've got get further. It's the fat, it's adding the fat with it to go into your system, so your body accepts it, so a lot of things will be more potent by using MCT usually for anything internal. So my oils that I have with terpenes, so I use MCT oil as my carrier oil for the terpenes that I have. And I usually have internal or external. So topical and internal. My internal carrier oil is MCT. And then my exterior, I'll use castor oil. It penetrates deeply into the cells, but it's carrying whatever you put with it as well with that. So they're the two sort of carrier oils that I use mostly, and that's in this as well, right?
And
but
just to clarify,
mostly castor oil. So there's more castor oil in here than there is MCT oil. But using internally as well.
Castor oil has so many benefits, just externally, like helping with detoxing. Correct?
Yeah. Well, it's a carbon chain, right? Like it's the carbon that's really, drawing. It's the charge that it has to draw what we want out of us, the waste products out of it. It's the perfect. It's like taking activated charcoal.
That is killing me.
Right, but it's a carbon chain, and it penetrates deeply, right? So it's getting into places to help because it's that oil exchange. It's the oil that's helping things move around. You're oiling yourself as well. I mean, that's moisture.
Yeah.
It's oil.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kallum, you too.
Well, and you
so
bring up
topically
a good point
skin
of dehydrating.
internally as well. So there was all these stories about castor oil. It was like given a bad image because it was used for torture and all of this stuff too, because it makes you run. It helps detox your system. So if you have too much of it, it can be a torture.
Well,
But
other
taking
things
a
can
few
just like help it all come out both ends, sometimes. So
I use castor oil
in
in the eyes. Castor oil drops all the time as well, and that's
Oh, and-
constantly detoxing the eye system. eye ducts. Like there's a lot of detoxing that happens there. And I've had conjunctivitis once or twice too. So for me, that's something that I do regularly to keep those detox pathways open.
Did someone just detox?
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me now, especially knowing what I've seen it used for, and it's something it seems like you should constantly have this. You could use it in everything. It's like you're showing, whether you're using it for a mixture, you're just going to use it as like a droppage system, or like you're going to create a pack for yourself. Especially females do this during their menstrual cycles when they have pain issues. You can kind of pull this pack, and it's very helpful because it helps pull all the toxins out. And I'll be right back. I'm getting pink. Hey Kevin, I think it's time for you know what?
Oh. I'm being called to breakfast. I'm gonna run and eat quick. I'll be back. It won't take long.
Enjoy.
I'll chew well.
Stay relaxed. Yes, mastication. High mastication.
Enjoy.
Okay, I already excused myself.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
You told me you wanted to.
No, I'm gonna. No, I said I excused myself from chat already.
Oh.
See you guys in a minute. Okay. I'm gonna.
A little bit goes a long way. Pushkin. A little bit of castor oil goes a long way.
Alex, I sent you an invite if you want to join us.
Oh, that was
for plaque.
Richie.
I was going to say for what I do for plaque, because I really have a thing about flossing. So I use peroxide, and I use 2 parts peroxide, 2 parts water, and I swish it. I do not swallow it, and I don't do it but like every other day before I brush my teeth.
Do you mean 1 part peroxide, 2 parts water?
Is that damaging? I'm just curious because my experience.
2 parts peroxide. Yes.
My experience with hydrogen peroxide is that in like wounds and stuff, it's like not necessarily the best thing because it can really irritate the skin and then it delays healing. So I'm just curious in the mouth because that's a totally different, like not totally.
Yeah, it's all different. Yeah.
I was using activated charcoal toothpaste as of like a few weeks ago with but then talking to Kallum, I found out I shouldn't be, and so I did remove that.
So there is an option there though. I mean, just regular charcoal. If it's just regular, not activated charcoal, then you can use.
I'm gonna go check. Let me get it.
Yeah. And I had activated charcoal specifically. I actually just switched to like
there's a few things there's a few things that are detox methods that you have to be aware of that you don't want to be taking the good shit out.
Damn it.
There's things that are very precise, and then there's things that are not so precise that will take everything.
Yeah.
You don't want to end up with a nutrient deficiency, especially when that could have been the problem to start with.
I just bought this damn tube, man.
Well, I know, especially now talking with you, that I like the reason I crave chips and like fried food is because of the oils. And dehydration, I think, is a really big thing. Something that I maybe wasn't putting also tuned to together until like actually this morning a little bit. Because I know that my brain is just better supported when I'm less dehydrated, and so would you mind closing the door?
Usually, it's quite
your
late
brain swells when you're dehydrated. Your brain swells, doesn't it?
And the other thing is that because of my way of consuming, I'm not going to say the word. I'm just going to. Anyway, I do think that that's connected. And then I was living in a high desert environment for quite a few years, and that was like big time noticeable. And I actually, had to be very particular about like making sure the minute I got up, and I haven't been in that good habit. It was like I built those good habits because of that. And that's something that's really helpful. I actually do feel like the little sip of water I took this morning, like, is what caused me to like, okay, something doesn't feel good in the stomach, and it was like, get it out. And then I just didn't feel great for a little bit, and I think I just needed to lay down for a minute. And that's
well, there you go too. I mean, something like that. You go, I know this is food related or whatnot. This is a food poisoning, to say. So then taking activated charcoal in a capsule, boom, boom, with a lot of water, because you know what's happening. Detoxing, you need to give your body the water it needs, or else it's going to take it from somewhere and dehydrate you. And it has to happen. Like, this it has to clear out, right?
Like you said, though, Sarah, the first bit of water was good. It activated and
that's true.
It created the path to remove what was still there and needed to be removed. But then you still need to continue consuming.
And that's
the water.
I think I need more oils in my system to help with keeping things moving. Like overall, I feel pretty good, but I know that I am lacking. I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about which ones I want to start with, and so this is great.
I mean, there's some. It's really difficult when it comes to oils, because most of the oils you see around you are rancid, horrible processed oils, which are doing more damage for you than what you want from it. So, be very selective about your oils. Find a good olive oil base.
It's like olive oil, like the lads are mentioning.
It's easier to find a better olive oil over most anything else, something that you can trust.
But it's only good if it's a really good extra virgin, isn't it? Really, it's only it's a good
no, just regular olive oil as well, without, if it's cold pressed, that's about
So like my goal when I look for oil is you want to try to find expeller press, so they're not chemically pulling out and or like excessive heat pulling out the oil.
Andreas oils, the ones he has are the best oils that I've seen.
Andreas?
Andreas, I think that's the name, Andreas oils.
Oh, okay, cool. I was going to do a little
method, and he goes through the method he sort of uses and came up with, and had to get patents and stuff to do it. But it's knock your socks off sort of oil.
Wait, don't put that up. What does that even mean?
It's in. I think it's in mine.
It's funny.
Here we go.
Look at that.
Alex. Good night, Cam.
Night, Cam.
Night.
Night, Cam.
Yeah.
Also, I have clove oil. Actually, I add. So I keep my clove oil separate, and so I'll just add it to that mix that I have. Every couple of days or something. I'm not going to use it every day, because you'll build up a tolerance sort of thing, and it won't do it won't work for you anymore. So clove oil, we need to be careful. Even when you use it as a pain relief, it'll get to a point where it won't work if you're using it all the time. It'll get to a point where it won't work. So you have to give your body a break from it, and then it working. Because clove oils, I think that's a collagen producer as well. It helps your skin or stimulates the skin to produce collagen in a way.
Yeah.
There's another oil in that mix I have that stimulates collagen as well in a different way. I think that's the name, actually.
And like, neem what about
neem is amazing. That's actually what turns neem is what turns that oil into a mozzie repellent as well, and a fly repellent.
Well, it
doesn't sort of keep the flies away, but it stops the flies from landing on you, and mozzies will not touch you.
Well, and it's used, and I wonder, you probably use that in your garden, because out here it's used.
So you make a spray.
Constant. And like
it'll burn. If you're too intense with it, you have to dilute it down a lot to use as a spray in the garden, and you'll just spray it, and it keeps pests away.
What else can you use? Is there any other oils like that you could use for the same purpose in a garden type situation?
White oil and stuff as well for certain things. What are those little bugs called? Those little white bugs, aphids or whatever.
Yeah,
aphids. Yeah, well, they're green, aren't they? Aphids.
Yeah, so you can use for that kind of stuff. There's a few things you can use. Peppermint oil.
Oh, and mint, because mint, like a lot of animals and bugs don't like mint plant as well. So, but
peppermint, and then you want to mix like you can mix it with aloe vera juice, and peppermint oil, and then you can also put a little neem in there as well.
My mom I feel like her backyard's getting kind of attacked.
Another good thing is garlic.
Hang on, keep it up there, Kallum. Keep it up there.
Like garlic.
Yeah, like if you scroll up, it says lemon, aloe vera, and tea tree. Yeah.
Awesome.
The Jamaican black castor man.
Smells so good.
That was that's got quite a story behind
I
it.
bet
how I
Kallum
found
smells like everything that I'm just like, I love. I bet Kallum smells like that.
it. At the moment, I smell
Do you
like
like patchouli? Do you like patchouli?
Peppermint.
chili.
I do. I wear it.
Patchouli. Patchouli. I love
like it when
patchouli. None of my friends like patchouli. I'm like, what is wrong with you?
If it's actually mixed with other senses, it can be amazing. And most people won't even recognize that it's patchouli.
Yep.
My sister-in-law makes her own candles, and I can't remember. I don't think it was black pepper, but she made a really good scent. And it's, I was like, oh, I kind of fell in love with patchouli again. I did, to be honest. My college years were around people who use that as their personal hygiene method. And there was a time where it was like, the smell kind of got this, like, for me, I'm not even joking, it did kind of get this, like, ooh, okay. So,
yeah,
it's all good, though.
A lot of people tell me. But if it's blended right.
Yeah. I do actually
That was personal choices. That was not patchouli.
Okay. Yeah, it wasn't patchouli. It ruined patchouli is what I'm getting at.
Don't blame the flower.
Don't blame the flower, man. Oh, yeah, argan oil. Mm-hmm.
What's up?
Yeah, that's another one in my mix.
Okay.
Cedar, I think it's cedarwood and patchouli.
So what about like wormwood? Because don't you use that in something, Kallum? And that to me always, I know you're like, it's supposed to be good for you, and
it's an anti-parasitic.
But it's like you need like the smallest amount, right? Are they using that with the parasitic cleanses right now? Is that?
It's usually stimulating the environment, changing that environment. So usually toxins will do that as well and change that environment. And then then the environment's it's not the right environment for that parasite or whatever. So it'll change up the system. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of these things like are stimulants. So look at them as stimulants. I usually do tea for that sort of thing.
Okay.
As well.
Any particular tea?
Wormwood. Talking about wormwood, I usually it's
just tea. Oh, I was saying, do you mix it with anything?
It's like something you want quick, and I wouldn't be mixing it with oil, but I mean you can, but it's something that's one-off sort of thing. You wouldn't be doing it all the time. Well, it has some blood effects though too, which are really good though too. It's like a stimulant for the blood. I should check that though, but that's coming back. And like for it's also got that absinthe sort of story about it as well. It's mixed with absinthe. Yeah,
that's right. Mm-hmm.
But it's probably wormwood in itself, so it's a smokable one.
I'm gonna double check. I might have some actually. I have quite
There's
a bit.
some growing right here in the garden here.
Okay, I will look for that, and me and Kevin are gonna take a quick break, but we will be back pretty quick. We're gonna do a little family thing. So. See you guys in a minute.
Family dinner. Hey, Alex.
So
I ain't trying to mess with people that early in the morning. Just y'all. Just so y'all know, all y'all. My kids don't even bother me this early in the morning. Because they know, for one, if it's Sunday, I'm busy with y'all. Watching y'all or whatever. And then David
I used to have a morning thing. Yeah. I used to have a morning thing and I would yell at everyone before a cup of coffee or whatever. But I've since taken control over that one. And I can wake up and be happy now. You know, because it's a stumbling block that we can do without. If we get ourselves angry in moments in the morning, it's easy to lose control. And then it's harder to come back throughout the day. You're always bringing yourself back down throughout the day. It's hard work.
I've always noticed it's been my observations. It's been my observation in every relationship that I've had that women are generally not morning people. Men are much more morning people than women. I love the morning. I might not want to get up, but once I'm out of bed, then ding, you know, my eyes might be blurry or whatever, but that's it. I'm getting up then. So
one of the questions that I always asked when I was running my boutique boarding house, my large boutique boarding house, was, are you a morning person? Because I was always up all hours. So, and I just like to know if people are morning people, and if they're not, then don't bother them. And it would make a much better day, and it would make a much better, evening.
yeah, you know who not to bother with in the morning.
Yeah, so
it always used to.
Morning person, and if they said no, I'd say okay, and then I wouldn't talk to them. They'd have to talk to me if they wanted a conversation in the morning. Work very well.
I like mornings, man.
I do too.
Yeah. I just don't like bothersome at any time.
I love my dog in the morning too.
Just because I like mornings doesn't mean that I'm together, or I might not be particularly communicative, I just want to be in silence. I just want to be in no. How's it going? Yeah, morning. Shh. Just let the day roll on, man.
Yeah, that's why I always ask.
And then there's me over there in this DMs like he's like,
good day, Caucasian Sasquatch. How you doing? Oh, we've got Keith.
Hello.
How you doing, Keith? Canaan leper is good too. What's Canaan leper? What is Canaan leper? Is that a herb or a?
Is that a herb
like a mushroom?
Fungus or?
Like a mushroom or something.
Come on, Kallum, you're supposed to know. You're supposed to be the expert on these.
On what?
I'll wait for an answer from Keith.
What's the question?
What's Canaan leper, Keith?
Canaan leper.
Canaan spelt in the old biblical way of Canaan, as in the biblical place Canaan. Double A. Leper. Doesn't sound like a very.
Or a shrub, like a weird plant, maybe. I've never heard of it. Never heard of it. Probably a shroom or some shit like that. I'm about to text my homeboy that does the shroom thing.
Pepper. Oh, cayenne pepper.
Oh,
it was a
cayenne pepper. Cayenne pepper.
Cayenne pepper. That's what you mean. Yeah. Cayenne pepper is actually I think that might be one of the peppers that we're going to be working with in our in Ecuador, because we're going to do wasabi, and there was another pepper. I can't remember what it's called. It's got a weird name, and we were going to mix that with wasabi. So it's going to be why wasabi?
Yeah.
I don't know, because it's easy to grow. I'm not entirely sure, but it does have health benefits, I think.
My dad
I don't know if
peppers
Kallum
like
confirm
religiously.
Or it might just be because
Hey,
Sarah and Kev love wasabi. It might just be because of that. I like wasabi. Yeah, in the right.
I think it's because they like.
It is a stimulating effect as well. It's the same as like chili as well, where it will stimulate you to a lot of the times detox, which most everyone needs. So, you know, the body goes sweet, you know.
Vividness. I think wasabi is the same family as horseradish.
but you know, that's a detox that's happening, triggered by the heat of the chilies.
I love
the
way
inmate at the boutique boarding house. He took a spoonful,
horseradish,
full teaspoonful of wasabi on my son's 13th birthday as a birthday memory for my son. And he didn't flinch. I was really impressed. We all watched it, you know, as he took this entire teaspoonful, and he didn't flinch. I mean, I like wasabi, but not that, you know, just a little.
It's not a physical. It's not like a hook that's digging in, which is chili. It's a different hit as well. So
I like the way it feels like it's cleaning your sinuses. It feels like your sinuses are being cleaned when your
eyeballs are
if
sweating.
you've got a bad cold, if you've got if you're really badly congested, spoonful of wasabi.
Yeah, I think it's from the radish. Vividness said it there. Wasabi is made from horseradish. I know horseradish is extremely well, you know,
isn't it? I thought wasabi is from the same family. I thought wasabi is a specific plant from the same family of. It's not quite the horseradish is maybe the same plant prepared in a different way. I don't know, but it's Hello, mate.
I ferment as one of my ferments with honey. I ferment horseradish with honey. Makes it into a very powerful healing ferment.
I bet. But it neutralizes stuff too, yeah.
It's a shame we can't clone Kallum and everyone have one to sit in the house and just do blends.
Well, maybe we could all chip in, right?
I'm always there.
We could buy a Tesla robot, and we could imprint Callum's consciousness into it somehow.
That's what I think. You know, the more I talk to you guys, the more I'm
order
kind
66.
of like thinking, I think Schwab's got a point, you know? I know he hasn't got a main point, and I don't like all of his points, but certain of his points, I'm like, I can go with that. Clones? If I can have a Kallum, I'll go clones. Absolutely. But Remy,
if you could have a Kallum clone.
One Kallum and one Rich.
I'm going to clone you all.
To go.
I
ordered ahead online, so let's make it snappy. Amazon.
See, but the thing is, because we're always changing, you'd only be able to clone us at a particular moment in time. Within a year, we would have upgraded, but the clone would still be stuck where it was.
You have to get the updates. You have to
get the updates. Yeah,
it's a membership. Yeah, you have to buy the updates.
That's
upgrades.
And also, if you wanted to get people to buy your update, you'd have to, you know, offer amazing USP, unique selling point, and that would be a way.
But they
to
are
know,
the unique selling point.
Well, exactly. But you know, that's what I'm saying. As a generality, you know, we're not really having that much trouble with that sort of thing here. But overall, you know, we're the lucky ones.
I think I'm getting the sun to come out. That's hard. It is.
I'm just going to go through the comments.
I was reading the chat. It's a riot. It's a riot.
Oh.
Back in the
It's a laugh riot.
No worries. I definitely don't like wasabi. I can still remember the taste. It was years ago, but you love chili sauce. Hot chili sauce.
Chili sauce, my friend.
Oh, chili sauce. I love me some chili sauce. I like sweet chili sauce, hot chili sauce, but I just don't like Indian spice. I don't like hot curries, Indian curries.
I can do Korean.
None of it is right. The smell doesn't smell right. Like
now the smell. Everything I put in the freezer comes out smelling like my ice cream smells like curry. Sometimes it's the weirdest thing.
So
Oh, you should put some bicarb in the fridge, then that will stop. It takes the smell away.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, just put a little jar, open jar, a little open ramekin of bicarb, just shove it in the back. That'll sort that out.
I'm gonna do that later.
Hey,
You know how
Edna.
weird it is? It's weird. When you're eating vanilla ice cream and you smells like curry.
Got it.
I can't remember the last time I ate vanilla ice cream, I'll be honest.
Y'all, don't mess with me. It's two things you don't mess with: my coffee and my ice cream. I'll lose my mind. Literally lose my mind. And yeah, don't tell me there's not an appropriate time. Ice cream is all the time. The ice cream time is all the time. Tell me there's a certain time of day I gotta wait to have ice cream.
Do you remember what we were saying earlier on in the stream about not being triggered, about being able to, for somebody to do something or say something and it not trigger you into a reaction?
Meltdown. Because I have a full meltdown over ice cream.
I love you, but
too.
you know.
I do. It's hard. Because I'll be in the middle of it and then I go, they got me.
It's just a being in the moment, but not observing the moment instead of being in the moment by observing it.
But not reacting to it. Not intervening with it.
Just,
or like, yeah.
Yeah. So somebody comes along.
If you're truly in the moment there, you can just stop that reaction in that moment because of the awareness that you have.
Yeah.
You have full control within awareness. So it's that moment of consciousness when you go, I'm angry, or I'm triggered. In that moment is when you can just release that trigger as well in the going through, because that's where you have the conscious awareness. That's where you have that choice. Yeah.
And that's the whole count to 10. That's
trick,
where
the key is to keep it in your conscious for long enough to make that choice sort of thing, what you need, how long you need to use that moment. So counting and all these things will allow that moment to happen. You do that a few times, but you can also trigger yourself, like I was saying, with those past triggers. You go, that triggered me yesterday. So you can bring that back up within yourself by tuning your mind to it, to that position. Putting yourself, using your imagination, put yourself in that, trigger yourself again, put yourself in that space. And then so you feel the triggers and then you can process it and get used to it in that moment. I feel this triggering me now. I know the start of this.
This is the trap that they utilize within therapy and stuff, where they get you to relive, rehash the moments, go through them again and again, but they don't tell you how to process that. They don't tell you how to transmute it, and
I can tell you a very easy method while we're here, while we're in it, and that's using EFT, TFT, thought field therapy, or emotional field therapy, because that's what you're doing, right? You're tuning it. By putting yourself into that position, you're tuning it into your mind now. I'm experiencing that emotion now. And then you can clear it straight away through physical pressure points, right? And so you're opening up pathways for it to clear itself, basically. And if you're open to the process too, you can allow it to be cleared it's the emotional side and all of that, which will come to you as a realization sort of thing, like, or a weight dropped off my shoulder or whatnot. That's processing it in the moment. That's one of the fastest ways to do it too. And this has that trust built up with it too, where a lot of people have used it, and you can see the results of this stuff very quickly, very easily. It's instant. You know, it's an instant use of acupressure in the moment, you know, and you can create that moment wherever. It's just tuning of the body. We're working on this right now, as opposed to reliving because that is another method as well, but usually a very painful method, and you don't really need to relive it to clear it and stuff. A lot of these things. Sometimes you can gain a lot of information from the reliving, which helps you, you know, stop these cycles and programs within the future. You know, and that's sort of an NLP method of doing it, is to relive through it. But a lot of times they're not. You're just reaffirming the trauma, which it is, which is what the essence of what that is a trauma, and you want to be releasing it. You know, unless you come to that point of realization or emergence where you understand, you realize the moment, and you can release it. It's a definite point of bang. You know, it's like, oh, I've held this in my shoulder, and now I found I just release that pressure, that tension. You relax the muscle, right? Which has opened a energy point, a blockage, opened an energy point. It's all the same language throughout the body and energy. It's all the same.
Have you ever heard of the Japanese? It's a very, very beautiful art form, and I think it's kutsu koroi, and it's where you take cracked things, then you mend them, and you put either silver or gold into them. I think it's an amazing metaphor. It's called kutsu koroi. It's Japanese art where you take a cracked ornament and you put gold or silver in it, and you make it even more beautiful. And
I like feeling cracked. Yeah.
Yeah, and kutsu koroi makes an absolute fortune in Japan because it's so unique and it's so original, because no crack is the same. Like, you know, most people are cracked, but no one's cracked exactly the same. So if we fill it with gold and silver, metaphorically, then we make ourselves even more beautiful. I'm a real proponent of KISS theory, which is keep it simple, sweetheart, or keep it simple, stupid, depending on the mood you're in. And there's, you know,
Occam's razor.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of long ways in order to get to a certain point, but I like to take the quick route. And for me, the quick route, and I'm not very good at it, so let's not, you know, get it twisted. But what I find more interesting for myself is when someone offends you, you have to see them as stealing, but you can also see it as they're pointing out, if you're triggered, that you have a weak link in your armor and you're only as strong as your weakest link. So you could actually say thank you to them because they pointed out where you have a very, very weak link in your armor and you need to kutsu koroi it, you know, fill it with gold or silver, mend it.
We discussed that before, didn't we?
Yeah. And it's very, you know, once you get that sort of, you know, thing in your mind of like, okay, so don't worry about it. If you don't get it right the first time, who cares? Yeah. It's like something to aim for. You know, don't expect to be there in the next 5 minutes or even in the next 5 weeks or in the next 5 years. You might be there in the next 5 days, you might not, and it doesn't really matter. The point is that you know where you're aiming for. And the more you know where you're aiming for, the more chance you have of hitting it. Because it's like a game of archery. If you're constantly pointing your arrow in the wrong directions, you're never going to hit the bullseye. And you won't hit the bullseye every time. You might not hit the bullseye for a long time. You might not hit it for a short time. It doesn't really matter. The point is that you're making your better aim. And, you know, it doesn't matter where you start, as long as you start. And the journey of that sort of thing, you start with the first step, right? So, you know, and I think that it's much easier for people to imagine where they want to be, so that you've got a better idea of where to get, how to get there, and how to get there. It makes it easier to get there.
I think this is probably a big problem for a lot of people, because they really don't know where they want to be, because if they like, because the options are
not spoken about.
It looks like
You want
it
to
looks like
reside in
the
the park, a place to visit, but it's not a place to park in, you know, and reside there. You know, have a look. You know, as we were saying, or you were saying yesterday, you know, about the whole thing of the past is a mystery, or is the history, the future is a mystery. Stay in the present because that's the gift, or stay in the moment because that's the gift. That's why we call it the present. It's a concrete panda type thing, but you see, that's only very, very it's the third off, and because people are so about being in the now, the now, the now, they don't really know what they're doing in the now. And they're there, but they don't really know what they're doing there. And the whole point of being in the now is so that you can make your future a gift that will keep on giving. And there's a way to do it, and there's a way not to do it. And it's like a Tesla experiment. There are so many ways not to do it. And people will find out, you know, people are finding out how not to do it. And for some, it'll be too late, you know, it's too late. I'm so sorry, but it's just too late.
I just want to point out to the chat room, guys. If you can see, look, Alex's mic is right next to her. It's that little white bit on the thing. No, it's further up. It's, yeah, right there. That's where Alex's mic is. So it is pretty close. I've got the volume turned up as much as I can. People are having a little bit of your volume is a bit low. No, don't click that. Don't click that. Don't click that. Don't touch it. That doesn't change the volume of your voice. It only changes the volume in your ear. So just make sure it's turned up in your ear. That's the volume for your ear on that one. But it's also the microphone as well. So when you click it, it's this really loud.
Oh, okay.
It's,
yeah, no, I won't click it again. I didn't know this. Learn something new every day.
I'm still learning about headphones.
Yeah, I'm still, learning remotely, very remotely about tech.
Good day to Mesamelt, a new new person in the chat. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Kallum. Oh, yeah. So, ladies and gents, 3 hours, right? We're just going to take another little break and see. Oh, Kev's here. I just see Kev's here. I didn't see that. Here he is.
Good breakfast.
Bring him into the
breakfast. Almost lunch.
There we go. So, yeah. So, good breakfast, dude.
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah, it was awesome. Homemade bread, some local honey, couple local eggs. Yum.
I'm not jealous.
Yum,
I'm
yum.
not totally green. This isn't totally green with envy. Man, I'd love somebody to cook me and make me a nice breakfast.
Me too.
Soon, Richie. Soon, get your butt off that island, and I'll make you breakfast in Ecuador.
I'm just gonna walk to the store and get cookies in a little while. Just gonna go get cookies. Why cookies?
Did you go last night when I was talking to you?
No, I didn't. I didn't get up. I didn't. I stayed up doing miscellaneous stuff around the house, like I do whenever I'm anxious. I clean a lot, like the stuff that you don't want to do that you put off, like cleaning out the fridge.
A lot of people
or like
do that. A lot of people do that. Clean when they're anxious, when they're feeling anxious. A lot of girls. I've known a lot of girls do that. It's
yeah.
I should do that, but I don't.
And now I've also developed
anyway.
this habit of washing the dog a lot. Like I give her a bath like once a week because I can't find anything else to do.
And now every time you clean, you get anxious.
So I give the dog a bath. It's part of the routine now. Like I clean the tub, give her a bath, clean the tub again, then I take a shower. Yeah. So much
So
stuff.
I'm gonna leave you guys chatting for a sec. I'm gonna go and make a coffee now that Kevin's back. And
Yeah, me too. Because I gotta go potty break.
So, how's everybody doing? Anybody else have breakfast?
No, I haven't
No.
eaten yet.
Yeah, I've been eating much better lately. Me and Sarah are sort of like, keeping track of each other and having good nourishment and drinking water. Dehydration is a thing. A lot of people don't notice, and I'm guilty too. Sometimes I don't realize that's my problem when I'm feeling off. But most of the time, it's pretty much what it is.
It can creep on, or it can hit you very fast. If it hits you very fast, you understand it's dehydration. It's usually a long time it's happened and it's creeped up.
Mm-hmm.
So in just knowing that too, it's a while to rehydrate, effectively.
Maybe that's why I'm doing the whole Little Mermaid thing at the moment, is because I allowed myself to get so dehydrated for so long.
Yeah, it affects your vision and your balance, and
Limbs.
you're not able to. You're not able to expect things out.
What was that
So-
woman's name? The American one who used to swim, Esther something or other. They always did films with too old.
I'm not sure.
Keith will know what I'm talking about. Esther Williams, I think her name was.
Yeah.
A synchronized swimmer. Hmm? I feel like I'm wearing her costume permanently. It's reducing. It was worse. It was much worse. But when you say about the rehydration, it makes me think maybe that's why I'm literally like feeling very, very scaly. And I've literally got no balance. It's better than it was. I actually went upstairs to my neighbours and went to her party, a Brazilian barbecue party. It was very nice.
Cool.
I was very pleased with myself. So,
Yeah, it's important to get outside.
yeah.
Especially when you don't feel right, get out and
Yeah,
get.
I think, a period of solitude and doing the hermit is definitely been very beneficial because, there's so many distractions, but when it's just you and there's distractions, but they're not the same as, the previous distractions, you really get to kind of get back to yourself and think, who am I? And then you realize you know who you are and that you just need to use this privilege, to recenter yourself for the next chapter.
Right. And getting out in nature is really important to me.
I think it was you that I was listening to, or somebody said, go and hug a tree. And I was talking to Em about this last night. And because I can't really go very far anywhere because my walking is not great, I thought, okay, fine, I'm going to go and hug, because somebody put 3 little pots of ivy, apparently, before I lived in this place. And now it's grown into a huge tree. And so I thought, I'll go and give it's not a big tree, it's whatever that, non-poison ivy. I'll go and give it a hug, but because it's so close to the wall, I couldn't get my hands around it. And then there's this like long tendril that just comes down from it. And I just thought, okay, fine, I can't hug the tree will have to hug me. So I wrapped it around myself and did a non-poison ivy for a bit. It was quite fun. I should probably do it again.
I just got a kitty hug.
Oh. Raining cats.
Yeah, like if you ever get outside near any larger trees, like I really love sitting down with my spine up against a tree and just just kind of like feeling that strength of that, large
Bare
trunk,
necessity.
grounded and reaching, and it's really, really awesome. It's like demagnetizing, because we get magnetized from all these electronic fields and things, our bodies picking it up. So trees are really good, I think, at absorbing and grounding static.
Yeah, it's like the tribe of Asher. The trees. Somebody was saying in the chat, I think it might have been Brian or it might have been Boy, I can't remember, but it was saying about tree kings and the tribe of trees.
Wow, I've been watching Dr. what's his name? Dr. Longo, the guy that does Florida History Channel. And he's got a really, really good one about big trees. And it goes into the banyan trees, which is a really interesting story. Really weird how the largest banyan tree was in India. And then I think it was in 1945, Thomas Edison planted a banyan tree at his house in Florida. And then that year they cut down the main stock of the large one in India. And then his just grew like super, super fast. And now it may be the largest one.
There's a saying in Torah that if you cut down a fruit tree, the moan will be heard by all trees throughout the world. So you should never ever cut a fruit tree down. And they have a high holy day called Tu B'Shvat, which is the trees. It's the day of trees. And you do like different like wine, like white wine, add a bit of red wine and
Yeah.
and prayers and everything. It's really nice actually, and there's like a feast. Most Jewish festivals, involve feasting. I think all festivals actually involve feasting, apart from some which involve fasting and starvation, which is good for you.
Anybody around, that's in chat, like really, really old trees? Like we actually could see some here. I think there's some in Oregon that are like over 1,000 years old, or maybe even older.
Trees always want to be trees.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how much you cut them down and everything, they'll find a way.
Yeah, and it's kind of ridiculous that people count their age in a way, right?
Yeah, well, the thing is, if they want to say that, Earth's been here for millions and millions and millions of years, where are the millions and millions of years old trees? What happened to them? Because if they get, as big as they say they get after being around for 100 years or 200 years, then imagine if they were around from the beginning. They must be enormous. And we have all these things that just look like they've been cut down. I don't know. I wasn't there, but I like to listen to all the stories and
yeah. When we were out in the forest here, and the oldest trees, like the stumps in the forest, actually looked like the trees had broken. They didn't even look like they were either burned down or broken down. We didn't even see stumps of trees that big which had been cut.
Somebody
Remember
put
that,
a link
Sarah?
in the Magic Tree House about trees. Who was that? About trees that had been on a particular island known as Bigfoot Island. Never heard of it, but you know, I don't know everything. And they say that there are these enormous, you can't get vehicles and everything on it because the ground is too, you just wouldn't be able to do it. So, but they have these trees, like massive trees that have been pulled up and put upside down in the ground. I find it fascinating.
Yeah, I do too. The amount of them, and like there's this whole story around the town that we live in, or that I'm in right now, where this town was built on this giant tree, and it all started from this like founding woman who founded the town, who connected with the Indian tribe here, and they, you know, had these ceremonies, and this tree was held in this like sacred honor, and they literally built the town around the tree. Well, then one day they came in with their bulldozers and made some roads. You know, what's the song? They paved paradise and put up a parking lot or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So
they go to the tree museum, they'll only charge you $25 just to see them.
And that's the thing. Now they got this like rotting stump that's like half of the size of what the tree used to be. And they're like, here, we honored it. Don't worry. Like, oh, thanks. I feel better.
Yeah, but trees always want to be trees, so they leave a rot. You know, that's the thing. It's like when you destroy it, how do you destroy something like that without leaving evidence? If you do the scorched earth policy, people are going to say, why is that earth so scorched? What happened? And if you leave it there as like a stump, people will say, that looks like a different kind of stump than you're telling me it is. You know, is that really a lava flow, or is that a tree stump? And, you know, trees always want to be trees. And if you look at all of them, they're all going back into being trees. And they'll always find a way. It will not be defeated. They don't have enough power to defeat it, just to make a mess.
Like they might just be dormant under the cement, and then what is going to happen is like the minute you stop tending to it, they show us this. They show us like the 25 years
will
after.
Not be perturbed. It just won't be.
It'll just come. It'll take over. Mm-hmm.
Whether it's through or over or under or around, it'll find a way. It'll always find a way.
That's what I was saying about us being electromagnetic.
Fake grass. Yeah, I have fake grass. I wouldn't use fake grass, you know, but whatever. And even though you've got this fake grass covering and it's all, you know, you've got a mat that's, you know, completely proof of it, you know, you can't get anything through it or anything. I've got real grass growing in the fake grass, and I think it's really amusing. Nature will always find a way. You know, you put your plastic crap, whatever, you know, it's all part of nature. You just reformed it in a different way. Go and get on with it then.
I think it might be a little bit more of a jolt, though, to in this situation with how much we've covered everything. That it might be now more of a jolt to let it pop back out, because it's like it's like volcanoes. You can only let it boil for so long.
They're saying 40% of, you know, they're calling it a planet. Yeah, so we'll say plan it. Yeah, just so that no one can be offended.
Yeah.
A plan it and the plan it. 40% of it has not been foot surveyed. Do you know what's going on there? You know, and that's 40% of it you know about. Never mind all the bits you don't know about. So, you know.
Yeah.
You know, they're just toddlers making a big bloody mess, and everyone's, you know, in a big panic and, oh no, the toddlers are at it again. You know, but good parents know it's like, oh, of course they are. They'll never be there, you know. And then when it's not them, it'll be their grandchildren or their grandchildren or the great grandchildren. You know, you'll be around. You'll have a period of peace, and you'll feel miserable and have empty nest syndrome, and then the whole process will start again. So, you know, it's not new.
Well, that's what they say. That's what we said. That's sort of like part of the philosophy. If we came from another planet, that we're here because. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought.
We're here because we got bored.
Yes. Yes. Sorry. Exactly. Yeah. That we were like, we had it so good that we had to like throw ourselves into this mess to remind ourselves and to.
People die of boredom.
And to like re-engage that creative part of you, right? Yeah, it's true. It is. This is the same thing with like ultimate loneliness.
But there's
I think it's
forces
a
for
fantastic
forces, and there's
idea as
forces
well.
for forces. So you just, you can't expect, to win your own race by trying to get everyone else to win in the race. It doesn't work like that. How would you know you're
Stop
winning
thinking
unless
it's a
you
race.
see how people were losing? And it is a race. It's a relay race. Round and round and round it goes. It just is what it is. Some people are so far ahead they just look like they're behind. Because they're so far ahead, and everyone's
But
saying,
that,
catch
I
up,
think
and
that's,
like,
I think that's how they. I think that's how they tricked us, though, is by turning it into a race, with this dog eat dog mentality, survival of the
always probably been
fittest,
there.
human race. But that's where the competitive nature begins, is right there, where it's like,
the
right, well,
competitive nature's always been there.
no,
That's
not
the
no,
condition of
no,
this being.
not the
It's like they
competitive,
want
not the
to. How would you
competitive
know
nature.
how good you are unless you could compare yourself to those who are better and those who are what?
What I mean
How would
is
you ever know?
combative. Making it combative. That's what I mean. Making it, I need that to survive.
That's good
instead of.
And what is combat? There's many different types of combat. There's physical combat, mental combat, emotional combat, spiritual combat. Take your pick. There's so many types. And we are combative. We're meant to be. The whole thing of the human experience.
I know
or
what I'm
life
trying to
is
say.
to be
I know what
ambivalent,
I'm trying to say.
which is to find your balanced
I think
area.
most people know what I'm
between-
trying to say.
I know,
What do you-
but it's a Taurus field, so it doesn't matter where you start. You're always going to come back to the same point, and then you're always going to go back to the next point. It just goes round and round and round. It's supposed to, so you can find your center point, and then you'll be Snow White, and then you'll drift, and that's okay. Why not? We're here for a good time.
Not a long time, because it feels like a long time.
No, it's going to be a long time. You're definitely here for a long time. It's just you're not going to be here in this, next meat suit for a long time. You're here for a good time, and to experience it, But there's no death. Energy can't die. It can transform, transcend, transmit, transmute. It can do all these trans things, but it can't die. You can't kill it. You can switch it off, but it's still there. Always.
I do feel like it does, though, feel like the type of setup we're in now can't last. We actually don't, even though, because it feels very rat race, it feels very gerbil in a wheel kind of situation. But I do think that it, even if we to go back, like I think that there's a point where we're going to go off track, like the concept of we are planets. And I'm sorry, I probably just triggered a ton of people, but if they say if you slightly change the orbit of one planet, right, it will just like offset everything. And so I do see that there's like a period. Well, I agree, and that's what I mean. Like I see, we've been in this for a very long time, and something, like I've heard this theory too, like something didn't go right, and we weren't supposed to keep having to, and it's this whole like we have to remember again all the time. We have to relive and remember what we've been through already to like before we die again, so we can like, so I think there's a little something else that maybe it's beyond what we could even imagine. So whether it's we do
you
pop
think
out of
that,
it, or
the synchronicities that people are experiencing, if you were really, really smart, and you knew you're really intelligent, but you knew you'd have to come here and forget, what would a really intelligent person do?
Make themselves go through it all again to remember.
No, they would leave clues.
Well, that's what I mean. So like my whole life to me, right, was like every incident I've had with other people and what I've gone through, I think helped awaken me to go, oh, in these past lives, I'm pretty sure I've experienced this or I've experienced that. Right. And so then,
Yeah. And you don't really need to know why, how, when.
yeah,
The thing. It's just the knowledge of, I've done this before and I'm back here again.
Yeah.
So I'll do it again. And
I
if I was
totally
really smart, I would have dropped myself clues. And if I pay attention to myself and not to the we's and, you know, because never mind about that, you know, let's get back to myself. Clear it, start with the nose on my face. Why? And then, you know, I mean, like watching Paul has been so amazing because it's like he's dropped so many clues. And we all, because we're magnetic and we're magic, we always find each other. So that is such a huge comfort that we will always come back together. And it doesn't matter how many times they blow us up or which continent and where they put us. Come hell or high water, we'll always come back together.
And that's what I was saying with my parents.
And that's why it's really important
We're not
to, in the now, to think, to plan what's next. Because yes, God laughs in the plans of mice and men, yeah, but laughter is the best medicine. And
So how do we get
sometimes, you know,
there?
you laugh because you find, you know, you're in tune with it and you're just like so happy. And sometimes you're laughing at it rather than with it, yeah. So let's say to ourselves, we need to have, you know, a plan so that God laughs with us, not at us. You know, you're coming up with your plan, you know, and you will see, is God going to laugh with you and be your best medicine? Or is God going to laugh at you as like, nice try, but no cigar? I don't know, you know, but that's what you get to do, you know, that's your free choice. You get to decide.
Yeah, but then you'll get thrown back. Maybe it won't be the same person's energy, you know, but you'll get, like, if you don't deal with it, you'll get thrown back, right? You have that choice to deal with it then, or most likely deal with it later. And it's the same thing with like your destiny. Like you can only avoid it to some extent, right? Like me.
Oh, I don't want to avoid mine. I'm heading straight for it. You know, that's what I'm heading for, is my destiny. So, you know, because I don't think it's anyone.
Yeah, and I didn't mean you. I meant, sorry, I meant like in general. Yeah, I meant like, I meant in
unless
general.
they do that to set an example of what failure looks like. And when you see it, instead of being like, oh, you know, you can say, wow, thank you for setting an example of what failure looks like. Namaste. It doesn't mean I'm going to do what you do, but I'm going to be grateful that you set the example. And if that's how you want to say it, is like they sacrifice their earthly incarnation just to be the example of what not to do. Thank you. That's very gracious, you know.
Yeah, one of the things I've learned too is those looking at people's quote unquote failures and looking at it as maybe like not a failing, because like, right, it might have been part of their path to be able to learn what they needed to learn. That's something I've had a hard time doing because I've been so quick to judge in the past, and in part of the program we've talked about that, Alex. And so yeah, it's just like, yeah. Look at that sweet kitty. Hi. She watches the TV, says, looks like you're looking. Cleo Pio.
I was Harry for a minute. I was like, where's, and then I realized it wasn't, but I don't have my glasses on.
That's my beautiful girl. Wait, put her one more time, because now we're up on, I want to see if she sees me.
Look who's there.
Cleo. Kitty, 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 kitty. She's not looking. She's like
looking back at the door. She hears you.
Hi. Yeah.
She's like turning around.
Hi, Cleepy. What a sweet little girl.
She lets me hold her like this. Look at that.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, this cat is. You could just, and then like you can put her in a little ball and like give her your arm, and she'll start licking your arm, and you can just carry her around like that. Like she just. Is that Ruby? Ruby.
Yeah.
Meow. Do you see the kitty, Rube? Ruby.
Meow. Meow.
Look at Cleo. She's like, what's going on?
Meow.
Meow.
Her tail's
Cleo.
going wild. Who's that? Kallum.
Hi.
See that Kallum?
Who's that? Is that Mom? Whoa.
She's totally watching you now.
Yeah, she's sort of thinking, what the hell is she doing?
She was looking at everyone there.
Yeah. I do play. Oh, I want my baby. I do play cat videos for her sometimes of mice and birds and stuff because to keep her active. She caught a bird not that long ago, like a couple weeks ago.
Not gonna stay.
Hold on, I gotta get her in the. All right, hold on. One more time. Let's try that. Okay, there we go.
She may be over it by now.
Yeah, because you were holding her for one. Yeah. Okay, bye. Love you. Oh, she just chased after Kevin. Sorry, what were you gonna say? What did you say,
charged
Kevin?
her up. You can charge cats up, and you got to earth them, and then you go again.
Okay.
R.I.P. Johnny Morris and also R.I.P. Robbie Coltrane. I heard Robbie Coltrane has passed.
Oh.
But Johnny Morris, that's a shame.
I just realized it was right here.
Is that some little parts? Little bits?
Sorry, 1 second. I heard you. I just have to.
Johnny Morris, that's very British, isn't it?
Johnny Morris was the typical, very British.
Yeah.
But
But Robbie
he wore a
Coltrane
flat
played
cap,
Hagrid.
didn't he? He wore a flat cap, and Robbie Coltrane was Hagrid, yeah. But before that, he was Taggart. No, not Taggart. Oh, God, what was that? We played the detective. What is that called?
It was a one-word name.
Yeah, it was like Taggart, but it wasn't Taggart.
Yeah.
Come on, chat
Very
room,
good.
help us out. What was the Johnny Morris died 20 years ago? Oh, right. Yeah, probably did.
Oh, in your own time,
Probably
some
did.
would agree.
So
So
go ahead. Sorry.
no, go on, carry on. I was just waffling.
No, I don't have anything good to contribute to that because I'm not as familiar. Name
So
sounds.
Robbie Coltrane did this. He did like a detective show where he played a detective, and he had a sidekick, and he was wasn't he like a psychologist or something? I think. And and then he became Hagrid in Harry Potter. And that's what
Wasn't he
everybody
playing a
knows him for
dwarf
now.
in the new Lord of the Rings thing?
Yeah, he did as well. He played Gimli.
Really?
Absolutely correct.
Amazing what they do with CGI.
I didn't watch any of that. Wait, the new Lord of the Rings or the show? The Power of the Rings?
No. It's not. No, not the Rings of Power. No. What a bunch of crap.
Okay. Oh, so like The Hobbit? Is that you mean the Hobbit series? Was he in that?
No. Gimli was in Lord of the Rings and
As
Two
Gimli.
Towers.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely know him then because
Hobbit is
that's
the
one of my
second
favorite characters.
one of
Yeah,
them.
the
Silver
Hobbit
Ring,
came
I think,
before,
but-
but they did.
The
I
Hobbit
meant
came
that they did the
before.
movie. They did the movies after, and they turned like a really short book into a 3-part series, which was really interesting because that book is such a.
The
quickie-
Hobbit wasn't a short book.
Yes,
The
it
Hobbit was
was. The Lord of the
huge.
Rings. No.
Joking. What
Compared to-
version of The Hobbit have you been reading?
Yeah.
No. Lord of the Rings was
Lord of the
huge.
Rings is like
Lord
this,
of the Rings.
you know.
Lord of the Rings was like, I remember it was.
Yeah,
That's
my
the
dad had a
best
copy.
in
It
you
was
know, it's
massive.
good
Yeah,
book.
I got it.
Maybe
Return
it
of
was
the King,
right.
The
Okay.
Two Towers. You know,
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
done in
I
so many
have
different ways.
I have it in separate series and I have it in one large book, and I did read
The
it.
Snormarillion.
Oh my god, I tried so hard to read that.
That's why they call it the Snormarillion. It's like
that's
when you can't get to
hysterical.
sleep.
It's so hard to read.
Yeah, when you can't get to sleep, read
The
some of
whole
that.
book is Thor, son of Thorin, and Ska, son of
Yeah.
Skyron, and like the whole, like seriously, like the whole.
It's
book.
like Old Testament.
And then you
bloody...
got, it's like, can you just give me a family tree? And I kept having, that was the thing. I kept trying to like look and like see where they were from and like try to figure it out. And I was like, oh, and I'm done. See, this is
Well,
my.
if you had the old Finnish mythology, that would be interesting. If you had the Finnish mythology that it was based on, and try to make the tracks, that would be cool.
And then The Hobbit, I guess
Finns
it
have got
was
really
a bigger
cool-
read. I think it was.
I read The Hobbit when I was a child, when my
Oh,
mother went away to Canada, and I had an aunt who was a speech therapist, and I would never let her get past Gollum because she did Gollum so well. She made all like guttural noises. So every time she opened the book to get to the next chapter, I was like, no, do Gollum again. So she had to read the same thing.
This
really
is 300.
enjoyed
This is 320 pages, so this is a decent. This is a decent. book.
They tried to
But
make
it's an easy read. It's an easy read.
They made a film out of Lord of the Rings in the 1980s. Do you remember? They did when they first did it, and they sort of did it with cartoons. They blended cartoon and a film into one, and the Wraith were quite scary in it, and I really enjoyed that one.
Wait, you're talking about wizards. That doesn't have anything to do with the Lord of the Rings. That's the wizard.
And everything to do with Kallum.
No, Wraith. I'm talking about the Wraith that come when he puts, or maybe
did
Wraith.
they use film in that one?
When he puts the ring on. When he puts the
that
ring
was
on,
the
it's
same
the
guy
demons that live in the other.
That makes him invisible, like Harry Potter with the Death Ray. You know, he puts on the cloak of invisibility.
Well, makes him
The same
invisible
story
to
told
the
different.
people in the mortal realm. Makes him invisible to people in the mortal realm, but makes him shine like a bright light to the beings that live in the, that operate in the other realm. Yeah, not Wraith. Wraith is from Harry Potter. It's but they're similar. They're similar sort of.
They're called the Wraith in Lord of the
beings.
Rings. They're called
Yeah,
Wraiths.
but I think they call them the Naga. They call them Nagas too.
They're the kings. They're the fallen kings too.
Yeah.
It's from Stargate.
What do they call them? There's like a whole thing on them in here. Hold on, I'll find out.
Do you know what I watched on YouTube yesterday? The entire film on YouTube.
Lord of the Rings? Oh, Dogma.
No, Dogma. I watched it last night.
With Jesus, with Buddy Jesus, isn't that movie?
With Buddy Jesus and with Alanis Morissette as God.
Yeah.
And with Chris Rock. And
I gotta watch
Chris
that.
Rock is the what's he called? The Apostle. The Apostle. I can't remember what his name is. Not Brian. Not Brian.
The film Dogma.
Yeah.
Dogma.
Oh yeah, with what was his Silent Bob?
And it's Silent Bob and thingy and and it's got what? Oh God, what's his name? Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. Matt Damon. It's quite interesting, right? That they made him such a character, but I wonder why I wonder why Trey and Matt Stone and Trey Parker decided to do what they did with Matt Damon, because he's always really articulate, and he played that really intelligent lad, didn't he? It's like in Dogma, he's really well spoken and articulate, and and he sounds really intelligent, but they portray him as an absolute meathead.
Have you
I
seen?
just wonder.
Have you seen? Most people don't. I feel like haven't seen this movie, but it's called "Thank You for Smoking." I know I've talked about it here. If you haven't seen it, you should see it because it's just a great. And it's all about like the alcohol, guns, and cigarette guy, like the head sales head. Not head sales. PR people. They get together and they eat these big bloody steaks and they get together and they talk about all the bullshit that they deal with. And so it's very like eye-opening. But in this movie is Brad Pitt, and he plays this like hyperactive fitness guy and just a total doof. And he ends up, I don't want to give too much away, but something happens to him because of his kind of, goofness and like how he gets involved in the whole thing. But his character is hilarious. Just like Totally not Brad Pitt. Totally. Oh, Burn After Reading.
Is that
Darn,
where something happens in a cupboard?
I messed it up. Yeah, that's right. Say that again, Kallum.
Is that where something happens in a cupboard?
Is that the one with?
It might be a
Oh, is
different
that what
movie.
it is? Is that I can't quite remember how he, but it's because he gets mixed up in like the.
I remember
crime.
that part of it.
And then it's like a Darwin Award type thing, you know, like Okay. Anyway, sorry because I messed that up, but that's Burn After Reading. I totally forgot. Have you guys seen that movie? I forget what the premise of that movie is right now too. Okay. Anyway, it was like not want to talk about films here. Okay, crickets. Kill the crickets.
Just not films that I know. Not films that I know.
You know what?
We could talk about.
We're probably not allowed to watch that. We could talk about what?
What's that?
I was going to say
June.
like a little scene from the movie June. June. Am I
June.
correct?
No, June. Dune from the books.
Oh, yeah.
Did you hear about the prostitute who woke up outside the synagogue? She woke up to find a heavy dew on her. Sorry, Dad's DNA has to come out. You spark it.
It's like the mom. It's like the dad jokes for moms because like I was talking about this the other day.
I know I know.
They
Really
would be called mum's jokes,
I'm
right?
ashamed.
But it's like you gotta say like the mom's dad's joke or something because it's like so you gotta come up with like another name because like mom's jokes
Dad's
usually
joke
would be like, but we because generally our jokes are gonna be witty, so like don't count on that all the time. So every once in a while we gotta have her. I'm just kidding.
Dad joke.
I don't know. I'm not
Right. Do you think that they got the Ryu's special move in Street Fighter? Do you think that they took that from Dune and from the word when he said and he breaks the he can break shit with it? Do you think that's where they got it from? Because that was Ryu's special move, wasn't it? Ryuken! And he just, that pulse laser, blue pulse. With
you couldn't not mimic that on a daily basis if you played that game. Like me and my brothers, messing around, and I'd just be like, Ryuken!
You need to work on it. It needs to be more confident from right deep in the diaphragm.
Yeah, that wasn't very.
Throat singing sort of style.
Yeah.
What was the?
Campbell had that amazing thing that he sometimes plays on his channel, which is the throat singing.
Yes.
I actually found he sent it to me, or somebody on his chat sent it to me. I can't remember, but I downloaded it and I occasionally listen to it.
We probably should all be practicing that. That's something I've like tried. I need.
Well, that's the whole point of Hebrew, because using the guttural sounds, the sound, it actually creates synapses in your brain. So throat singing is really, really good. Because
this is the other interesting connection, and they've talked about this with flow all the time, is that also strengthens your throat muscles, and there's very few things that can do that. And so if you think about that, now you're breathing different, you're breathing deeper, and so it's connecting that. So you sleep better, and when you sleep better, you create gray matter. So if you continue to have that
yodeling.
Yes,
that would be because the other one, throat singing, is very deep, but yodeling is quite high.
But it also
you'll be able to do the full, sound spectrum.
You still use the throat muscles in yodeling like you do with throat singing. And the good thing with the one thing with throat singing and didgeridoo is that you get a whole vibrational thing, is what I'm realizing now too with it. And that's the other real important thing. It's that whole thing, like we almost should be probably doing this like so many times a day. Like literally just
the shofar.
Well,
the trumpets that blew down the walls of Jericho. If you actually look in the whole historical narrative, there's all this blowing of horns, and then I remember in 2010s. Do you remember a British band called Rizzle Kit? And they did that song "Down with the Trumpets," and it was brilliant.
Rizzle Kit? No, but I love the name.
Yeah, it was fun. No, you
Down
should
with the
Google
trumpets.
it. Down with the Trumpets, Rizzle Kit. I heard
Yeah,
it
try
once
to find
when
it.
I was in Gap or something, and I just started dancing in Gap. My son was so ashamed of me, but it's just too bad.
They gotta get it. I embarrass everybody now. You got to get over it. And I used to get so weird about other people and like feeling like other people were embarrassing me. And once you let go of that, it's so peaceful, and it's so easy to see like the other person's trauma and why they're so triggered by you. And you're like, oh, okay, that's sweet. It's okay. Let me just.
Thank you.
I accidentally patted Kevin on the head when we first were like hanging out. What the fuck are you doing?
No, my son used to like it when I would argue with bus drivers and tell them when they were saying about they want to put their foot down. No, I'm putting my foot down. I'd be like, the only thing you want to put your foot down is on the pedal. Putting your foot down with me? Are you joking?
Yeah, that sounds like my mom.
£2. Like, oh, you'll get £2. Don't you worry about that. I'll give you more than £2. I'll give you a lot of pounds, and it'll be all over your head. Down with the trumpet.
I remember it now.
You might hear me make a record like Wilson, cause I love someone like Rachel Wilson. Yes. The winter will come, we just have parties inside, it's still fun.
This is fun.
Chase your boyfriend, let's have him. We're rowdy, girls make our judgment cloudy, but when the sun comes out, we're still alkies. We don't wanna be lousy or shameless, but we're running around like we're brainless. Now I got grass stains on my brand new white trainers.
I love Rizzle Kicks.
I know a few guys, haters, stirrers, competitors, neighbours, so laters, it's players, we've got our own.
Black men love white trainers.
They get hosed down and oh no. Get down with the trumpets.
Get down with the trumpets. Get down with the trumpets. Let's get down with the trumpets. Let's get down with the trumpets.
Get down with it, down with the. Get down with it, down with the. Get down with the trumpets.
When I get down, I get respect now. And when our tune drops, you know it makes your head bounce. Yeah, I move with the flow. And when I enter the room, it shows. I move sick, then chips. Moving, I move quick, at risk. Just be careful you don't lose your chick. That might just happen, so listen deep, stick with your madam, or she might just leave.
Get down with the trumpets. Get down with the trumpets. Get down with the trumpets. Get down with the trumpets.
You know that time at the dance and they're like, everybody stand up, put your hands up. Seriously, kick your body.
From the brass to the air, will it take to put your bras in the air? Pardon me there.
So we love a bit of Rizzle Kicks, man.
Sorry.
Yeah, they did a couple of really amazing songs. The Mama one is also very cool. I like that. And there's
No,
one
you're okay there.
Yeah, cut to the good bit.
The other door.
Cut to the good bit. Let's cut to the good bit. Oh,
sorry.
Love that. 3 songs, brilliant. 2 wise men with 3 brilliant songs.
That was very fun.
Hey, I'm over here.
Did the chat room like it? Let me just check.
Scale of 0 to 10.
Get down
I'm just
with
kidding.
the trauma
I don't want to
trumpets.
know. I don't want to know, but how good is my dancing? Don't tell me.
Those were my hands.
I think, right, I've
I got all
always
of
thought
it.
for a long time, you've got to come dance with me and all these dance competitions and stuff. They should do a chair dancing competition, like where you don't leave the seat of your chair. You just, it's chair dancing.
You have to get real creative.
Proper chair dancing. Imagine that you are paralyzed from the legs down.
You know I'm gonna win that contest.
And then that way, I think that way it's opening up diversity for the differently abled people, you know, that are paralyzed, they're paraplegic or something, and then they can actually get involved in dance competitions.
I guarantee it
Who would
exists.
judge it? Who would judge it?
Good at it.
I don't know, some really hot chick.
Well, I'm a multi-dance competition
For
winner.
Why would you
TV.
want that?
No.
Why would you want to have, you know, a really hot chick, you know, like all legging, lovely and fabulous, you know,
Yeah.
ramping out the place, you know, when you've got a whole load of disabled just sitting there in their wheelchairs going, can you just like stop now, please? We know you can walk. The whole point of the show is that we can't.
I think actually the best people to judge it would be because I'm sure that there's actually plenty of dance, you know, there's plenty
Eileen
of opportunity.
Phillips.
There's people that have been,
Gotta
you know,
have Eileen.
professionals. Who?
Eileen Phillips, Bonnie Lithgow, and one of the guys who did Strictly Come Dancing.
Not Bonnie Tyler.
Not the. No, I think no. She was
Bonnie,
a singer,
who's
guy.
Bonnie Lithgow?
Nigel Lithgow's ex-wife. She's very famous, Bonnie Lithgow, in the dance world.
In the dance world.
Yes, darling.
I've got no idea. I've got no idea about the dance world.
I have every idea. So Bonnie Lithgow, Eileen Phillips, and then one of the ones who was, one of them snuffed it, I heard. I don't know. But there's the other one. I think he's still, you know, ABC. So he could do it. He's, you know, he's getting on now. So he'll be have to just sit down. He's just strutting all over the place.
I'd say words that have to be judged. Because who I was saying, I'm watching. Well, I will watch without judgment. What about if you just have 8 contestants come in, but they're not contestants; they're taking part, but you have 8 people come in.
Want to watch that?
Just fucking throw themselves.
What they
about
want
a
to
bit,
see is
you know?
in the back room brawl. They want to see the disabled sitting there all like meat and everything, but then behind
It's
the
an
scenes,
interesting,
you know, they're
right? It's an
pissing each other's
interesting
tires
observation
and, you know,
of
scratching
people.
each other's eyes
It's
out.
an interesting observation of people is that you actually wouldn't be able to do that. Because even if you were to do that, people would be making bets in the audience. People would make their own competition out of it and say,
What
you
do you
know,
think?
they'd say,
Celebrity, get me out of here, or Big Brother, or any of those things. You know, if they would have everyone being so nice and so sweet and so lovely, no one would want to watch it. People would just be like, oh, boring. They want to see the savagery.
Right.
That's why, you know,
this
the
is what I'm
Romans had,
saying,
you know,
Alex.
This
is what I'm saying. I'm saying, isn't it interesting? Isn't it an interesting observation that people need that? I'm not disagreeing with
It's not
it.
whether they need it, it's whether they want it. Want and need are two different things. They might think they need it, but do they need it or do they want it?
See, the real dance competitions were the jitterbug dance competitions where people.
I swear, if I
the
said that the
one,
sky
you
was
start
blue,
dancing
you'd say it
and you
fucking
keep dancing, and then whoever is dancing the longest wins. That's the real dance.
Oh, they shoot horses,
yeah,
don't they? Did you see that film? That was with Jane Fonda. It was called they Shoot Horses, Don't They? And it was about one of those competitions where they dance, and you know, it's when they who lasts the longest.
Right, right.
It's called They Shoot Horses, Don't They? Amazing film.
Yeah. And they do shoot horses.
Yeah. And a lot of people, you know, who were in that competition, you know, felt the same as they were like,
they're like,
begging for the bullet. Please
she's
just come and
down,
give me
shoot
the
her.
bullet. You know.
We need more. There's this stuff that we used to
get
drink.
it out of your system. You know, it'll only last, you know, 24 hours, and then you'll be back to your regular self again. You know, having got it out of your system. You know, that combative, competitive spirit where you just want to take it to the limit, the absolute limit, and see how far you can push it until you collapse. Speaking of someone who's done that very thing, you know, pushed myself to the limit, ran on vapor, had no idea, and then, you know, collapsed and have been, you know, housebound, bedridden ever since. I won't be. It's an upgrade. I told myself it's an upgrade.
Yeah.
But, you know, but all upgrades, when you see them, you know, in the superhero movies, they tend to be painful. But you know, they can't do that for like a really long time, because then we'll sit there and watch it. They want it to be over and done with in literally less than 30 minutes. No, less
Yeah.
than 30 minutes. You know, they'll watch it for like 5 minutes and I'll be like, okay, enough. What next? You know. But in the real world, you know, in my world, upgrades take quite a considerable time, and you can't do it all on your own. You know, you need to have excellent advice of what to do and what not to do, and one size doesn't fit all.
It's my belief that at some point in our lives you will be possibly forced to be patient when you really don't want to be patient. And I had an injury with, sorry, go ahead.
There's a book called What Katie Did, and what Katie did was she went on a swing and she was told not to, and she broke her back and she had to lie in bed for a very long time. And the whole book is about her experience of meeting, you know, the friends of pain and the friends of patience and the friends that she met in the metaphor along the journey. And for me, that the fact that I got to read that when I was a child has really, really helped, because something I needed to learn was patience. I don't have any.
And I it's sort of like, so you're talking about kind of like, I was like the opposite, where I didn't speak up and I gave too much until it broke me, kind of a thing.
Yeah. No, I've done both.
Yeah. And then now and Kevin can contest to this. Now I'm on the other side where I find myself strong. I'm easygoing, but I'm a strong combat. I will hold my ground because I'm done giving in.
What is it? That's what you're becoming. You know, you're cracked, but you're filling your cracks with gold and with silver.
Yeah.
Some people can fill it with lead, and I don't advise it. But you know,
I've done some of that, you know, and now I'm cleaning some of that out.
Wash it off and start again. You know, that's the sugar bowl strategy theory.
And it's still work in progress, obviously, but
yeah,
it's just cool because of those different perspectives, you know. And I at a young age, not that it compares to anything, but I had I was like even my basketball coach would constantly tell me, you need to slow down, Sarah. You're making kind of clumsy moves because you're just like pushing, and you need to take a step back. And lo and behold, I had a major knee injury because of basketball, and then had to be on crutches for a year. And that was so hard for me because it wasn't that I couldn't put weight on it. I was told, because of the type of injury I had, to not put any weight on it, so it healed a certain way. And that was so hard for me to learn that lesson, you know. And I was really young too. But anyway.
Yeah, but that is like how, you know, you could be learning that lesson, you know, in 2 decades from now. But you didn't.
God, still learning. That was that was one.
You know, well done for learning it so young, because some people are still learning that lesson, you know, and they're decades older than us.
But I also, I appreciate you saying well done, but I don't see it. I see that as part of my personal path. Like I was supposed to go this way, and like me and you know this, because I'm supposed to have a totally different perspective, right, than you, and what you've been through and how you got to where you got. Like you and I are, you know, opposites of that kind of, right. But I'm used to that. I know my experience is been quite different, but it's so important for us to share, because it's the throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We all have a piece to that puzzle to input so that we can see the bigger picture. And it's not necessarily that there's an answer either. Yeah.
And you have to cut out a new path, and everyone's path is not the same.
Yeah.
Sometimes there'll be a path that converges with another person, and that becomes like, you know, the snake, you know, that goes around the thing, or DNA, you know, it goes like that.
Yeah.
And sometimes you've got to lose to someone and just think, if I'm meant to be with them, or whoever it is, I'm ready to catch them on another wave, and know that it's just going to be constantly like this. You know, that's what all the yoga movements are about. It's like they'll tell you in every single language possible. Can you see it? If you can't see it, it is the same in every single language. The same symbology, the same everything. There's not a one size fits all. That's why there's so many versions of the same thing, and every version has got a little bit of, you know, mark about it, and you just got to polish it and find what the truth is. And then you have, in every tiny fragment of the hologram, you still have the full picture, but you just have to be able to see it.
Beautifully said.
So, yeah. If you can see it, you can be it. If you can't see it, it's just like, we'll catch you on another wave.
Yep. Yep.
Do you see what I mean?
Mhm,
It's just like,
mhm.
that's what I do, you know, to keep it simple, sweetheart or stupid theory. It's just like, let's just make it really, really simple. And those that get it will just laugh their asses off. Those that don't will be like, what the fuck is
Simplify.
she on about?
Seriously.
And, you know, so what? You know, it's not their
It's
turn.
kind of with everything. It's that, like, I actually was going to get that. The one I do not have a tattoo, but the one tattoo I was going to get, I think my brother did get it now that I just said it, because me and him always used to talk about it. But simplify. Just.
I've got a good tattoo story. So me and my son's father, way back in the day, we're talking 2 decades ago, we're going to get a tattoo of each other's names on our arms, yeah? And he was like thrilled about it. He was like, it's great, it's both 4 letters. And I was like, no, honey, it's not. Yours is 4 letters on my arm, but mine is 9 letters because you're not putting Alex. You're going to put my whole name. And then he didn't, you know, want to do it. So we don't have it. And also my godfather always said to me, the only tattoo you need is the one between your legs. And, you know, I love looking at them. If people have got them, beautiful, fabulous, you are brave. I can't, you know, you could sit there with that. I watched a film called Tattoo where, you know, she's drugged and he paints her, you know, it's a Japanese thing. And it's like, it's weird, but it's kind of wild. And, you know, it's just a very strange film. Bruce Downing is in it. He's Laura Downing's father. Anyway, I don't have any tattoos. I got the one between my legs. That'll do.
Is that the movie? Was that like on the ritual like that they do in I guess it would be China, I think, right? And it's a very like ritualistic type way of tattooing. Did it or maybe it was something
It might have
different?
been China. I don't know. I thought it was Japan, but you know, I could be wrong. It's
Yeah.
in the other end, but it is a ritual thing where a man tattoos his woman, covers her, you know, apart from the face. Everything is covered. So he drugs her, and she wakes up. She's like a model, and she wakes up and she's like, you know, from her days, and she's like, you know, trying to like rub it off, and she realizes it's not coming off because it's permanent. And he's literally covered her in the most beautiful flowers. And it's, you know, it's like I watch it, you know, it's weird. It's kind of just
Yeah. There's something to that, probably.
stimulate
Yeah.
your base chakra, babe. Yeah. If you need a bit of stimulation, that'll do.
Yeah.
There's no full frontals or anything like that. No, it's not gynecological. It's just erotic.
Yeah.
I don't mind erotica, but pornography is like cheap thrills. And I find.
Well, I'm still figuring all that out myself because I have my reserves on it. Who I am, like,
it's beautiful.
oh yeah. Don't get me wrong on that.
And also, it takes you on a journey into yourself as to why am I turned on by this? Because if anybody tried to do anything that, you know, you could read in erotica to me, I'd kill them instantly. It's an instant death. But if you read in a book,
what sometimes to me is the disturbing thing is when you realize what you're attracted to is due to a trauma. That's when you start breaking that stuff down and you're like, oh.
Yeah, but that's
wait
part
a
of the
second.
Taurus field, isn't it? If the Taurus field is in everything and is everything, then everything is the Taurus field. It's just whereabouts in it are you?
Well, it's sort of like, why does sacred geometry turn us on? Think about it. It does. You don't like realize it, but it does.
Yourself. I don't know. It could have been, you know, did I get horny in a field?
When I see that shape, it's like, woo!
Coming back to the ice cream conversation, in the matter of sexual, I am incredibly vanilla. Very vanilla. There's no rocky road here, darling. It's very, very big.
I won't share my dirty details. Maybe another day. Hey, Kevin, real quick. If Susie, if you feel like popping on with us, just that's why I put this message up. Kevin, if you want to send her a link, feel free to. And if you don't want to do video, we understand. We just ask you to show your video so we can make sure you're not porn bot. I know you're not, but we can get messed with. And that has happened. If you guys have seen
Have you ever seen one?
Oh, you know what happened to poor alien scientist? Bernie was on here. He knows about it because we were talking about it. But he did this whole stream. He invites this person on, and I'm pretty sure he knew the person. Like, he recognized the name. So he just let them come on, right? They pop on the video, and it's porn. And it's like real, like, it's like a very grotesque scene in a sense. Like, it's just like, oh, what? And so it's like, it reminds me of what my friend used to do to us. But anyway. So,
wash it off and start again. and maybe move to a different town or even a different country. You know, so no one knows your name. Reinvent yourself. That would be my advice. But you know, that's to take it or leave it. Everyone's got their free choice. You know. But if I was asked and someone go, oh, I'd be like, wash it off, start again in a new town under a new name. Dye your hair.
That's funny. My Adam, I don't know your exact situation, but I will tell you that everything fights against us. So stage 3 is going to be stage 3 is really important, and so is like they're finding restorative REM, and obviously everybody's going to function a little different. But if you're having disrupted REM, you're probably remembering your dreams, and I'm going to say this again at the end of the day, unless it's specifically breathing and you need to work on the breathing aspect, it's most likely stress. And it's most likely something that you need to slowly either figure out if it's trauma related or if it's something that if you just start doing some daily routine ritual stuff that you might find it changes. But the other thing, guys, is keep yourselves active and get off the computer. If you're not doing that at least once a day, you're not doing yourself justice. If you aren't turning your router off at night, you might notice that your sleep schedule gets a little wonky. So just things to keep in mind that do really make a difference. But we can get into it's obviously always a lot more complicated than what I'm just saying here. But yeah, I probably need to do a whole episode on sleep and answering Q&A. But in the meantime, since we have Kallum on a special health show, and we were talking about oils too, which I just felt like we could kind of recap on that. And I know that Alex has experience with using some oils too, and she's kind of led me in some right directions and stuff. But like rose tip, that's really great for external. Is there any benefits to internal with that, and or like rose water, anything like that? Not necessarily.
Not sure.
Yeah, that's why Indian cooking has rose water in it, like gulab jule, whatever they call it. Gulab jule. They use rose water for cooking. If you make rose water
Turkish delight.
Exactly, or in rice pudding, you can add rose water and it makes it taste divine. And also, because if you're using like a rice milk or an oat milk or whatever, you know, you can use it to add flavor. And rosehip seed oil is also fine. You know, if you can eat it, then you can use it. That's my advice.
Yeah, I remember you said that.
You rub it on your body. You know, if you don't look at it and you don't know what these ingredients are, don't use it.
Yeah,
just don't use it.
That reminds me. I have a book I want to share because I started getting into oils and. I got several, so let me pull some out because then I can kind of reference that as we're doing this. Just give me 1 second. But go ahead and keep talking about that.
Me? If you can't eat it, don't use it. That's my advice. You know, you can go and look into everything and go down that rabbit hole and, you know, go and check out everything and what is it and is it on the MSDMS safety list and this, that. You know, you can literally. Or you can just cut to the good bit, as Reza Kits would, you know, suggest. And
I don't have it.
If you can't eat it, don't use it.
Yeah.
And if
I have
it
Papa
has
Vu.
any ingredients that start with E or start with, numbers or things, then know that it's not probably in your best interest. You're not the one who's the beneficiary of it. Always ask yourself, "Chi buono? Chi buono? Who benefits? Is it you or is it somebody else?" And if you're not the beneficiary, then why would you bother? I have to be always the beneficiary. That's an offer I can't refuse. Am I the beneficiary? Okay. And if I'm not the beneficiary and there's no benefit, then no thank you. And that's how I know what offers to take and what offers to refuse. And I might be wrong in some of those things, but that's my free choice. And I will accept the consequences.
Nice, Sherry. I like Sherry's comment. She said, I decided to tell my neighbors the road is no problem. I'm moving to Ecuador and will sell my house to the government to rent for refugees or a meth rehab clinic.
That is savage.
That way the neighbors can just like come on over. I don't know. There's probably some neighbors within smell distance that are probably doing a lot of perms or making meth. I don't know. It's funny how it's like nearly the same smell. I used to live in Vista, California, and at the time it was major meth operations. And I would walk everywhere because I didn't have a car, and you'd be walking down alleys and smells like somebody's getting a perm out in the shed every 10 feet. Nice.
Wow. This one, I believe, was highly rated. Yeah.
Get yourself a little distillation kit.
Yeah, my sister-in-law is getting one, so we actually are planning on starting to experiment with that because I told her I really wanted to have that down before I went to Ecuador so I could get my own.
Yeah.
Oh, Susie's here.
That sort of stuff. You only need like a little kit and something small.
Okay, I'm going to bring you
a little batch.
Yeah.
That's right.
I'm sorry. I'm going to bring in Susie Fairfield. So everybody, please give a big warm welcome.
Oh, cool.
Woo! Hi. Hello. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt, and we can get back into the oil stuff a little bit. But I know, I think I didn't see the whole story, but Sherry was talking about that you had an interesting story to share that I think were sharing with the chat.
Yeah, I've been listening and enjoying you guys for about a year, I think now, since Calistoga Refried turned me on to you guys.
Awesome.
In the Grateful Dead chat.
Yeah.
So he knows, like, I live in Port Charlotte, Florida, really close to where Hurricane Ian made landfall.
Yeah.
So we were dead bullseye for Category 4 hurricane again.
Yeah.
So he was like, "Oh my God, are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, we made it. We just got our power back."
Yeah. My sister-in-law has a lot of family in Florida, and they mostly just had to deal with the power thing, thankfully, and not too much flooding. But yeah, that one was pretty vicious the way it came in too. Usually there's a lot more time to prepare. And so, how long you been in Florida?
I've lived in this house 20 years? Yeah. 18 years? Yeah.
In Florida,
lived in Florida about 27 years.
Wow.
Well, half of my life.
Yeah.
I lived in Michigan when I moved here. I was like, screw it. Why wait till you're old?
Yeah. I'm from Wisconsin, I think, Susie. I moved out to Oregon like 15 years ago. So it's like, yeah, I think everybody, you like the there's amazing parts of the Midwest. There's a different mindset. So many years ago, it's changed a lot, and fluctuates. But yeah, it's funny. There's a lot of and I'm sure you experienced that, a lot of transplants, and not just snowbirds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we all are kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. The more you got, just the more you got to lose. Like literally,
Right.
literally, like all of everybody's fences are down and their windows are open and their garages are flown
Really
open and all their shit's on display.
Yeah.
Yeah, the landscape really took a beating.
Oh man.
They're gone. That's my major bummer. I have more relationship with plants than I do with people. Like I had to go visit certain ones to be like, how are you? Did you make it? This tree and that one. Some did, some didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was there much flooding? Was there much flooding in your area?
Not me, but in Fort Myers and Naples, Punta Gorda, like further south from me. Pine Island, all the islands, of course, like were cut off. I think one of them is now like 5 small islands instead of one big island.
Wow.
Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just down. Just down. It started at around noon. Earlier in the day, it seemed like it took forever. It just for hours, just beating us down, and then just before sunset, got the other side. The eye went over, and that was just like, oh my gosh. That was like, then that was like kicking our ass. Like before, that was just playing, because that part was just like, what? Like, if a full-on hose, fire hose, full blast, just pulverizing, like the whole house shook. And I was just happy the house held together. You couldn't see anything. Visibility was down to 0. I put some videos on my YouTube channel. It's called Susie Fairfield, just like my name.
Yeah.
I haven't even watched them. So we're all still in shock. Most people haven't even seen beyond their own neighborhood, pretty much, the damage, because it's like, I can't even deal right now.
Up in the north of Northport, there's entire mobile homes of grandmas with all metal, and they're just jagged junk piles of stuff and metal that people have been trying to remove, getting grandmas out with their car parks blocking the doorways of mobile homes.
Wow.
So
yeah,
we're feeling pretty blessed. All we had was like, we have to get a new roof, of course, and but our house held it together, like the doors and windows all held. So we're feeling pretty grateful.
Yeah, maybe it's time to build a hempcrete storm house.
Hempcrete, yeah, that concrete made out of hemp.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd just be happy to put another roof on it and pay off that at this point. Do they make hempcrete roofs?
They actually make hemp panels that are like drywall, except they're totally waterproof. Jack Harrow was saying that's what they should do, like all in like Louisiana, all the coastal states, because then after the hurricanes came in, they just dry them out. And it doesn't damage them. When they get wet and dry out, they're exactly the same as they were.
Definitely something to check out. Definitely gonna check into it.
A little hemp shed.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, a hemp shed.
Yeah.
Hemp shed to do some, safety meetings.
Yeah, man.
You never know.
It sounds like it'd keep you cooler too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sitting here with my husband, Mr. Cotton, and my kid, Jimmy Jack.
Hey, Mr. Cotton. Hey, Jimmy Jack.
Mr. Cotton and Jimmy Jack.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for watching, guys.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Grateful.
Very grateful.
Yeah, very grateful. I don't know how we ended up here, but we were like about maybe 3-4 blocks from the beach.
We're exactly one
harbor, and there's like all these richites around us, but we got our house for like $90,000. Our landlord finally gave up after we never missed rent for 17 years. Right before he died, he's like, here's the deed.
Oh,
like, thank God.
Oh,
Straight
that's
up.
wonderful. That is so cool. That needs to happen more. So that kind of happened with my brother and sister-in-law too, because they had put in this work already into this house. And the lady's like, yeah, I gotta leave. I gotta go buy it. You know, I gotta go to the coast for family stuff or whatever. And ended up saying, okay, I'm going to sell you this house for dirt cheap, you know, based on all this like effort and love you've already put into it. And it fits them. So it's just so cool. It's it's like a 1900s little bungalow, and you know, it's right. It's a sweet little house. So
well, people don't realize, just aim up that long shot, really show people you make an effort, and you'd be amazed.
Yeah, our mortgage was exactly the same that our rent was.
Yeah, so
we're
very blessed, very grateful there.
But no banks involved.
No middle people, just straight up between us and them.
Right.
Yeah, it's sweet. You can try to do it. And nobody's done anything on the house, so nobody.
And, we'll be able to update more on our situation, but there's Richie. But
double I.
We're hoping for something that will be helpful.
That Guatemala looks perfect.
Ecuador.
That's it. Ecuador. My friends always said, like, for years back from the 80s, like, that were awoke back then, way woke, you know? My dad they always said to go near the equator. That's the safest place to be, is on the equator.
And you'd think that where we're going in the middle of like 4 volcanoes would be the problem. But honestly, the more and more I look at the area and think about it, it makes sense that it's set up like that for proper ventilation. And and all the things we're gonna connect with suspicious observers and get his input on it as well, and hopefully line up an interview. If not, be amazing if he jumped on our 24-hour stream. But so we just want to like go into this with a very level head as well. Like, okay, well, if something did happen, where would we go? And we've already kind of planned this out. So it's sort of an open at this sense that we don't take this leap, and it sort of feels like we have to. And this is for all of us, whether you guys are coming or whether you're starting your own. And I know some of you already have, like Alex has already been an example of her own system, but like, it's just to empower us, right? To take those steps. And
anytime you go through something that's very almost apocalyptic, like what we are going through, you find out who your chain is, you find out your pods, you know, and there's all different degrees and all different levels of it. Different people, from physically there on up to, just manifesting stuff for you and sending good vibes.
Yeah. And I think it's also aligning us with the right people, like that, we all help each other out in that way. That's with us having those niches again too. Like, it's not always like right that someone can physically do it. Oh, look at Alfie run. Sorry, got distracted, but is he a happy boy? Have you guys seen Alfie since his haircut? Mr. Alfie looks a lot different. Not that we'll go back. I don't mean to change the subject so quick. Just you gotta check out
Alfie, what's it all about?
Oh, hey, Canito.
Furry family too. Yeah. That's one thing.
That dog's body weight is like 20% penis.
They're like, they will fight for their furry family before they will people in Florida. They just love their furry family.
Oh,
you can bring your dog stores down here. You can bring your dogs in restaurants. It's all cool.
Oh, that's sweet. Okay, because like here, they have a lot of dog-friendly places, and people kind of can bring them in open spaces, but you can't like inside. And that was my thing. Like Kevin had to constantly like go into places, and I had to stay back with the dog. But
oh no, our grocery stores, everything. You can bring your dogs in with you, and nobody will say anything.
That's cool. That's cool.
All right, well, I'm gonna hang up now.
Okay, Susie, it's really great to see you.
Great to meet you.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, it's crazy and it was scary, but you can do it. You can survive it. I'm proof.
Yep.
Only 7 people were killed in my county.
Oh wow.
But
That's
it was really scary. You
I
guys
just
are great. I'm going to continue to listen to you guys all the time. I'm glad
right.
you guys are out there. You're so smart.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so
And
much.
Susie, I see you making a trip to Ecuador too. So
Right
we'll see you
on.
there. We'll see you there.
I always say yes. Nothing's out of the picture, you know?
All right.
All right. Take care.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. And I'll
Yeah,
just show a little more of her video here so you guys can look at this.
Crazy.
This one is
And
titled
as far as I know, Susie, a hurricane has never made it to Otavalo yet.
The thing too is you're off the coast enough up in the mountains that it would break up real fast as soon as you start hitting the mountain range.
It can't get over
That's
the
what
edge.
happens in Oregon. So Oregon coast actually does get hurricanes, and I have been through one where we had 150-mile gusts. And it sounds like, and I wonder if she experienced this too, but it sounds like a train coming. You can hear it way in the distance, and then just like rev up and then hit your door. It's pretty. It feels apocalyptic even when it wasn't like this. You know, this is scary, but it was like you knew it was coming, and you know the trees there are all low lying because they're built to withstand that.
Right.
And they're all windswept. If you actually look at the Oregon coast, they're like this up the cliff. So anyway, but this is crazy when you go through huge. And even when I went through that, it was
just like holding the window so it won't collapse.
Is it Boeing? Oh my god!
Put some tape
That's
on
intense. That's intense.
But they're not intense. They're in a house.
That's very funny.
Sorry, Wayne joke.
What do you do? Are you wearing your dad's teeth today?
Yeah, intense would be really intense, wouldn't it?
But don't run past tense. Okay, just you might hurt yourself. So
Don't run past tense.
Right.
Oh wow! Look at that! Look at that! That is just insane. And it does it. You know, well, okay. I have an interesting theory on the hurricane thing, and my ex actually had a lot to do with coming up with this, and it kind of makes sense to me. And maybe we have talked about, but when they do these mass burns, oh my God, look at Canito. Okay, you have to show this really quick. We'll go back. Baby Canito. I think he's my dog's twin. Is what I've decided. Oh my God, what a baby. What was I going to say? I forgot now. Canito distracted me big time.
The mini Rottweiler.
She goes, Susie said the glass was crinkling. Wow.
Was it actually glass?
Yeah.
Window glass. Yeah.
Holy cats.
And probably holding it probably did save it from popping in on like that. I'll play another one too.
There was a tornado in the area that I lived in. In Kensal Rise. It was made the news and everything. This tornado sort of ripped through. My son was having an asthma attack, so we were safely at the hospital. I think he saved our lives. But they say that asthmatics get an attack when there's something in the weather.
Yeah, because the barometric pressure.
Yeah. So he saved our life because on that very particular day, I would have actually been in the car with my dad and with my son and my nephew, and we would have been chased by it had we just been having an ordinary Thursday. But we weren't. So I got a call from my son's stepmother saying, "Oh my God, are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, Tiger's a bit wheezy." And she was like, no, there's a tornado in where you live. And I was like, what are you talking about? And she's like, put on the news now. And I did. And I saw my landlord and my friend who were both talking about it, and other people's houses, they had their roofs ripped off. But apparently that has happened 50 years previously to when it happened. And that would have been in 2009, 2008, something like that.
Wow.
And 50 years before that, it also happened. You know, it's like, a 50-year tornado alley.
Yeah. I lived in an area like that too. Wisconsin's known for having tornadoes, but where we lived, because of the way the land. I know, yeah, and the same thing with Oregon is Oregon's not known, but every once in a while they'll get a random tornado in certain areas.
Yeah. It was just really fascinating because no one seemed to know that this had happened 50 years before.
Really? Yeah. It's like they forgot, and yeah.
That's the thing, and it's like every 50 years, people, it's like, and also because people don't want to listen to their elders, they're just saying, "Oh, shut up," and just shut up, and and this is a problem because even though they do talk, a lot of tittle tattle and this and that, and it's like, oh God, there are some gems of wisdom in there, some rubies, some diamonds and pearls. You just have to dig for it.
Yeah.
You got to dig for it.
Yeah, we do need to be way more respectful of listening to our elders and helping.
But that's why it's
and helping. And
an old person living with you.
Totally,
because
and I was going to say because
all the generations,
and it's also like helping them reconnect because some of them I think have lost touch too. And this is like this happened. This is kind of the discussion totally that I had with my good friend who's Native American, and I've talked to her about it before, but she is, and I think might still be. She's gotten into a different religious realm, and she's lost a little touch with some of her roots in the sense that we would talk about certain things, and I'd be like, yeah, because I'm really into that. I'd research a little bit, and I'd ask her questions about it, and she'd go, no, I don't know about that, and I don't, so. To me, I feel like I was put in her life. There's a lot of reasons she was put in my life. Who she is, her strength, her perseverance, her wit, everything. But I definitely think I was placed in her path to help reopen that. Hey, this is super important. We can't let this disappear. And you carry
it's like
some of this,
field, isn't it? Where you're able to be grateful that because the example that she's setting, the fact that you can see it means that you have it as well. That's why they say list 3 things that you love about yourself and 3 things that you hate, or 3 things that you love about people's qualities and 3 things that you hate about other people's qualities. And the same qualities apply to you. That which you love, you really are, and that which you hate, you really are. But it's up to you to get it and kind of think, I could work with it. And sometimes you can be so loving, but it can be to your detriment. And sometimes you can be so fussy that people will actually be like, no, you've actually got a lot of discernment because you're that fussy.
Yeah.
So you can twist it any way you want. It's up to you how you spin it. Don't take the insult, just take it as an information field of like, oh, it's that. Okay, fine. Now I can just twist that just a little bit this way or just a little bit that way, and I might actually just be able to just blow the bloody doors off, the doors of perception, because you only got to blow the bloody doors off, and a lot of people, they're trying to put, like entice you to put gunpowder, treason and plot and everything there, and there is that as well. But mind your business. Who are you?
Because again, like we've talked about too, that sometimes you're not supposed to change. It's like detoxing. You're not supposed to stop it from happening. So I think that works with people too.
Yeah.
I really like what she said too about Susie talking about these vortexes and like the spirits, because I have sensed that too. And I know, that's something that would be fascinating to look further into or try to like measure. Like, what are the frequencies and how are they changing during this time? Is it actually opening up portals if that's possible? That my mind just kind of went there randomly.
But is it opening up portals in you?
Or for sure, right?
So,
if this is your
realm,
to
look at what's going on around you, but what's going on with you as well, because we're so distracted, by what's going on around us that we forget about what's going on with me. What about the vortexes that are swirling in me? What, whether it's diet, whatever type, food, what you take in the media, what you take in your social life from your parents, what about your own vortexes? How many portals can you open within yourself?
Yeah. Yeah, and so
because
is
people are looking for this portal and that portal and this place and this place, and that's fine. Go look for it, but also know, as without, so within, as above, so below, as before, so now. So if you have portals and vortexes within you, which we all do, and ambivalence is, one of the biggest ones, because people always think I have to pick this side or that side. You don't. You've got to find your meet in the middle point where you can see both points of view. Because real intelligence is being able to see it from every single point of view. And then wisdom, you will spiral up in your own personal spirolution vortex, and open the portals of greater knowledge, of being able to see, oh, wow, it's that. Okay. I'm going to play. Now I know how the game works. I'm in. I'll play. Because you came in.
Well, what is a storm, too?
Yeah.
It's cleansing.
Yeah. And the eye of the storm is the safest place to be.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they tell you the truth all over the place.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
And, they'll let you know, but can you see it? It's not that it's hidden.
When it's stretched.
It's not. It is hidden in the wide open. Can you see it? If you can't see it and you can't get above the circus tent and see who's, zooming who, then it's like, keep going then. Round and round and round you go. Where you get off, who knows? Is it any of my business? No. Everyone's on their own personal odyssey and their own personal journey. Myself included,
Yeah.
And it's just fascinating to see how other people's journeys are going. And even though we're not together, they can't keep us apart. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here, right?
And that's why we get to talk about all this cool stuff together. So why don't we, we're about 4.5 hours in. Richie is, I think, situating himself, probably taking a nice long break like me. So why don't we take a break and then come back in? Why don't we do some Q&A with the chat and close out with that? Are you guys okay with that? And make sure we address any questions that anybody has for Kallum from earlier today as well, and any other stuff that we've already been talking about, especially with oils. Let's kind of get back into that. We can end it with that. Cool. All right, guys.
By the way, I'm growing a beard, so we don't have to use that in Q&A. It's not that I didn't shave.
Ignore that, everybody. Now. Look away. Look away.
You and Kallum, who can get... No, Rich has got to do it as well. Who can get the longest beard.
So I didn't make your beard long enough, Kallum, in your logo picture. I think we got to make it even longer.
Accentuate.
It's a vector image. It's a vector image. You can stretch it.
Well, I need to adjust it a little bit. I feel like it's a little off, so I'd like to mess with it. And then when I sent you the just as was, we did it. We opened it, and because it puts a black background, we lost the glasses, so you're just like faceless. So we have to fix it up a little bit, so it's something that has like a little better of an outline. But we'll do that. No big deal. Okay, guys. In the meantime, let's take a quick break, and we'll see you guys soon.
Now that would be crazy.
Everybody in.
Illuminati confirmed.
Illuminati confirmed. Okay.
Can't stop me. You will talk to them people.
Prismatic.
Be careful, they're gonna take a scan of your eye.
Yeah. I like to get inside and drive along open roads.
You will show my pores, let's see your pores.
On life, wishing that the gas prices wasn't so high. The lust
Buddy, you are back. You are absolutely.
Sometimes success is deceiving to the eye, cause people say they rich when they just getting by. Television make you think it's something you can buy, but before you get the truth, you gotta sort through the lies. Choose your own path and walk on by. The only true failure is if you don't. You're right. It's just one ant.
Yeah, boy.
Puny. Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant.
Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one? Are you kidding? How about this? You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line.
Resist. Are you an actor or an activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk. Raise your fist. Unite people, army, enlist. Rebel music transmit like this. Proving that the movement exists. Realize you're the catalyst. Refuse. FBI. All across the line. Suspected spies. Clientele. Tomahawks. Scorch the sky. White collar crime. Immortalize Yusef. Careful what you rep of the new left. Only a few left. Got the bureau doing Mueller two-step. Fire traps. Warrants for the wiretaps. Equal employer op. Higher apps. Read between the lines. Redefine. Enlist people army marching across a hard march. Dollar scams. Saudi royal fam. Oil contraband. Fun off the Taliban. Atomic blue. Army move. Christian and Islamic feuds. Attend more funerals than barbecues. Niggas died and fill them all the shoes. Know your God. The con is on if you're confused. Resist. Are you an actor or an activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk. Raise your fist. Unite people, army, enlist. Rebel music transmit like this. Proving that the movement exists. Realize you're the catalyst. Refuse. The hate made. Push the fear past tear gas. Flashbang grenades. Demonstrate. Awareness generate protests and disregard the pepper spray. Don't stop. Overthrow the legislate. Till they pay us reparations every day. Filthy pigs. Murderers. The hate made. Maybe you heard of us. Revenge for the engineered virus. Slit their eyelids. Carve an image in their iris. So slaughter bloodshed. Brutalizing. The truth rises. The CIA trained to crash test pilots. So feel wise. Don't believe. Cause they don't want you to see through the real eyes. So realize. Don't accept the realize. Refuse. Resist. Are you an actor or an activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk. Raise your fist. Unite people, army, enlist. Rebel music transmit like this. Proving that the movement exists. Realize you're the catalyst. Refuse. Resist. Are you an actor or an activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk. Raise your fist. Unite people, army, enlist. Rebel music transmit like this. Proving that the movement exists. Realize you're the catalyst. Refuse.
Live in hell, sleeps under when the grand scheme plan keeps all these people wondering why we still running in place, frustrated. Pride is mistaken for hate, it's upgraded. I got a little breath left, less suffocated. Pointed the epiphanies and call them all drug related. The time I spent with my life on bent, trying to find the friends inside my head. Must have disengaged every phase and stage. But I'm coming of age. My unofficial auto bio will be accompanied with tips on how to smile. Cause I found that when they don't see you frown, they never know that you're a threat and they don't sweat you when you come around. So who's gonna be my next door savior. Step up to your neighbor and do me a favor. Take off the mask, let it all collapse. Empty the pack and watch your wings grow back. They want us to fight, we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. They want us to fight, we just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. Society becomes jealousy, intimacy becomes intensity. Say it with a smile like it's meant to be, and all of a sudden, boom, American family. And I can tell when you're mad at your past, because you tend to take them turns just a little too fast. I can tell how you push your foot on the gas, that you already knew that you was gonna finish last. Slow it down and take a little time to look up at them clouds with the fake silver lining. Up in a tree, knowing damn well you'll never reach the top, but you don't stop, you keep climbing. Well, okay, it's settled. No more nights in this weed and thorn infested metal. From this day forth, only forward I'll pedal. Get the memo, I'm cutting the strings to pedal. Shuffle the cards and let's argue. Rooted in between the computer games and cartoons. Stop and watch us all get lost between God and a shot of scotch. Let's get fly. We just wanna get high, work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. They want us to fight. We just wanna get high, work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine.
I'm trying to.
Whoa. What's happening there?
There we go. Okay. Sorry. I was trying to switch because Kevin and I are going to go outside really quick while we do this next little portion and enjoy a little something.
Oh, that's all right.
Uh-oh. Did we upset Buddy?
Yep. It sort of glitched out and made a funny noise, and then little one's like, "Oh, what's going on over there?"
It was that.
You can't make funny noises over there. And he's back to sleep.
Oh, and I'm good.
He's a good sleeper.
Who is that? Oh, I can hear myself. Is that me? It shouldn't be.
Oh, that's India there.
No, it's me.
Premiere.
Oh.
5 minutes.
Yeah, India's. She's going in 55 minutes from now. We can wrap up by then. I'm getting my tripod ready. So, as I get situated, we want to open up the chat now. Make sure we say hi to all you guys again. Sorry, I don't mean to be ignoring you. It's been kind of a all over the place day. Richie is gone. He's going to lay down. Just kind of something hit him all of a sudden, so he's just going to take a minute. And we may not see him, but that's okay because we'll be we'll be doing our 24-hour next week and busy. So Kallum, we discussed, I feel like this is so weird because anyway, we discussed like a weekly thing that kind of what we were trying to do today a little bit. And so next week, if we want, maybe we'll after the 24-hour, I'm not sure, but we're going to start the Chronicles of Mindful Health and keep doing a lot of these health talks, and especially in preparation for us going to Ecuador and our mission of creating the center. We want to be practicing, understanding, and immersing ourselves in this information as much as possible. And then we want to make cool like videos with informational bits from our long stream. So maybe not everybody who feels like going through it, that will have like nice portions to review, and then like some cool shorts and stuff we'll do with
nuggets.
Kallum talking, and I'll have like a wizard hat like fly on his head. I took Gandalf's hat for your logo, by the way. I just like altered it. I made it a little longer actually because it kind of had a weird like little, and so I was like, oh, this needs a little more.
He's got a good one. He's got a good few actually. He's got a collection.
That was his like one of his early ones where he's gray, Gandalf the Grey, but it's still like a gray hat. It's like a total. And when I looked at the other options, I was like, that's a wizard hat.
Classic.
Okay, I'm pouring coffee. I'm going outside, and I'm going to look at the comments here before I leave. I know it's like a weird angle. Over here. And we'll have this more situated. Hey JB, thanks for being here. Oh, cool. Oh, is Trevor McDonald the one that does? Why can't I think of them right now? Is it the Hangout Gang, or why can't I think of the name? Yes, I've seen that video was coming out. Oh, I was like, what's going on here? Okay, so I just realized I was muted. Oh no, I'm not muted.
We can hear.
Don't mind me. Don't mind me.
I'm not that good at reading. Actually, I'm not good at listening.
Yeah.
Me either.
You want to be on the show?
I would be very impressed. Sherry's coming on the show?
I said
Sherry, you're on the show.
Just your voice. You can just talk right now.
Yes, the Hangover Gang.
Okay.
My energy comes across too. I can't come across like this thing when I'm usually pretty mellow and having fun.
Wait.
I'm shaking right
So,
I think make sure I'm muted.
Yeah, I can hear you. So this is me. I was supposed to go outside and it didn't happen in time. But what about really this is arthritis, rheumatism. How about some? Yeah, why don't you address that?
It's a bit like, I guess we talked about this before in terms of chronic, what we call chronic as well. This is something that's a buildup. It's a buildup of calcium that's within the joints, within the bones. So your best bet there is to remove the calcium. So magnesium is something that removes calcium throughout the body. And you can apply that topically, right? So you can grab your magnesium salts, 100%, and mix it with water, with pure distilled water. Then you've got yourself a mix. If you want this even more powerful, you can mix that again 50-50 with DMSO. And so that's going to penetrate even further. And it's something you just keep applying every day. And you'll feel it too. Like if you do it without the DMSO, you'll feel it actually sting, which is your body absorbing that magnesium. And you need to do it enough so it's a constant allowance for you're helping your body detox the calcium. But also, you have to think about where that's coming from. How is it developing. Usually I see this a lot in musicians and stuff as well, with their hands and stuff as well. So the thing that's most valuable to them, sort of thing, is where their vulnerability lies as well. So it's also looking at your own life in terms of if are there any threats to your well-being and stuff that you need to align with this as well, as you know, if it's something that's getting worse and worse, right, then this is a long-term thing we need to look at for your life. Is it something that constantly happens that needs to change? That's the program change. But like doing these things with magnesium and stuff, we're actually helping our body to, and telling our body the direction we want to go, you know. So then it's a matter of listening to your body too, you know. There's also,
that's what I'll say, because it's hard, it's complicated.
This calcium buildup is through the water. A lot of it is like, especially here in Alice Springs, there's a lot of water. Our water has a lot of calcium and magnesium, not good magnesium, you know, inorganic structured calcium. Right, and you can chelate that as well with good calcium. You know, you're putting in good calcium, right, from raw natural foods.
So this is interesting because, like, what are we told about? Like, we're told we're lacking in calcium, aren't we? Like, isn't that a common narrative?
Magnesium spray. Where would you spray it on your body?
Yeah.
On exactly where, like, a lot of people, like guitarists, get it in their fingers, in their joints, in their. So that's where that's why I say topically as well. But in food, we can up our magnesium content in terms of raw cacao, etc., to increase that magnesium internally as well as externally. It's beautiful because you can spray it exactly where it needs to go and do it often. You know, it's something.
What about walnuts, raw walnuts?
Would you do it once a day, or would you do it like once every?
You know, if it was giving me a problem, I would do it more. You are helping it detox. You know, it's also a stress problem as well. It's a lack of magnesium, because magnesium is what's breaking down calcium and removing it in terms of calcifying, right? And that's stress, right? What eats magnesium, what takes the magnesium from your body is stress. So if you reduce the stress, and that's why I say when it relates to our life in terms of, is this a constant stress that you're feeling, because that's what's taking your magnesium. Your magnesium can't go to other jobs in the body where it's needed in terms of, you know, removing calcified. It's like the same as the pineal gland as well. You know, the calcification of the pineal gland, magnesium.
This just makes so much sense. It's really resonating with me, because even though I was discussing what I was discussing before, you know, for the inside and the outside, as within, so without, it's like you putting it the way you just put it. It's just like, oh, that's exactly the same thing, but I've got to figure this one out as well. Amazing. Thank you so much.
And it's constant. Another thing that will help with a whole bunch of things, really, but it's the flow. It's helping your body to flow and process in the right moments as well. So I will take a magnesium before going to bed as well, which helps you relax as well. So like doing chocolate, I do a butter cacao, right? Raw butter and cacao butter. And so I'm getting that fat in, but so my body can use that as energy while it's sleeping to do all the repair work as well, which is the removal of all of this. One thing very helpful for all of this sort of thing, plus a whole bunch of other things, MS being one of them, is the inclined bed therapy. So shifting your bed from to a good angle of 5-6 degree. So you're sort of raising it, you know, a brick or so.
You do that with babies as well when they're teething, because it takes the pressure off.
Why?
because it takes the pressure
off. Yeah, and this allows the blood to flow and do its thing. It's like it's a perfect angle, and it's been measured to like perfect 6 degrees. That's when, you know, nature takes over, our buoyancy and everything dense within the body, so it's allowed to flow really easily. So a lot of things, people remove their varicose veins from doing this.
Yeah.
You know, over a period of months. Yeah, it's an amazing thing. Like, there's ties to it that lead back to like Egyptian finds, like in you know, in like the beds that were found in different catacombs and whatnot, caves and whatnots that were opened. Beds on this angle. This is a perfect angle.
No, that's perfect. That's perfect. So, like, my sleep knowledge is, I can tell you that we did. I used to tell my patients this all the time. We didn't used to sleep flat on our back. This is like the first time in history where we put so much importance on sleeping totally flat.
You watch animals do it as well. Like, you know, your dog might dig a hole and then lean up and get that perfect sort of angle going. My bed is inclined here. So I'm staying at my mum's, but it's a camp bed that I've got set up, right, which has legs, and I'm able to tilt it. And he loves lying on that as his space, as a spot as well. You know?
Yeah.
And it's something so easy to do. And all your benefits that come from it, better sleep, longer sleep, quality sleep, as well as flow. Now your body is able to work at nighttime more efficiently. So this is faster healing, like putting these things together as well. So as well as that, earthing at the same time as an incline bed, now we're really, you know, amping up, you know, the body's natural abilities, you know. So these things happen very fast. But it's a constant thing, you know, it's doing it over a period of time, and your body will use it. It will use what you give it.
Well, this is, they always used to tell mothers, lie your baby on the front. And now it's lie your baby on the back. And when I had my son, I did what the Aquana Indians did. I read an amazing book called The Continuum Concept by a woman called Jean Liedloff, who'd been and stayed with the Aquana Indians, and she saw how there was such a difference between their youth and the youth of the West.
Interesting.
So I had made the decision. My mother had bought that book, and I was about 8 or 9 years old, and I made my decision that I was going to read it, and I've got it still, the same version, and I'm now like 52 next year, and I completely with the continuum concept. And everyone said, you know, the mill voices are telling you, don't do it, you know, do this little thing or that little thing or whatever, and I was like, nah, I'm going to do what the Aquana Indians did. And I say I achieved perfection because, you know, that's ridiculous, but I definitely had a much easier time of it because I did what the Aquana Indians did and not what Western women were advised to do. And when the woman came, who was the midwife nurse who comes to see when you've had a baby, she found my son lying in the middle of my bed, like with his hands up like that, like completely relaxed. And she was like, I've never seen this before. Like, he always, newborns are always crunched up. And this one is like, he owns the world. Like, what is this? She was Irish. I could do her accent, but I won't. But, I've never seen anything like it before, you know? What is it? Why is he lying like that? Where's his cot? Has he got a cot? And I was like, no, we're not doing cots. We're doing, you know, co-sleeping. Well, you know, I have to tell you, that's very dangerous. Is it? Well, I find cot death even, you know, as dangerous. So, you know, it's my free choice. I'm doing what I'm doing. And it seems to be having a good result, you know.
Yeah, I will tell you.
You've got to get up and, you know, start doing this and that. No, we're just like totally relaxed.
Yeah.
It's a trauma. Like, you want to, as much as you can, reduce the traumas and stresses.
Yeah.
It's like removing away from the mother's heartbeat, you know, like the first day and putting it in a little jail and closing the door.
But they've said that now that, you know, they will do kangaroo care where, you know, when you have a premature baby, that it's better if you do kangaroo care and you stuff it down your bra. They tend to survive. You know, the ones that, it's called kangaroo care.
Well, I think the way our beds are set up too are not conducive, and that's where the accidents have happened. Because I my close friends have always done the co-sleeping, and they lost their son when he was co-sleeping with them, and it was a very sad situation. There was already a breathing issue happening, and then that's more or less what happened. And so, they already blame themselves like a million times over. They think that they rolled a certain way, and that's the cause, and it's not.
No, you can't do it with two people. It's not
It's
possible.
not. It's not. But that's what I'm saying. Like, if the beds were set up differently, that could be a totally different situation.
Yeah,
and this is what we're getting at. Like,
so
and like, my friend he has sleep apnea the way he's built, and so I know, that was a bit of an issue. So it just didn't help, and it's the whole like forcing yourself to lie flat. Like, I tell all my patients immediately, like, just incline yourself. Like, they'll freak out if they can't have their CPAP machine, and I have to, okay, no, you just. Well, it's uncomfortable when I prop myself up, and you get a couple extra pillows, and you put them here and you put them there, and there's these side sleeping pillows, and there's this, and because you got to get adjusted.
Yeah,
I sleep too flat. I need to get a wedge and start working on that, because that's actually, I think, it takes a lot of pressure off your heart. We tend to roll onto our sides because we often don't stay on our backs all night.
Right.
Not to say that nobody does.
Right.
But yeah, like,
right. But
like, if you do sleep on like the right side of your body, you put extra stress on certain parts, and like the way your stomach sits and how acid flows. So there's some truth to all of this, and we've talked about this, Kallum, how many times that it's blood flow. And sorry, I did have this comment up continuously because I wanted to ask a little more about this. This is another one that we're told we don't have enough of, and that's the reason why we have to eat a certain type of salt with it added. But then these salts we're finding that they have caking agents in them. So I'm a little curious about, do we really need this, or is it just to the person, specific?
To sell table salt. To sell one type of salt. That's the salt that you get with the iodine salt.
Yeah.
That's not how you do it. I mean, through food and stuff, it's kelp and stuff like this.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, there is usually a deficiency in iodine throughout a lot of places.
Okay. So that's legit, but they're saying you can only get it this way.
Stuff as well, so we're not getting it in the foods. So some of these supplements, and this is one of those supplements that helps a wide bunch of people very quickly as well, and a lot females a lot too. Thyroid and problems with thyroid and stuff. So usually, it's a matter of checking and doing very slowly, and seeing your levels,
I
how
did
you
through the
feel.
belly button. Do you advise that?
Seeing how you feel when you go along too, because a deficiency in iodine, for an example, there's a lot of things. It's a lot of things happen in that process, and they're very similar to other things like brain fog, and it's just similar to dehydration. It's a lot of things overlap, but it really is try and see a lot of these things. Checking levels as best you can, because there are kits and stuff that will check levels and stuff as well, and you can do patch tests for iodine and stuff as well, how much your body absorbs of the iodine over a certain time, sort of thing. So it's like,
but you can do that with iron. Yeah, that's what a lot of people do with iron, to determine what their deficiency is, or like what's improving, what's not. But what about what Alex said? What about taking things through the belly button? What is the
aqueous iodine solution?
Oh, okay.
And just drop in water and.
Yeah. Did you hear what we said? Just maybe you don't want to answer it. It's okay. About the belly button. Can you take can you put? Is it recommended to put oils or? Yeah, I guess like that, and put a couple drops through your belly button. Is that even effective? I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming it is. I know there's some sort of absorption.
Most probably. Like, another thing for Arthur here is to take baths, magnesium baths. So you get, which I had one today because I knew I wasn't going to get one tonight. I'm just going to go straight to bed.
Yeah.
But so I did it, and it depends. Like I normally do it quite tepid to warm to almost hot to initiate more of a sort of a detoxing. You know, it sort of activates it more. As if you want it to be a bit more slower, easier, keep it to a blood temperature, the water, or just above. You know. So we're changing that temperature of the body as well.
Yeah,
but
the structure.
The magnesium bath gets everywhere, all over, and it's great for the entire body. You'll absorb a lot of magnesium through that. And a lot of people, like if you need it, you'll be exhausted just from a half-hour bath or something. You're like, oh my god, you know. That's why doing it too hot could really bring it on. Do you need it? But these are tests, like I always have, and it's always relaxing, always great for the body, and helps the body along as well. It's not like I needed it for any reason. It's just an ongoing thing that I do, where I'll have a magnesium bath every once in a while, where I can check myself as well and go, how did I feel after that as well? Did I just crash and I needed that, like I was getting deprived or whatever? So there's these things that we can use to check ourselves and make sure we've got our deficiencies sorted, right?
Yeah. Yep.
It's so good having people to talk to about it. Because most be like, what were you talking about? And it's like, oh god, it's like,
and
who
the
do I
connection,
talk? So it's so
the connection
amazing
with the soil. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
What do you think?
And to be able to have this conversation.
One good way for basically all nutrients is the shilajit. So I mean, this is coming from the good soil, and shilajit can fix
whatever you're saying, Kallum. Cleo agrees. Cleo is just nodding her head.
She probably
she's been listening intently.
I was gonna say she liked his voice. She's probably like, "Oh, who's that?"
Sleep, cat. Sleep. Whoa.
Oh, it looked like she was reacting to you for a second.
Yeah, she did something to my computer. Wow. She's a little wizard. She's a little witch. Hey?
Oh, she said something about that.
The liquid and pill. Yep.
Oh.
So one thing I do I say it all the time for to get that magnesium as well for food is raw cacao nibs. And raisins as well. Because another thing that I mix with my magnesium.
What about dates?
It's here somewhere. It's a spray bottle that I have. And I mix my magnesium salt with borax as well.
Okay.
So that will be the boron. So mixing with boron and magnesium, the boron and the magnesium have a synergistic effect and help each other, basically penetrate deeper into the cell. Right, so you're getting more bang for your buck in terms of magnesium, but also borax is also a detoxer as well, which is helping to detox many things. Right, so that's boron, which is your body will transmute, for lack of a better word here, that borax into boron, which is what's bioavailable for the system, only a little bit. But in a natural food, raisins are really high in boron. So I mix raisins together with cacao nibs, and cacao nibs being a whole little product, so it's got all the fat and everything in it as well. It's got, it's not separated like cacao and cacao butter like I showed you. It's in one product. So just that raisins together will you'll have more magnesium accessible and you'll absorb more of it. And it's a great snack because it's always it's reducing your stress levels as well. It's allowing you to cope with stress because it's what stress eats. That's what stress eats.
Yeah.
at amounts. Yeah.
And Dave,
So magnesium deficiency, that's why magnesium deficiency is huge. 70-80% of people.
Yeah, I think it's also, we've talked about this, it's connected to the soil, how the soil's changed, which inevitably is like resulted in and then also it's the mass production of the food, because then you're going to strip out very specific minerals when you put it through a certain process, and also when you modify it, you're going to pull, and this is what they've proven when they've, who's the guy who had to eat his words when he was like, organic food is bad for the world and bad for the ecosystem, and it was like, wait a second, what? And then he ended up having, he was saying it was like less nutrition, it had less nutrition, and which was false. So that's just it. To me, it all makes sense. And I think the soil thing is why, what we want to do in Ecuador is to do like what Anastasia is doing in Russia, and just have these like full, all in one ecosystems where it's like you are what you eat. You are going to inevitably eat your own, what you've already eaten, recycled back through the ground. But don't worry, we'll still have a septic system for a while. I don't know how long, but for some of you that we've discussed need toilets.
That's a huge amount of biofeedback, and if you do everything lovingly,
right,
that's a
you're
huge
making your soap
just builds and builds and builds.
Yeah. Just, Sherry, that's super convenient because the only bank, American bank in Ecuador is Citibank. So maybe you got us a shoe in already there. Just tell them to give us some free money. I'm sorry, I'm starting to look through this because I'm on my phone and I'm trying to see if we had any other questions.
Sherry asked about
that's awesome.
what are we doing with the boron magnesium mix? Are we drinking it? Are we squirting it on us? Are we bathing in it?
So what I'm talking about there is topical, where it's a very, where it's like half salt, half water. So you've made a very
concentrated
solution. Yeah. So that's topically. If you want to, if you're doing it internally, just a pinch in your water, like a pinch of borax if you're doing borax. But internally, that's for a whole bunch of things, which will, also long-term sort of detoxing of stuff from the brain as well. That'll also help. So it's like a pinch in your water over a long period. Do it for quite a while, and your body will. So it's much better to do long and slow. Right, anything with salt, really. But that's the beauty about doing this stuff topically. Your body will gauge it automatically. So doing like a bath with the borax and the magnesium, which is what I do, your body will gauge it automatically and you won't overdose, right? You're not going to die in a salt bath.
Yeah.
Right. But you can put too much salt in internally. And
well, that's like the calcium again, because like I don't really think about having too much calcium build up in me, right? I'm always feeling like I probably don't have enough. Probably just not the right kind that actually penetrates into the bones properly.
So
it's like fluff. It's like it's like
stuff that makes it bio. It's the same as like people saying like calcium in milk. Yeah, what milk are we talking about? Are we talking about raw milk? I would say that's the calcium you want.
Gotcha,
so if it's just raw milk, if you're putting in a calcium that's not organically structured, so it's not bioavailable really for the system, your body can use a lot of these things, which is why like ingesting the right, same as metals, right? When we're talking about toxic metals, one iron good for me and one iron's bad for me, like shave some rusty things, and no, that's not the iron that we need. The iron is an organized structure. It's living. Has
yeah.
Our body may be able to use these other metals temporarily, and especially if it doesn't have. So now if we're eating things that have the right kind, the organic structured kind, your body will actually go, yes, sweet, use that, dump the bad shit.
So actually, that's
detoxing symptoms.
Yeah.
Yeah. That shit. Knowing what's happening there, you can be at ease with the whole thing. You know, a lot of the times when I get detoxing symptoms, amazing, fantastic. It gives me so much information.
Yeah. Exactly. And
related to how I feel.
Instead of just being like, oh, I just got a random virus, you know.
It's
So
imaginary fairies.
Yeah, and the imaginary fairies when it's just our bodies like needing to respond. There was something else I was gonna say. But this question up here, what do you do with tree brook? Do you know? Say it again.
But that's also in part of the proof. When you understand and you don't put the toxins in, because I don't want to go through detoxing as much, like, on a small level, fine, not a problem. And on a very quick level too, if you have a clean body and you put in some bad shit, it's your body just instantly goes out.
Mm-hmm.
It's known. It has a faster reaction time too.
Yeah.
And when it's clear and clean, there is nothing to detox then, so you're not going through all these things all the time that people go through every fucking time the weather changes and shit, right?
Yeah.
And you can look at that too. I mean, these are the timings of when things happen. The weather changes. Oh, and that person's sick all the time. Oh, they always catch the flu every time the weather changes. And they attribute these fairies to.
It's interesting that I think it was Amanda Vollmer that posted a picture of chemtrails and wrote flu season. Looks like flu season's coming or something like that. It's like funny. So anyway, do you know anything about this tree brook? I don't know if I've heard of this before. Is it a type of oil in a sense, or like?
Say it again.
This question is asking, what do you do with tree? Is it trees brook?
Trees brook. I'm not sure.
Not sure. Okay. I hadn't heard of it either. If you can, if there's any little more detail, let us know. Good. I apologize. We're not familiar. And then sea moss has been a big topic here on. I think Jolly Man makes his own gel and raw sea moss. Jolly Man, it would be cool if you ever felt like coming on and sharing some of that information with us. But that is really good with the iodine, and there's probably quite a few other nutrients that the magnesium. I'm assuming. I don't know as much about it, but very interesting. And again, guys, I'm kind of going through this a little slow. I apologize. I'm trying to. India, that is a huge compliment. That and we actually need to get off here pretty soon for India's premiere, so that you guys can all go over there. So if someone could post that link, please do, and make sure that you guys get over there. Oh, so we need to do that in like 20 minutes here, but let me see where we're at with some more questions. And my dog is like, and I'm done, Mom. She's been sleeping in a very little cozy position there for a while. You can use sea moss gel to thicken soups and stews. That sounds good. Oops, I didn't mean to actually click on that.
Sounds really bad. Bush would have been tortured with teasing at any school over there. Take that comment off the screen.
Do you mess around with sea moss much, Kallum?
Phrasing.
Not so much. The kelp and stuff, but really the iodine drops the easiest thing for that. Really, I was going to ferment some, because I think that's probably a better way to go with the sea stuff as well. But.
Okay. Interesting, yeah. Milk thistle I've taken to help with my liver. Like, I was just reading this message too. Oh yeah, okay. Never mind. I already got that. Milk thistle, yeah, it's supposed to be really good for the liver. And I think something else, maybe Maybe it is associated with the kidneys too. What does this say? They've got waist loss things that get put over your belly button area with adhesive. I stopped using them. That sounds kind of weird. I wonder what was in that. If you don't mind commenting on that. Yes, you are, Sherry. Go take that bath.
And the beauty about taking a bath too is it
live stream.
Take it easy. It's time you've given for yourself too, so you can do a lot of things while you're taking a bath as well, like acupressure, puncture, all these things as well. You know, I actually
be in there with you. If you
the bath I did, I had a wire dangling in doing my on-off 15 minutes.
Yeah, I just had a picture of Bernie like with his electrical equipment next to the tub, like with a wire dangling in it. Like, Bernie, no.
Tesla.
It's like, yeah, turn it up. Turn it up when White Rabbit hits the crescendo.
If you guys are seeing questions before me, please feel free.
Massaging, you know, tensing and releasing and massaging, foot rubs.
Yeah. That's a good. I think that's a good way to leave out, and you know, is to talk about like just like really basic external things we can do. So we should probably do a really basic breathing exercise. And I was thinking, Kevin, if you're up for it, to lead that basic prana breath. We've been trying we try to do a daily meeting right now for Magia, Sach'a, Wasi. And so we're trying to also then make sure we take the time to either learn a new technique or do one together. And we've been talking about how we want to start integrating this into our show, and we want to be able to start off because like this one we were doing, we're like, you got to be a little like, you got to have had some theater experience or, you know, instrument or sing, that kind of a thing to really be able to, you know, like hold that breath work. And so we decided like, we should probably start a little simpler to get everyone going, and then we can work up to all that with everybody. So real quick, I am going to scan before we do that though. I'm just looking at the comments, and I apologize if I miss anything. So again, if somebody you know, calls it out, please let me know. Hi Nigel, thank you for being here. And Sherry, love your commentary today. Appreciate you a lot. Jolly Man, it's always really good to see you as well. And Vividness. And really good information and interesting perspective from Gumpy Bear, talking about the little bit ago there, the coast range. Oh, interesting. And just like let it, like some Himalayan salt under the tongue, let it absorb, right? So that's really cool. So, oh, here we go. Oh, can we stop creaking knees from creaking? It's lame. I can tell you my technique for that, but my knees creak all the time, and it has to do with that knee I had surgery on. Do you have any advice for that? Mostly just probably keeping the whole body lubed. Oh, well, you know what I mean by that?
Stuff as well, but it's releasing gas and stuff as well.
Oh,
so
okay.
The magnesium you can put on as well.
Yeah, but that's really good for bone building. Yeah.
Work on blood flow, and you need to move your joints. You need more movement, more stretching, right? More full movement, So it's a bit of work.
Yeah. And I've noticed that since I've been making a huge effort to be barefoot and spreading out my toes, and because like a lot of our shoes, and I've been reading a lot about this barefoot concept, and our shoes do this to us, and we need to be able to spread it out. And that actually, my bunion is getting smaller since I've been doing it, and my knee pain has gotten significantly better. Or I shouldn't say pain, just like I would just get tinges or twinges. And my technique is just to actually do real basic leg lifts to work the muscles right there. But my other recommendation now is you should try really hard, and this is asking in certain people's situations a lot, but to get yourself down on the ground, and you can sit with like your knees bent off to the side and be able to kind of swing your legs up and get yourself up and bring yourself back down without using your hands. and practice that daily, because it's mobility. It's mobility, and blood flow. Like, yeah, I'm not trying to generalize everything, but in the big picture, that's really what we're talking about. And frequency, it's like frequency, blood flow, and mobility, which all kind of coincides anyway.
And posture, posture will be a massive thing for this sort of thing, where it's your body dealing with an out of placement, does the best it can, but as soon as you bring that body into alignment, naturally, it's taking away all the pressure that's building up in different areas.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense with what you were saying too. Yeah, and removing mucus helps a lot with removing inflammation and probably gases and such.
But mucus is there for a reason too. It's doing a job. So if there's a buildup of mucus, it's because
Yeah.
needs to clear.
But you need to get to the source of the why it's building up.
What's it having trouble clearing? What's going in? Are you putting too much of that thing in? It could be one thing. It could be a few things.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why it's there. It's a detox process in itself. So it's helping. So removing the mucus sometimes is actually removing the or helping it to do its job. Breathing, clearing the system, like physically removing.
Yeah. Thank you so much,
like
Kallum.
Running in the beach barefoot is awesome. Or walking beach or dry riverbed that we've got.
Yep.
So that sand is fantastic.
Yeah.
It's giving you a workout. Really,
well, I also believe that that's why you're supposed to trail run barefoot, or maybe not trail, maybe trail running to me in excess isn't needed, but walking, because you're hitting all these different, it's like walking on rocks too. You're hitting all these different parts of your foot,
basically,
and you're pushing it. And actually, I definitely had to relearn. And like, I started walking on rocks specifically because I was like, okay, yeah, I need to retrain my feet, and they're getting calloused.
So many things. Like, it's an acupressure thing in itself as well, and you're stimulating all of these things, and you're building up.
Yeah.
Because the natural foot, you will naturally sort of work it out as well, but it's also being earthed as a part of that system there as well. So, because I have really thin rubber.
Yeah,
they're
and flexible, really, right? So like your foot really moves with it.
I'll only be using them but as much as I can, I'll be taking those shoes off to walk naturally, because that will realign our posture naturally.
Yeah,
that's why a lot of the tribesmen have good posture.
Yeah,
all over this place, this beautiful realm.
Yep, exactly. That's why it's important for us to reconnect, and this is all connecting with grounding too. So,
foundations.
Thank you so much.
Your posture, your breathing, all of these things are foundational things. You improve them, it improves your entire being.
And when you're aligned, what happens? Better flow all the way around. You're not. And what do we talk about? What's cancer? It's stagnant energy. That's being held in a certain area. And we have to figure out how to release it. How do we want to break it up. We're not trying to smash it dead. We're trying to break it up. Because now you're just going to have like this dead thing in you that's going to create its own cancer.
No.
Okay. Anyway,
it comes in its own special bag that is very hard to break through, and it's very hard to break through for a reason. You can shrink it or you can grow it, but the only thing you don't want to do is break it.
Yeah,
all the little just will get everywhere. And then when you real issue. So
you're trying to get rid of it. You want it to slowly dissipate. You want your body to cycle it out and detox it out. Just and that's the reason it's happening in the first place.
Yeah, it can disappear. It's held in a bag for a reason, so that you know that it's there. if you look at in the Western world, all the people going in for the cancer treatments and everything, that you've got 80-20 rule. 20% of people will make it and 80% won't. Those are their figures. But if you go to India, places like that, you have women walking around and they've got things growing off them.
They only have numbers of
involved with their family. They're still useful. They're still getting about. They might not be exactly comfortable, but they can still get about. So if we can meet in the middle between those two things, the cancer will be there, but it's in a bag. Shrink the bag.
I can't tell. From the numbers that you get from hospitals and stuff, the only treatments they have is radiation, chemo, all of that bullshit. So
and
that's
surgery,
the
but
rate of the treatment. I don't know whether whether a cancer would take anyone or not.
Yeah.
Well, not in India. They living in worse conditions than we are apparently. So it doesn't seem to stop them from getting on.
Yeah. That's complicated, and I think that it's the amount of waste and product that we consume, and then we don't take the time to make sure it decomposes properly. When we make it sound like it'll live forever. I don't believe that, but I just think it's like a doomsday thing, and so then they just pile it up. But speaking of India,
so busy, and people just keep themselves so busy that they can't really look into anything because they've got to pay their mortgage, they've got to go to their job, they've got to do this, they've got to do that. And people are just so busy. Whereas,
because of what's been created around us,
and you
keep us distracted.
Sit
think
look at what's going on and start sorting the chaff from the wheat, and what you don't know, stick it in your bra for later. And that's one of the things that I've come to. I mean, if people want to go and do the doctor thing, go for it. If people want to go and do very natural and go for it. But I think there's a middle ground.
Yes. Yep. And even there's potentially for some people there's a place for chemo, and that's hard for me to say, but it's true. Because there's a mental set aspect behind it, and even they say this in the Reiki literature. There's times where it's effective because the person truly believes in it, that it will work for them. What other damage it does, I don't know, and I'm not, but I'm just saying. So with that, hey guys, I don't mean to cut anybody off, but we should try to be respectful. I believe India is going live here very soon. So let's go ahead and call it a show today. But this has been really good and really engaging. And again, like I said, I would really like to continue to have more of these types of discussions and breaking down things. And let's also start practicing ourselves. So, Kevin, do you feel comfortable with leading us in a prana breathing exercise to end? And then I'll play us out with a little video.
Oh, okay. Well, so I guess since we've all been smoking and sitting, we're probably just not in a right seating position. I'll just encourage everybody to try to sit upright. And it's not going to be anything too heavy. Maybe on another day we'll do more. But
good. I just want to do a little beginners kind of thing.
So one thing that I was taught early in the beginning was to focus on your breath traveling in a circle. So it's called like the microcosmic circuit. And so when you're inhaling, I won't go through the whole thing, but just as you inhale, the breath is coming in and it's circling around and flowing out your crown. And you actually are bringing in through your base, like through your pelvic floor. And so first we're just going to do a counting breath where you're going to count your inhale. And just to start, we're just going to do inhale of 5. And then when we get to the full inhale, we're going to hold the breath for a count of 3. And then we're going to exhale 5. And then we're going to hold it 3. And to start off, we'll do 5 rounds of that. So everybody that wants to join in, You can close your eyes. You can lay down if you want to. And ready. You can let out your air to begin with. Exhale. Now inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And exhale.
Kevin, would you mind counting us through that again, just so everybody can get the
I'm
rhythm in?
I realized poor preparation leads to piss poor performance.
Well, that's my fault because I kind of threw this on you and forgot to mention it again that we wanted to do this. So you're okay.
Maybe I can get this thing going. I'll see if I can do this.
We almost need to record ourselves doing it and then
we'll
play
do this
it back.
better when we're more prepared. I don't even know
We're
if
gonna.
this work.
Oh, are you doing like a timer thing?
Yeah, I don't know. That's not really going to work.
Okay, so
I'll just count. I'll just do the count. I won't try to. I try to get into it. So now I'll just count.
Yeah.
Okay.
I appreciate that, and just do a couple rounds of that.
Okay, everybody relax after we just got you relaxed, and then you just felt what it was like to feel a little tension. Now let that go and relax. Okay, take one deep breath and exhale. Now you'll begin the round and I'll count. Inhale, 2, 3, 4, 5, and hold. 2, 3. Exhale fully. 2, 3, 4, 5, and hold. 2, 3. Inhale fully. 2, 3, 4, 5, and hold. 2, 3. Exhale. 2, 3, 4, 5, and hold. 2, 3, and inhale fully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and hold. 2, 3, and exhale. 2, 3, 4, 5, and relax as you let your breathing return to normal.
Thank you. And as we do this more, we'll all start to notice little things happening as far as like tingling. Like just from that one, I got some good tingling in the head. But even on some of these other ones, you'll feel tingling in the fingers. And these are all really good things. So.
And you've all I assume I'm making an assumption here, but you've all done breathing before, or else you probably wouldn't be listening. But I mean, like even it's
don't
very
take off those
basic.
Headphones.
But the thing is like the very beginning, it's just important to be able to take note of the timing of your breath and being aware of the holding of your breath and getting something that you hold, a rhythm that you hold, so that and also the visualization. Once you go beyond the timing, you're working with the full breath, you're working on crystallizing your visualization of the breath movement. And as all this happens, all those things are happening. Like you're thinking of good things, you're thinking of bad things, you're losing the fact that you're breathing all together, and you're just starting to have a dream. And so constantly your focus is to bring yourself back to that post, which is at the very beginning, it's basically just counting your breath. So that's just really, really early steps. And I just practiced that every time I drove. Driving is a perfect place to practice breath. Because it makes you crystal clear. I mean, not doing some funny breath, like some, not heavy duty breath, but just doing full breathe, focusing on getting your full breath and your full exhale. And you'll be a better driver. You'll be more alert. You'll have better posture. You have less pain from driving. So.
Yeah, and this is, I think, part of why we're in the state of the world we are. We don't have time to just stop and remember how to breathe correctly. So we're all doing that together, though. Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
and I love this. Yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. If somebody could please drop a link to India's premiere right now in the chat, be much appreciated. And we'll catch you guys over there. I'll send us out with our one of our classic videos, but this is I know I wasn't here for the first part of the show, but this has been a really good one, and I'm getting pretty stoked and really looking forward to what our future is going to entail, and maybe what other things we're going to reveal as we're figuring this all out. So
we got a bot. We got a bot.
Uh-oh, someone get him out. Someone get him out. I'm ending with the video. Bye.
Because we have a Goonie who was child trafficked, and she doesn't actually know for sure what her real birthday is.
He doesn't follow the mainstream research only. He digs very deep.
Yeah, that's important. It's all comes down to awareness, because
it's like a sort of coalescent kind of.
That's really what I wanted to try to show you, is that it's not like that when you get it in the light. Anyway, it's not doing
science. The mainstream has to adjust.
The awareness, we have to.
We gotta go, mate. No worries. Right? We've been going for 4 hours.
Sorry, but it's been a really good pleasure.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who was it that was saying their TV got hit the other day? Got struck by lightning.
The big speakers, and I messed my ears up. I feel like that could be connected to the science thing a little bit, but regardless, I got time over it.
My chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. When I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea.